Parang wala naman akong di nagustuhan. Parang lahat gusto ko. Gusto kong fighter.
Nakapag-preya ka.
Nakapag-preya, nag-ruby.
Kung i-rate mo na lang from 1 to 3, ano doon? Mage, top 1.
Marksman, tas fighter.
Marksman pa rin talaga.
Oh,
Tas
tas fighter.
Kyle, pangalawang tanong, kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ano yung gagawin mong meta? Tapos, ano yung itatawag mo?
Ano siguro? Assassin.
All assassin?
Hindi, balik lang assassin meta.
Assassin meta na lang.
Oh, yung
Tapos,
parang last season.
season.
Tapos tatawagin mo siyang Kel Assassin.
assassin. Ano, ikaw yung core o ikaw yung ano?
Pwede.
Gold lane pa rin?
Pwedeng assassin gold, pwede rin jungle. Basta dalawa assassin.
Kel assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Okay, good siya, good siya. Pangatlong tanong, Kel. Isa kayo sa pinakamagaling mag-team fight. Ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanilang tips na para mag-success sa isang team fight?
Siguro ano lang, yung proper comms and proper targeting sa team fight. Ayun lang kasi yung talagang ano namin, ginagawa namin.
Pero pag nagawa yung simple na yun, talagang malaking chance
sobrang
manalo sa team
simple
fight.
pero sobrang laki ng impact sa team fight.
Ang next na tanong natin, ano naman ang mabibigay mo sa mga nanonood sa ating mga gold laner? Kahit yung pang RG na tips lang na mapapakinabangan nila.
Siguro sa mabibigay ko sa mga pang-RG na tips, unang-una, wag kayo, lalo na pag solo kayo, wag na wag kayong matitilt. Kailangan enjoy nyo lang yung game kasi kaya nga game, ini-enjoy, di ba? Enjoy nyo lang game tapos siguro sa in-game naman, kailangan nyo maging patience kasi kailangan nyo mag-farm, lalo na gold lane kayo. Kailangan nyo ng pera para makasama sa team fight and mapanalo yung team fight.
Napakaganda nun. Madami kasi sumasama agad sa team fight, tapos nauuna pa sa mga tank.
Mga uno pa,
Kaya
front pa.
nadi-disaster sila, no?
Ayun ang pinakaiwasan dapat. Pag sumama ka sa team fight, huwag ka mauna. Kasi once na sumama ka, tapos nagpa-farm yung kabilang gold lane, bosset ka nun.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Napakagandang tip from gold standard. Ang next na tanong, Kel, sinong team or player yung feeling mo napakabilis umadapt sa meta o kaya sa mga hero na bago? Sino sa tingin mo?
Yung previous season siguro yung TL. Tapos sa player naman, si Carl. Kasi di ba, UT jungle talaga siya. Tapos nag-assassin, isang season lumipas. Pero yung season na natalo sila nung assassin meta nung season 14, maganda pa rin yung performance na assassin niya doon. Pero kahit na UT siya, di ba utility talaga siya nakita? Parang
utility, mga Fred.
doon siya. Kasi matagal, hindi, sikat na siya sa assassin, mga Lance. Pero di ba matagal siya hindi assassin?
Kasi napahinga.
Naging utility ng sobrang tagal na sobrang habang season. Tapos nung nag-assassin, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung prime sa assassin.
Isang beses lang natalo yung assassin meta nila, tapos wala na, tuloy-tuloy na.
Tuloy-tuloy na.
Champion na.
Champion na ngayon.
Kyle, the GOAT.
Taste of MLBB.
Okay guys, next naman, may bubunutin dito sa Kelra. Ano to guys, mga player din to. Tapos, isasabihin mo Kel kung ano ba yung weakness or strength ng player na mabubunot natin. Start na natin. Ikaw na bumunot.
Ako na.
Sige.
Isa muna na. Isa.
Sige.
Wala makuha. Super Yoshi.
Rome siya,
Rome.
Omega.
Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya manghuli. Ang weakness niya lang siguro, pag may time na nanguhuli siya, wala siyang kasama. Magaling siya manghuli pero madalas walang follow-up.
Timing na lang.
Timing.
Next, tulungan na kita.
Tulungan mo na ako. Oheb. Siguro yung strength niya, Oheb, yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning.
Next.
Sanji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan?
OP yata to eh. Siguro yung strength niya magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban tsaka magpa-bait. Ang weakness lang siguro, pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan hindi niya na nare-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next, Kel. May kasama huli tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos, bibigyan natin sila ng tips kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang-counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin ito.
Nathan. Pang-counter dito si Irtel. Kasi, di ba yung passive ng Nathan? Pag ginit mo, yung Irtel, kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo, kaya Nathan, yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang na-atake. Kaya yun yung pang-counter mo sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik eh. At tulungan na kita, nainggit ako sa'yo eh. Mga 2 pa.
Ano pang-counter dyan?
Ang lakas na sa lane.
Sa linya eh. Wait lang.
Tulungan kita.
Tingin mo.
Irritel na lang din.
Pwede. Kaya rin ni Irritel yan. Kasi Irritel malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill second niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung Irritel eh. Kaya niyan lalo na pag-level pro.
Tingin mo sa 1-1 naka-inspire ka.
1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Kasi yung pag ulti yung Popol, may second skill yung 1-1, di ba? Madadodge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan. Katapat. Malakas na lane yan. May kasama eh.
Popol guys. Gamitin nyo.
Try nyo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Oy! Parang Granger to. 1-1.
Speaking of...
Irritel din.
Madali lang eh, no?
Dali lang. Irritel.
Weakness kasi ni 1-1 yung isa, laning.
Laning.
Tapos,
May na siya.
ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stop. Something na nag-fury guys or...
Mabilis.
mabilis.
Ayun, tulad ng Irtel, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may istakan.
Mahirap yun.
Mahirap siya istakan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki ngiti dun, parang no match yun ah. Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No match. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Toy. KO guys, KO. And huli, Kel, ang mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalakas kayo mag-gold. Ohen. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang yun.
Ante lang. And next naman natin, guys, magiging si Ben Abondo muna tayo kasi magpapastok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, TLPH or Aurora.
TL.
Bilis na na. Pastok yun ah.
Pastok eh. Sabi mo,
RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord?
Lord.
King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Karit or
Ranger.
Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Choose to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC, mas malaki pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, siyempre mamimili tayo ng Superfans sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Ang isa ka sa mga player na napigil matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng isang field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na CPU yung vote mo.
Kasi nung MPL Season 1 nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Mga tropa natin dito. At nakita mo naman si Pew!
Tapos sinasayawan lang dito from wall to wall si Angela pero he still got the kill para dito kay Karina. Yung tatlo!
Pew!
Tapos ngayon naman, kaya siya yung GOAT ko kasi sobrang tagal niya na tapos nasa top pa rin siya.
Nabanggit ni Cartesi na ikaw daw yung player na iniidolo niya at tinawag niyang GOAT.
Siyempre masaya kasi yung lahat ng tao na parang nag-ML, ang sasabihin ko na si Carl talaga eh. Lalo na siya ng international and masaya pa rin na nakikita niya na ganun.
Siyempre pinagdaanan ko, marami munang talo bago nag-champion, ganun. Ganun naman yung cycle eh.
From child prodigy to the face, and now MLB's greatest of all time, KTC!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay mo at yung pananaw mo sa buhay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially, tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, abang tumatagal parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature.
Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay.
Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Team Liquid. Nako.
TL.
Ay, may mga sasabihin mo.
Ako pa muna.
Ikaw muna, ikaw bumunot eh.
Ang lineup na to, they're still gonna define the meta. 100%. Ito pa rin yung magiging template pa rin talaga ng mga teams. Legit. Sila talaga yung susundan at sila ang iyong iidolohin.
Midman ako eh.
Okay, kung midman. Sige. I'm still in the, nanalo sila ng MSC, state of mind. Yun pa rin. And wag nating kakalimutan yon. I think we should go into season 16 knowing that and respecting that. Kasi yung team na makakalimot na yun yung nangyari, magsisisi. And even I think fans who do the same. Like, don't forget.
Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite with winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors: Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dander-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear.
And Knorr. Pang-marinade, panggisa at pampasarap, basta may Knorr liquid seasoning, kaya mong iluto yan.
Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Future ng New Era, siyempre yung mga rookies. Nandiyan yung mga rookies ko, yung dating ONIC 9 guys, nandiyan yung sa Falcon, si Perch. So, palagay ko sige mga magiging bagong henerasyon, yung mga star players.
Told them that it's so froze, not talking about bass. When I say I get low, I've been trying to get more. Now I'm stacking my accounts. It's all going stupid, yeah, the numbers in the mouse. Heard them going quiet, so I turn it up loud. And they saying they ain't feel it, but they bout to feel it now. Need another check going extra. And I got a gas, no Tesla. Said I need a mil, no less, bro. I ain't seen it yet, so
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
And this is Superfans Saturday.
I love the energy here at the MPL Arena at sigurado ko na mag-iinit ang ating mga manonood dahil masasaksihan na naman natin ang triple header today.
You know, Odin, we've seen a lot of unexpected results over the last 3 weeks. And I think hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin tayo sigurado sa kung sino ba ang aangat at kung sino ba ang mananatili sa taas ng ating standings.
Totoo yan dahil sabi nga nila, this is the toughest season yet dahil iba rin talaga ang level dito sa MPL Philippines.
But I have to say though, with all of the games, with all of the matches, patuloy nating aantabayanan ng mga manlalaro, ang inyong mga paboritong teams, and everyone who contributes into making MPL legendary.
Excited na ako simulan ng araw na to and get ready for an epic Saturday at sabay-sabay natin tunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
Bonjour to our French-speaking fans and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 16, Week 3, Day 2. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by some of the youngest and most upstart talents in the league, Rockhart and Midnight. How are you, gentlemen?
Feeling very young. Thank you for that introduction.
Yeah. I just started. Just today.
Just today.
My career is 5 hours old.
No, you started on the English desk today this season.
Yes, right. That's true. That's true. Hey, welcome back.
Let's welcome our good friend, Robert.
Thank you for the invite.
I wish I invited you. No, but this is the idea of production. Folks, MPL Philippines Season 16 is brought to us by Infinix. Equipped with the all-day 120 FPS system, the next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines. Yes, that's right. This is the very same phone our athletes are using on stage.
Yeah, I wish I had one. 100%.
Same.
When I tried it for the first time, it just feels like this is the right phone. This is the right call here for this league.
It's buttery smooth. There's a reason why we see a lot of like good Lancelot players in the league.
Fannies.
Hey, it's because of the phone.
Also, level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries.
Hey, that's a lot, because last month, 200 lucky winners actually received 1,250 MOBB diamonds each. So this month, we're raising the stakes and we're getting it to potentially 50,000 diamonds.
Holy smokes, 50K, 50,000 diamonds. So for you guys out there, don't forget to download and sign up for Vibe now. Begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
Folks, this is the second day of Week 3, and so far, it stands true that Season 16 might be the most unpredictable and most intriguing season in all of MPL Philippines history. Even if there are teams at the bottom of the standings, there are teams that are fixed at the top and some finding their ways in the middle. We still don't know how the rest of the weeks of this season might go. Currently on top is the Season 14, the defending world champions ONIC PH, followed by Aurora. They closed off our bouts last night. And then, looking at the bottom, it's weird that we're seeing the Falcons fly so low.
Yeah, of all the twists of this whole season, I know we used the word twist a lot yesterday. I believe that Falcons I did not expect to see them at this state, at this point of the matchup of the tournament.
Yeah, not even just them. TLPH in the middle of the pack. I mean, it's common for like international title holders or champions to kind of underperform for the first few weeks.
As highlighted by Leia earlier in the loading screen.
But again, this is Liquid. This is Carl DZ. This is the team that has started MPL Plus, the new game for for this team, the new campaign. But now they're finding it like tough to actually fight it out in their own region.
And some of these teams will be in action tonight. We'll show you guys exactly what the spread looks like. 3 best-of-3s coming your way. It's a good day to be a super fan. We're opening up with APBR versus a TNC Pro Team, followed up by Smart Omega facing off against the defending champions in Team Liquid Philippines. And then we're closing off tonight with the World Champions versus the MDL Champions, Twisted Minds.
So there you go. Obviously, AP Red still has a lot of catching up to do, despite that it's not the rookie season anymore.
Yeah.
It feels like they have been up against a lot of really strong teams already. This time around, TNC obviously is also showing signs of their own chinks in the armor.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can try to find their way through there.
Yeah, I would say tempo is very important for like the first match, AP Brand TNT. For the second one, this is really like the final test for TLPH? Where do they see themselves going forward after this match?
Because even Omega shows promise.
Exactly.
Omega called in some homecoming heroes. Like, you don't pull Ryzen out of Cambodia. You don't pull Nets back from Malaysia just to let him sit on the bench and play in the middle of the league. They want to reach the top. And going for the top are these new era heroes. We're looking at James Panks and Zyda in the jungle. Midnight, you're known to back Zyda. And we know that James Panks has thousands of fans, a lot of them ladies. Let's talk about what these junglers bring to the table.
New generations, bro. We talked about it last season. Like Zyda and James Panks, they haul in the new generation of junglers. I would say they bring in a tough challenge because you see the promise, you see the mechanics, you see the potential in these players, the clutch moments as well. I think with James Panks and Zyda, they're leading the charge for like new generation players for them to actually compete in MPL.
They are living proof that dreams do come true, and they are here at the precipice, at the rise of the new era. These two teams have proven that no matter what happens, no matter where you find yourself in the MLBB ecosystem, your dream has a potential to come true.
Amen, brother.
And they're making it actually happen very early on in their own careers. We're talking about James Panks and Zyda, proven to be MVP performance caliber players as well.
Yeah.
Again, in MDL as well.
That's very true. Like, we have a lot of junglers in the league. They were built up over time, but Zyda and James Panks, when they came out, they were like, hey, cameras on us, highlights on us, look at us.
That's what I love about Zyda. He is the bridge between these two. He started his career in Season 10, and we've known of Zyda, we've known of Mama Coco amongst the amateur scene here in the Philippines. But when he stepped into the MPL, when he played at Eyesight in Quezon City, you know what we're talking about. When he played on the other half of the Echo Loud, Echo Proud system, we knew who he was. We knew the name, and we followed through. But here you'll see that this analogy runs deep between these two squads. It's not just in the jungle that we can say that, oh, it's the new era, because you're also looking at these icons in Rome, these icons in the gold. When you look at the Phoenix Army, TNC is now rocking not just the Mamba, but also the M4 MVP, the world champion Benny Cutie, and that is the mountain that APBR are staring at right now.
Yeah, if you're looking at like possible targets for Shizu and X-Nova, you don't need to look any further than their matchup right now. This is where they need to step up to. This is where they need to set themselves against.
Yeah, and I like the showcase that we're bringing in forward here. Like, we have veterans who are trying to make it back. It's sort of like the Filipino saying, you're still going there, I'm going back. But now, for Benny and Chaknu, they have to go back to where they started. You know, they're rediscovering themselves to find that venom. Innate venom for these two players, but on the other side, you have two players that are building their legacy: Shizu and X-Nova. These two players have been phenomenal in their own right. Shizu was a standout gold lane last season. X-Nova, a very, very insane roam for APBR, and he had a good showing not just in the MDL, but also for the past few weeks of MPL.
It's interesting to see that in Season 16 so far, the silent Shizu has better stats overall than the Storm Benny Cutie. So look at how the meta has evolved and developed. I think we are at the peak, the twilight even, the drop-off of this current patch 1.9.90.2 hotfix. Is that what we can expect here? Because, folks, the question comes down to you. Who's going to win the gold lane matchup? Who might win that mid lane duo? And this question is for you as well. Chaknu's part of that mid lane duo, which is really the signature hero of one Joshua, Chaknu, Mangilog. Is it the Grok, the Kufra, the Atlas, or something else?
Can I change letter D? All of the above.
All of the above. Wow.
I mean, it says others, so my answer for letter D will be all the above.
It feels like when you look at the start of his career, obviously it was built around the Grok and the Kufra. Atlas is a very niche pick at this point of the time, but you also can kind of just never forget his Cho. I feel like a lot of people actually forgot that. So, again, these are the heroes you also want to see resurge today.
You know what? I might even try to slot in there Matilda and Rafaela.
Ooh. From a different era.
At about Season 7, Season 8, he learned how to use these heroes. How am I forgetting myself here? Angela. So these are all Chaknu heroes, folks. Believe it or not, these are all Chaknu heroes. And the question lies with you, and the answer as well.
Hey, Belric.
That's so niche.
Yeah, I mean,
I like
Chakno is a niche.
He is one of a kind.
He is one of a kind.
He's the only Hall of Legends inductee with no MPL title just yet, which makes this matchup all the more interesting. Without further ado, let's welcome them on stage. This is APBR and TNC.
Can the new era of gold laners and roamers beat their fiery opponent? It's Lord JM, James Banks, X-Nova, Shizu, and Shopskirt, ang pinalakas, APBR! How high can the Phoenix rise today? It's Threemar, Zyda, Lancy, Chaknu, and Benny Cutie. Always rise, TNC Pro Team! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Patrick, Chico, JJ, and Jeff. Joined by the two teams are their respective coaches. It's Coach Jeff for APBR and Coach Etamax for TNC. It's the Bees against the Phoenix. Will the Bees sting or get scorched by the Phoenix?
Midnight talked to us about APBR. They're playing with Chovskirt in mid, his season 16 re-debut.
Yeah, I was expecting more of the veteran experience from Aqua, but hey, sophomore experience is also a thing for APBR. Now that they have enough games at their belt, we've seen a lot of like readjustments, reinvention from this squad. Even if James Bank showing out some of the moves we haven't seen from the past seasons with the utility jungler, but I think at this point they need to flesh something out from Shizu. We've seen him perform with the Harrods, with the Moscows, but at this point, is that it for APBR?
They're playing this lineup against TNC, who we've known to just get better and better every single week.
That's right, and I would say Chovskirt is a great maybe matchup against some of these players that he actually had more recent experience with, maybe compared to Aqua, who is starting to get his toes back in the water, as they say. But I really do believe that, you know, more cohesion and more playtime is exactly what TNC is looking for the past few. Just get that synergy in, because everyone knows every single one of these players individually have steam.
You know what? I learned something last week as we closed up week 2. I shared an elevator ride with Hito and Chaknu. I asked the Mamba.
It's a fun ride.
Oh, it was unforgettable. I asked the Mamba, hey man, when did you move into TNC's bootcamp? He said like right before the season.
Oh.
So they need every single bit of reps. So their chemistry is there, but their stats will tell you otherwise, that maybe they need a little bit more, and that's why they get better week after week. That's the story. I was baffled. While we were all in Riyadh, Chakno was still packing his things.
Exactly. So apparently he hasn't had that much reps, which is definitely they're going to be a little bit behind compared to other teams because of that. But you know what? Again, every week it does feel like the stats just move inch and inch up.
Yep. This is the Mamba we're talking about. And let's see how they prepped for this bout. Let's listen to the Smart 5G ping test.
Chovskirt in. Ba't ang hina? Chovskirts. Magpapasiklab ba ngayong araw? Dudurugin ba namin? O kami ang madudurog? Si Hito? Si Hito lalaro? Nakakaranga ba yan, Cheese? Nakakaranga ata dyan ah. Tapos caption ko, tinalo ko si Chakmamba. Wala. Basta kayo guys. Narinig ko yung sarili ko.
Mahina ba siya? Di ako ready dito ah. Dala yata yung lips ko eh. Hello, hello, mic check. My life is I'm not ready. Hello? Mic check. I can't swing on my own. Andito na kami. Andito na ang TNC. Magpapamalas ng kakaibang movements. Hello pare. Pakinggan mo ako. Ba't anong hina ng sarili ko? Pangbakbaka na to ya. Kaya ako unahin yung iba. Unahin ko yung sarili ko. Dala yata yung lips ko ya eh.
Keep your lips hydrated.
Yes,
Take
sir.
it as a tip from one of the best-known junglers in the league, in the country. That's Zyda. It's nice to hear him actually on our ping test because this is a player that, if you ask me, speaks louder with his game.
That is true. I like it when I see Zyda. I can't get reminded of like a younger King Kong.
Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, I never understood why people thought about Zyda as a regular jungler. He's always been a standout for me. Like, every single performance I see from this kid, it feels like he's a veteran. And a rookie's shoes, of course.
Well, he is a product of the MLBB esports ecosystem.
Yeah.
He started in the amateurs, played his way through, and proved himself.
Yes.
Let's see what these teams need to do to win this matchup. Let's listen to the keys to victory, provided by Wolf in the Howl.
Welcome to The Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's APBR going up against TNC. Hindi natin masyado pang nakikita ang APBR. Pero kung tatandaan natin kung paano sila nananalo, ito yung sa Catch Heroes mula kay Xnova. At napakagandang panoorin ng mga laro nila kapag komportable sila. Kaya naman, para sa akin, kailangan nilang i-ride ang momentum na yon. If they play catch with Kufra or kahit yung mga tipong uso ngayon like Nakalea, magiging maganda ang itsura ng laruan ng APBR. Sabay na natin din ang pagkontra nila kay Zyda. Because if you watch the previous matches ng TNC, lalong-lalo na dun sa series na naipanalo nila, kapag si Zyda ang nag-take over ng game, nakakatakot ang TNC. Medyo slow lang sila mag-start at nagiging dependent sila sa Assassin, pero pag nakontra to ng side ng APBR, mas maganda ang chance nila sa serye na to. Now for TNC, they also have to play catch with Chakno at nakakatawa dahil makikita natin ang bakbakan ng dalawang teams na magaling with setup heroes from the roam role. And for Chakno, lalong-lalo na nung nilalaro na niya yung Grok na talagang signature hero niya, iba din talaga ang performance ng TNC. Additionally, kailangan nilang manalo sa early game with tempo controlling mid trios. So far para sa TNC, hindi pa sila nananalo ng early game at hindi masyadong magandang senaryo to para sa TNC dahil sa meta ngayon, sobrang importante niyan. So yung mid trio, which is the roam mid lane as well as the jungler, kailangan na galingan pa sa early game para sa TNC for them to be able to win against APBR. Ito na rin yung way nila para pigilan yung catch heroes ni Xnova. So tignan natin kung ito ang mangyayari. It's APBR going up against TNC. Back to the casters.
Let me just say, Leo, this is a very good point. Like, the contention between these two teams, they start with the cores because the roamers are always able to set up. You see how Wolf highlighted both Xnova and Chakno. They play around their roamers, most specifically with the sets that they give.
If Nova is good, Bren is good.
That's right, because you know what? X marks the spot. Catch is for catch.
It's the Admiral, bro.
It's Admiral.
Oh, is he the Admiral?
He's the
Apparently
Admiral.
so.
The Admiral buff for APBR, but that's also very true for TNT. Chakno is the Venom against APBR, but as the seasons progress, we see Chakno quite a bit tamed on some heroes, aside from the fact that he pulled out a Grok. Amazing Grok performance in the past games of TNT. That was amazing. That was phenomenal.
He's got 100% win rate on Grok. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft is about to begin. It's APBR picking sides. They decide to go red. And we've seen some of the strengths of going red. As long as you're okay with your opponents power picking a Zushin or a Lancelot in blue, then all the more you have all the power to play with whatever you want. Red 5 is still very strong.
Yeah, and let's not forget, they have flexed their first pick up until the last pick, switching up to its utility, switching up to Assassins. So there is a sort of like advantage for APBR to have the red side, because flex will be problematic for TNC.
Maybe because of those flexes on the Assassin, maybe they'll be able to really utilize those catch heroes, the catch roamers that we've been talking about there in the Howl. And I can understand why he is super focused on it. It does feel like it's going to dictate the tempo of this game.
Yeah, I would say Uranus and Baksha, both of them are very good contestable heroes here for both sides. Maybe more so for APBR because they are able to flex those picks from the first phase up until the second phase.
Here we're primed to see TNC get their hands on the Lancelot. They've done this many times playing from blue, and they don't mind going for power trades. This is exactly what they do. They ban the Phovis, they ban the Kalia, and Coach Jeff is on you.
Yeah. Real question is, TNT, do they, now they remove the Uranus. They still can get the Yi Shin first pick unless APBR denies them of that. Now, the next question is, are you confident enough to first pick a Fanny?
That was exactly what I was thinking of, especially with Zyda looking really hot there. But the trade-offs are really strong as well, like the Zushin, right? The Yi Shin. There's so many good first picks there that might just trump that, I guess, depending on what Coach Itamax is thinking here.
It's never been done. a first pick Fanny, not in Season 16.
Yeah. Yes.
Not in years.
Yeah.
In MPLPH.
I mean, with TNC, it's almost always the red 3, but the problem is they're on blue side. So if you want to show the Fanny, blue 1 or blue 4-5 could be, the slot for Zyda's pick, but they don't have the luxury of doing that. Now, both Uranus and Baksha is removed. They're following on their right draft variation for both sides. Again, the question is for TNC, what do you get? Do you get the Farsa? Do you get the Zushin? Do you get the Yisun Shin first pick?
So it's a question of Chinese or Korean. Because I don't think it's Farsa. I don't think it's Farsa.
Agree.
What race is Farsa?
I don't know. She's
Bird?
She's Mobile Legends Z's.
She's definitely not any race right now.
Okay.
No, she's not Monia, and she's not Necro Keep, so I
don't know.
We need help from chat. Chat, help us out.
All right, Zushin. Zushin is the pick. All right, the TNC, they're looking at the possible utility picks from AP Bren. No Fredrins. No, Box has been removed by AP Bren themselves. So now, AP Bren, they had a chance to get both the Farsa and the Yisun Shin.
And with that, obviously, there's going to be really strong answers here. I kind of just expect more catch heroes here for AP Brent. Maybe lock it in already for X-Nova. Lapu Lapu, I don't think you want to contest that early, but maybe on the third.
Maybe red 3.
Yeah.
So maybe high priority on heroes like Harith for Shizu, even the Moskov would be good here for AP Brent. Blocks off the possible Fanny pick on the side of TNT, as well as the Hylos. It depends what they want. They go for the Arlot. It's a good answer against the Zushin, and now they pick up the Hylos. Wow, okay. Both of them kind of understands how this matchup should go.
Solid front line already for AP Bren. Usually, they're playing blue. This is the second time.
Yes.
Third time, rather, this season that they played red. So this order is very new for them even.
First time that they've chosen red, I think.
Yeah.
Well, were they on the choosing side?
Oh, no, second time. No. Second time they've chosen red. First time was Uranus' first pick, and then they flex it to the last phase.
Yep.
TNC, do you go Fanny here against Hylos and Arlot? I don't think so, honestly. You go Hayabusa or maybe Yisun Shin. Even though Yisun Shin against Hylos is kind of hard, but now they go with the Fanny. They don't care. I don't give a damn, says Zyda. And then maybe a steal? Oh, okay. They don't steal away any of Shizu's heroes, which is very interesting because now they can just get the Harith and ban the Moskov.
So you were thinking about getting either Harith or Moskov here, right?
Yeah.
Just trying to gimp out
Either
Shizu.
both. Like, you can just go Harith, ban Moskov, or just straight up pick Moskov, let them take Harith second phase. There it is. Oh my god. This is a good draft from both sides, honestly.
They know each other. They know that Shizu is also very crucial in this matchup. That's why you lock it in very early on, or you risk it getting banned out on the 4th and 5th.
Yeah. I'm just surprised that they paired up the Hylos with the Arlot. Now they lose the flex factor, so it's kind of obvious the last two remaining heroes would be jungle and mid. Now good options would be heroes with dashes, sort of like the Valentina for Chub Skirt. But even then, like, what do you steal? You steal the AOG, you steal a Crimson Beacon for just a mobility spell. It's not a good mage per se, but it's a decent answer against this lineup of TNT.
It's also unlikely they'll go Kagura here, right? Because that's not going to hit anyone.
Maybe.
It's going to be hard to hit, especially the Fanny and the Zushin on distance.
Yeah. I mean, if they're going to let go of the Harith, maybe that is the better option. Like a Kagura in the mix for AP Brent, so you could just block off the Zaman Force.
Mind you, Selena's still open.
Oh.
If they really want to close up the map against TNC.
That's kind of hard. Like, if you lose early game, that's it.
That's like a very big throwback as well, too. Like, when Selena was basically the main picks around mid.
That is true.
She still kind of is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Even for Chopskirt, honestly, like, either Vexana or Selena, those were the two heroes of AP Bren. With some of Louise out there, it could be potentially picked on Red 4, especially with the Arlot. So there's a chance that AP Bren just goes for a complete map control composition here.
Coach Jeff and Coach Baum block out these XP laners, making sure that Lord J and Mr. 50-50 get a good matchup.
Yeah.
CC and Glue out of the equation. TNC taking out a very specific kind of jungler here. They're not letting go of the fact that maybe, just maybe, James Banks was at the MDL global ban system hero pool, makes a showing and takes out the Akai.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's weird because you have a Zushin.
I guess they're just removing the risk of like locking in a Fanny play. Just making it a very easy Fanny game. But either way, it is going to be hard already with the stuns coming in from like the high loss.
Yeah, exactly.
good read for Coach Etomax taking out the Kimmy, whose main condition is have bodies in front of you. That's what the Arlott and the Hylos are doing here.
Yeah.
Taking out as an option for Chovskirt. Red 4 now, the pick for AP
Kagura.
Bren.
There
There's
you
a
go.
Kag. So she's fine. She's going to answer the threat of the Fanny with mobility and shields.
There's a good chance AP Bren's last pick is Hayabusa or Joy. For James Banks, maybe a Leomord, I don't know. But for TNC, I would say Harris, Granger, Lapu, yeah, very obvious. Oh, okay, I like this. It's Benny special.
Benny special. He's had a lot of win rates on the carry. He has high survivability on this as well. Lapu Lapu did not expect that to come out. I was thinking maybe something more durable, but they want to go fight.
Yeah, you can't go Fredrin here. There's no way. You go Haya, Joy, any assassin that can actually utilize the Arlott setup early game to punish this sort of like non-existent front line of TNC for the first 5 minutes.
Just so something good happens when Lord JM actually hits a really good final slash.
Imagine a Fredrin, Arlott, you would have a lot of dash, but come mid-game, you would just die to carry in Zushin.
I would rather Hayabusa.
Yeah, Hayabusa looks
Seems to be the best.
Or YSS.
Oh yeah, it's not bad out, right?
Yeah.
Maybe?
It's weird. They stopped caring.
Whoa! No, this is the worst thing. I didn't want to mention it because I knew it was bad.
Oh.
But why though?
They played this last week, right?
The Lucas
They played it
against Roar.
Wait, I just literally saw that.
Oh no, against TLPH, I think. Oh no, wait. I just remember one Lucas
Twisted
game.
Minds.
Oh,
Week
Twisted
1,
Minds.
day 3.
Oh yeah, against MP the King.
Last pick against Twisted Minds. They lost.
Yeah,
I don't like good. I don't like this against Zushin, Gatot, Carry. There's a lot of like hold on the front line. I mean,
the Carry Zushin alone.
Yeah, you could say there's also like a lot of front line for AP Bren, like the high-lows. You provide also the snipe with the Kagura and the Arlott, but I'm just worried about mid-game timings for AP Bren. If they don't hit their first turtle timing mark for the Lucas, then they would just be at the mercy of the Storm.
Folks, we alluded to James Pank's almost infinite hero pool, but there was no need to flex like this. James Pank, this is too soon, and I wonder how you're gonna make it work. Game 1 is upon us. It's AP Bren versus TNC Pro Team.
I really actually agree with that. This is too much too soon, James Spams. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm hoping that you can make it work to some extent.
Yeah. Problem with this Lucas pick is it's too slow.
Too slow,
like,
man. The meter throws me off.
It's super, super slow. I mean, not the actual ult, but you know, the recharge time.
Yeah. So I'm looking for those moments where I can activate my ultimates in the right time, not in the the fight's already starting and then my bar's almost half full. I kept calling those so many times.
Which is counterproductive to how the rest of their lineup has been drafted, because it's all I'm ready to go. But what if James isn't?
Yeah.
That's it. That's exactly it. Especially if you're against a Fanny, right? You want to be able to go at the snap of a finger.
Yeah, honestly, it's all Chovskirt, X-Nova, and Lord Jim. You know, the early game is going to depend on them.
Look at that, Chovskirt gonna be forced to flicker out here. Chakno and Lassie seem to have this mid cut locked up. Twit!
This is stuff for AP Bren. They need to find a good setup in the middle lane. They need to get a good transition towards the turtle. Problem is, even Lord James having a hard time against 3-Mar. Turtle is going to be a question mark for AP Bren if they can even contest against TNC.
Mr. 50-50 has his work cut out for him. Again, we've known 3-Mar, even in the matchups they lose, dominate with this Lapu Lapu. X-Nova, check it on Zyda!
Wait a second, what is happening? Zyda, he took too much time with that, and now that turtle you're talking about, Midnight, feels like it is all up for the taking.
What the hell? What was Zyda doing?
That was so greedy. He even had Retry, but he didn't use it. I don't know why Zyda even stayed under the Hylos.
He took his sweet time in that bush, man. I don't know if that was the right call.
Yeah, that was a Nani moment from Zyda.
Here we go. Turtle already spawned. Zyda is on the map, does not have his purple though. Chaknu going for the pull. They're going to need every single advantage they can get their hands on, given what happened. And now, AP Bren barreling away.
Now they have to wait for the purple buff on Zyda, and they're just slowing him down as much as they can. This fight here, coming in from Free Martisi though. Beautiful Unbreakable coming in from Chaknu, slowing him down, pushing back the AP Bren members, and it looks good for TNC.
A 3v4, and TNC win it with 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
They take the turtle without a retribution and steal James Purple.
See, folks, this is why we were kind of like having a hard time understanding the Lucas pick. It doesn't work into Zushin. Not just Zushin, even the Lapu Lapu. Imagine you can just use the ult you want to fight, but guess what? The Lapu Lapu also wants to fight into the Lucas ult because he has damage reduction, he has more damage per se, and he was not able to charge up the flash combo from James Max.
Exactly, he couldn't even like beast out. He couldn't do any of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Benny Cutie has played 43 games and won 27 of them in his all-time career stats on carry, which explains why more than half the players I asked, who do you think of when I say carry? They say Benny Cutie.
I would say that also includes Super Marco, one of his comfort heroes, right? So, yeah, he beat out so many of them in that stat.
I was going to say me, but I don't play enough Mobile Legends.
You.
I'm sure you do in your own time.
Yeah, carry jungle, sir. Anyways, going back to this game, AP Bren. By the way, because of Zyda's death in the green camp, it sort of allowed AP Bren to have their window. Well, let's talk about it later.
Baited. That was
okay. Now they completely missed the window because before they had it. Like when the Fanny died, okay, they have a window to take turtle. They can fight, but now TNC's in farming mode. Honestly, if AP Bren's doing nothing, Benny Cutie's smiling.
See, even when TNC are missing, AP Bren get punished. That just shows you how weird the timing is. The necessities of this lineup. Oh, they crash on the 3!
Oh, no. 50-50 right here is just no way out for Lord JM. That wasn't even 50-50. That was like 99-1.
Not gonna lie, these are weird matchups for AP Bren. Imagine if you're the Lucas, the Fanny cables in, you ult, of course.
And
but
then
if he cables out, now what?
And then you're just left with your hands in your pocket, wait for Zyda to take that turtle again.
I've played this matchup so many times. It's not fun being the Lucas.
That's why I didn't even mention it.
Exactly. Especially in this kind of game where you are playing from behind. The Fanny is just gonna macro the map. Macro the hell out of the farm you have. He's just gonna steal greens. Oh, Lancey.
Nice engage here. Coming in from Lord J, but you forgot.
Oh, 3 more.
Lancey is still ready to fight, and here comes Free Martisi with that Lapu Lapu going bananas. Didn't even need Zyda for most of that fight.
Lord JM gets zeroed once again. Chocno chasing James here. And all throughout the map, bottom got pushed in. The turtle went to TNC twice. Mids get bullied. So, are we looking at Shizo? What's the silent one to do?
I mean, honestly, at this point, AP Bren might as well go farm mode. You know, you have to fight TNC in their timing, which is the late stage. Problem is, they're fighting into very good controllers on the map, like the Fanny. There's no decent catch from the side of AP Bren.
None.
Unless Zyda messes up somehow. Like, he cables in into a Moscow or something.
I mean, a decent stunt coming from Xnova. Change of pride here. But look at that. When AP Bren goes ham, someone will disappear from the map.
All right. That was 3-Mar against 5 members of AP Bren.
Yeah.
Look at that. Zyda making it work against 3 of them.
Damn.
Discount 2. I'll get 1. Thank you very much.
Yeah, to be fair, the Lapu Lapu was in no man's land, you know. That was AP Bren's bush. But even then, look at the punish from TNC.
It's not a man, that's Mar.
That's right. Okay. He's not a man. He's a Mar.
It's a different guy, by the way.
And here we go. James get on recovery mode. I just have a question, though. Maybe if it was old Lucas, this would
Not even.
Not even.
His
kit isn't built to face off against what TNC brought to the table.
Yeah. And also, it's not fun playing Lucas against Lapu.
Against anyone at this point?
Because he out-sustains you.
Yeah. So and also, like, if you don't have flash combo, you're just a sitting duck.
I would love to hear the rationale that they had with drafting out. You know what?
Zyda.
We'll find out later, maybe. Some good damage coming from James Max. With a miss on the shockwave. No! And a miss on that spear as well.
No way.
What?
2 dodges.
Smooth moves by Zyda. Cool under pressure, and this whole time, the rest of his team was taking the turtle.
Yeah, Benny's like, I'm the jungle now. Midnight said, carry jungle, I take turtle.
Yeah, they're hunting for Shizu now. We're looking for silent people.
They see him.
And they are committing everything to take him down.
He got silenced
real
quick.
The miss.
Non-stop action coming in here. Already committing that final slash. I think AP Bren has to make a run for it. He's not going to let it happen. Let's Lancey with a takedown.
Look at the macro. Like, TNC TNC's all over the map. It's because they have the mobility, they have the damage. Zyda's not afraid to like commit into something because even if he dies, Benny's doing something. If I'm not a jungle right now, Benny's a jungle. He's taking turtles. If I'm in the base, not playing the map, Benny's playing the map.
Something is comforting about a dual core setup like this. Trima gets caught with a final slash, but still cool under pressure. He knows that he's not in any trouble. He's built 2 solid items here, and I think he's forcing them. He's goading them to fight.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing from AP Bren!
He stole the purple buff.
In their
with the-
faces.
In front of their faces with the last hit from the bravest fighter.
Unbelievable. I would say Fremar right now really is not a man, right? He is a Mar.
He's more.
He is more.
3 more.
And again, he's at this point where the Lapu Lapu is so good. Obviously, Lapu Lapu on this guy's hands is already crazy enough. But look at this. Now everyone else is following up so well. Lancey's untouched.
Look at Taida. He's going to be able to snipe somebody if they walk up here. Doesn't matter whoever it is.
For sure, he's going to be able to whittle down X-Nova as well if he was there.
Chakra looking for the taunt. Not going to find it. And Zyda's holding this brush. He's holding this brush like he's Yelly Hayes in Season 8.
Yeah, I remember that. I was also like holding my heart. That was a scary bush to take over. But AP Bren, they try hard to like take over some bushes. Problem is, TNC, they don't mind. They don't mind waiting. They're just letting Benny Cutie farm. Take your time, get your items. We'll deal more damage later. Now DHS is up. The Trinity is now up for Benny.
That's what they call the Swift Trinity in the business.
Yep.
And we are in business. Benny Cutie is going to be dishing out death. 1 ton, 6,500 gold ahead. Zyda pushing that long lane. Again, it's the same situation. AP Bren is caught between a rock and a hard place. Do we fight you or do we stop you? Shizu, here's the thing, man. He can throw the SOD and try to contest with the Lord, but he wouldn't even want to press that button.
Yeah, you just make sure you hit as well, though, if you really want to join the team fight, because right now there's no way that they're going to be able to get into it.
They don't know!
They don't know! They don't do
my
it!
God. They had no idea because Chakno was in the front lines. They didn't see the Fanny cable in. And then Benny just bursted the Lord.
Man, that was completely misinformation there coming in from AP Bren, slowing him down. And again, maybe that was the right call as well. Just no way to contest for that one.
Misinformation might be an oxymoron because they don't know what will hurt him, and they didn't even see past the river.
Non-information or something.
Exactly.
Zero info.
It's worse than wrong information because they don't know. This lineup is lacking vision. Sure, they can throw the umbrella out, but what's it gonna do?
I mean, they could have fought Chaknu, honestly, but AP Ben, that's their big conundrum right now. Even the God of Kacha, they cannot fight because they know that the setups that are gonna come out after, like the Fanny cabling in, and then the carry just dishing out damage to the front lines of AP Bren.
TNC trying to strong arm this push in mid. AP Bren's last bastion. They've kept mid lane pretty healthy. In comparison to the rest of the map, look, they're going to lose his top lane, and they're going to stare down the barrel of an 8,000 gold lead. That is literally a difference in medals. AP Bren is playing in the Bronze Age, while TNC is playing in the internet.
That's right. And here we go.
Oh my
Two-man stun coming in with that bravest fighter. Great knock-up here. X-Nova putting out the red carpet, but will he be able to get out of here alive? Looks like he will. Chaknu goes down. They were fighting under tower for a majority of that fight.
Okay.
Just had a hard time sustaining.
They find the pick off onto Chaknu, even under the revitalize. Good final slash from Lord JM to catch the God of Kacha after the ultimate. But TNC, they hold off because Lancia was zoning the backline of AP Bren, and they were just protecting the the damage dealers on the side of TNC. Oh, Zyda!
Just when you thought they were going to come out, they were going to go punch back in. Lancia up on front. They'll be dodging out the Kagura arrows, Kagura umbrellas rather. Looks like that's going to be it for now.
Commendable approach. You saw there X-Nova tried to smoke up and get the engage, but they were just too scrambled. I guess the resources weren't lined up for AP Bren. They could have come crashing in, but it looks like TNC setting something up. Oh, 3 Mars is always ready.
Oh, he's always happy to just jump in there anytime he gets a chance. Now that's Chaknu. I think he already used Conceal. He is in trouble right now. Chaknu having a hard time getting in and getting out of that fight.
It's a bit of an overcommitment from TNC. They could have definitely just backed off. But because of that, AP Bren, they're slowly inching towards that gold lead that TNC has. Now it's down to 7K.
This is the Mamba's calling card. You put him down, he'll keep coming back. You put him down, he'll keep coming back. The story of his career, there's a story of this game.
Try again.
And slowly, I'd say give it 2 more times. If it happens 2 more times with no clap back from TNC,
yes,
then maybe AP Bren catches back.
You know that,
we have a ball
that
game.
concealed and unbreakable to the back, he's done that twice already and failed twice already.
Yeah, you don't do that to an Arlet, by the way.
Diminishing returns.
Yeah.
So this is the second Lord spawning, lower quarter, same exact spot. Zyda is hitting that same sore spot that he has been for the past 5 minutes, pushing that long lane. And now AP Bren might not make that same mistake, man. They might actually engage on the chat.
And that's the thing here. He's done that twice, but look at TNC. They're still 7k ahead. Like, they're slipping up so many times, it doesn't even matter at this point.
All right, Shizo defending that long lane. Lancy flushing out that Y brush. Lord now at a quarter of his health.
Happy to jump in. There you go. AOG straight to the front.
SOD.
There goes that slash as well. Not going to be making as much of an impact here. James Panks with that.
Oh, Shizu!
Change of form, but doesn't even matter. Will it change the outcome of the game? Shizu is still fighting. He's still got some spears on his back, but they get cleaned up here by TNC.
That's a wipeout. The Phoenix Army ain't playing around. They might even end it.
Yeah, tower on the bottom lane. They have a minion wave coming to the base of AP Bren. Question is, do they have firepower?
They don't even need a Lord at this point. They're going straight for the base.
No
3
damage
more.
dealers.
Shakno and Lancy just doing it the hard way. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the win. TNC, game 1.
They finessed it. They fight hard. They didn't even care for the objectives. They go for the win.
Not gonna lie, a bit underwhelming on the ending, but TNC, they made a quick work of AP Bren in the Lord Dance. The reset was there. The target selection was there. The turn was there. Shizu, though, with the SOD, almost turned it around. But alas, there were 2 damage dealers on the side of TNT that were just so far ahead. That's why they were able to close out that fight.
You know what, Robert? I think it's better this way. Because if this lasted a little longer, there would be more questions to be asked for TNC. Because already, AP Bren, again, we reacted so vehemently against the Lucas. This should not have worked. And I think they could have ended, just in my opinion, my humble opinion, they could have ended like maybe 2 minutes earlier.
Yeah, you know, if those conceal unbreakables actually worked.
Yeah.
A few of those, but you're right, absolutely right. That Lucas is a big red sore spot on the draft that could have been really, really good.
Oh, here we go. He's more than a man. He's 3 more. He's the MVP of game number 1. This Lapu Lapu was monstrous.
Yeah, the Mar of the game. 3 Mar on the Lapu Lapu with the engages, the quick turn on the turtle, which, by the way, started the momentum here for TNC. Mr. Dan himself said the aggression on this guy is phenomenal. Yeah, that's Mr. Leo Man right there. Dude, 83% kill participation. But the thing is, the amount of farm that he has, he converts into pressure, he converts into damage. He was the main sword in the thumb for AP Bren. Every single time they see the Lapu Lapu, 3 Mars always going in. He's always trying to like look for a target, find a pick off. Even the one time he died, they committed a lot of resources for this Mar to just die. But it opened up the map so much for Zyda and Benecuti to take over the game.
Yeah, especially in the game that we have where usually it's the roamer coming in first. Freemar, the big XP lane, the big guy is the one who starts the fight time and time again.
He is the antithesis to what AP Bren is doing. There's a lot of time that AP Bren needs. Setup, space, opportunities. But 3Mar denies them all that because a singular ult, a battle spell, a flicker that is off of cooldown undoes everything AP Bren sets up.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of pressure for AP Bren to sort of like fix this problem that they're having where they can't target backline. They can't find the Fanny and the carry because 3Mar has always been consistent on the jumps, even with the flicker combos, catching off either James Punks, Chovskirt, even sometimes Lord JM to prevent the final slash from coming out from AP Bren, which again opens up so many dimensions for Zyda and Benecuti to play the team fight. Even though at that last team fight, Shizu was able to snipe both Benny and Zyda off the playing field, 3Mar was there. He was like, screw you, what 2 damage dealers? We have 3.
That's right. And it not just damage dealers, possibly cores.
Cores, yeah.
This is not a dual core setup. The way 3Mar played it, it's a triple core setup.
Yes, that's why it's 3Mar.
That's right.
3 cores.
Get out of here.
That's TNT. Thank you. Thanks for the... It's been an honor tasking for the English desk. But yeah, AP Bren.
Sub in, ladies and gents.
It's a big question mark as to why they pulled out this Lucas. We saw the cons, the downside of having to wait for the Lucas Ultimate. They can't play into their timings. They have to wait for objectives. They have to wait for everything. Basically, the stars have to align for AP Bren. But what does TNC do? They just fight. They just farm.
This lineup would have worked like every 2,000 years.
Yes. According to the Mayan calendar.
Yeah.
You know?
The hieroglyphics.
Mind you, I don't want to glaze on TNC too much because there were so many holes I could see in their gameplay.
Donuts.
Too many.
Yep.
I would say they made like 4 or 5 crucial mistakes.
You can count in one hand.
Yeah, you count in one hand. It wasn't perfect, but they played at least to the strengths of their lineup.
Yeah.
On side of AP Brand, man, it was chaotic.
Literally just 2 mistakes. Both on Chakno, by the way. Well, 3. Counting Zaida's blunder.
The first blunder.
The first blunder. I was like, what? What the hell?
There was other few. You can tell. Overall, it was still Zaida who was able to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, the macro aspect of the game is always there. It's always going to be there for the Fanny, especially for the first few minutes against Moskov. The Moskov only becomes a problem come the late game if the game's equal. Like, you have the same amount of farm, and most importantly, if the wind of nature is out. But for the majority of this game, Zaida was just able to farm everything he sees, everything that moves, he gets.
And he's gonna need it because he is a Fanny, a full-on assassin, compared to the fighter in the hands of James Panks, who is the Lucas, whose items arguably might be a little more affordable when it comes down to the budget, the gold requirement. So now, going into game number 2, it's clear that, in case you need subtitles, that Lucas should not have been there.
Yeah.
That's one way to fix it.
I have one word for game 1. Nani.
Nani. Well,
Nani correct.
We'll give the players some time to figure out exactly how to fix their draft in game 2. But real quick, don't miss on this early Christmas gift. Tickets are now at 189 pesos from September, well, whatever it was yesterday, 5 up until September 19. Go to the MPL Philippines website and secure your tickets now. And while you're here, we suggest you do this one thing.
What?
Snap a photo.
Snap a photo, of course, of any MPLPH player during very specific moments while inside the venue for a chance to win Diamond.
Hey, use this graphic as your shot list, and once you snap the photo, post it on your profile, okay? Post it on your profile with the required hashtags. You have up until September 8th to submit your snaps. That's Monday. You have 2 days. So if you're going tomorrow, you snap a photo.
You know what? You don't need us to tell you because every week, week in, week out, day after day, our pros invite you. They say, hey, look for me.
Go to me.
I think, were they sitting on this seat or those? But they were like, hey, look for me, take a snap of me, and get a chance to win diamonds.
Yeah. Shout out to Hito, by the way.
Oh yeah, that guy's the best.
He did that.
King Kong did it too.
Yeah. They were like, hey, go here, support us, take a picture of us, tag us, do your thing.
I feel like Hito's always there. You just don't see him all the time. You don't see him on camera all the time. He's always there.
You don't have to. You know that the former CEO of Smart Omega is always around.
Yeah.
Always.
We're fortunate enough to be in the grace of the presence of Hito.
Yeah, I just want to see him in slippers again, though.
Hito is a blessing.
Yeah.
I want that orange cloak. That
orange bathrobe,
Oh, you're
bro.
right. You're right.
Make it happen.
Make it happen.
Sir Eric, make it happen. TNC, come on, what do we gotta do? I've gotten word that we are going to be throwing over to an all access in just a bit. Did you know that, speaking of smart, we have battle trips happening wherein we show people around the MPL arena to learn about what we do here? Let's go ahead and do that right now.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and of course we are here together with the MPL Battle Trips. Guys, magpakilala naman kayo sa lahat ng ating mga fans.
Hi, I am Clint Loza, a graduating electrical engineering.
Nanginginig ng konti,
Nilalamig kasi siya, Hans.
Okay, take 2 tayo. Take 2. Go.
Okay, I am Clint Loza, a graduating electrical engineering student from Batangas State University.
Oh, graduating. May graduating ba? Graduating. Yes, I like it.
Hi guys, my name is Eugene Borja, your Facebook moderator for MLBB Laguna.
Wow! Mga taga-South pala to mga to. Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal.
Rizal ako, Rizal.
Mga kompleto na tayo dito. At baka may taga-Quezon dyan. And welcome to MPL Arena, guys. Kumusta yung experience nyo so far? Alam namin na medyo maulan sa labas. Kumusta yung naging biyahe nyo? And yung experience nyo ngayon?
Thank God kasi yung biyahe namin is clear pa yung weather and yung pagpasok namin is medyo maulan na pero yun, we're glad na safe kami na makapanood ng MPL Season 16.
How about you, Eugene? Kumusta yung experience mo dito sa loob ng MPL Arena?
It feels na sobrang saya and also yung makita mo ng close yung mga players as well. Shows na parang even though na parang nanood ka, parang you're part of the game na rin naman.
Hans, parang may bago kang kasama dyan.
Oo, ito nga eh. Nag-a-apply siya eh. Ano ba tanong mo, pare?
Anong favorite mong natutunan?
Ay, may bago ka palang co-host.
Oo nga, ikaw, ano ba favorite mong natutunan?
Marami po.
Marami, gaya na.
Marami. Ano natutunan mo, Eugene?
Ako especially
Salamat.
sa production side. Sobrang nalula ako na ganun pala ka
Kabrod.
yung pwede mong pasukin from the broadcasting side.
Hindi lang gaming, no? Hindi ka lang player, pwede ka din maging part ng broadcast. And how about you, Clint? Bukod sa marksman ka, ano ang natutunan mo?
From Sir YB at saka kay Sir Giro na nag-tour sa amin sa production side. So, nagpakilala sila with their background, yung professional background nila. So, nag-start sila from their collegiate nila kung ano yung college. And sinabi nila na hindi sila nakapagtapos pero all paths, yung naging tumatak sa akin yung all paths leads to esports. So, although na hindi sila napagtapos ng college, maganda yung career nila sa esports career. And yun, napagtanong din ako sa kanila kung paano ko ma-integrate yung engineering sa esports, no? So, since I want to be involved and of course, maging masaya sa ginagawa ko, hindi lang yung puro trabaho at puro stress. So, yun yung natutunan ko, lalo na dito sa mga production team po natin.
I like it. You know, very thoughtful, very direct. Alam mo, idol ko rin yan sina YB tsaka si Giro.
Shoutout sa
I am
inyo.
sure, shoutout kina YB, shoutout kina Giro. And shoutout din sa inyo guys. Maraming salamat sa pagpunta. Hopefully you get to enjoy everything that is about to happen. Pero sa ngayon, wag na nating patumpik-tumpik pa. Pasa mo na sa mga casters.
Balik sa inyo, casters.
Yes!
Thanks so much to our guests from Smart Battle Trips and to our lovely hosts, Hans and Odin. Welcome back. You're tuned in to smack dab the middle of the first series of today's broadcast. It's APBR versus TNC, brought to you by some of the youngest talents in MPL Philippines. My name is Leo at your service, joined here by Rockhart and Robert Neal, Midnight de Guzman.
Officially 6 hours.
Your career.
Today, yeah.
Congratulations.
In English desk, don't worry. In English desk.
Caveat. So, with that said, let's talk about this matchup once again. APBR definitely, their choice aside is not up to them. How does TNC take this to the juggler? Do they go blue or do they go red? Do they allow APBR to make more mistakes?
Well, they go for blue, which is understandable. Like, it's the norm in the current match, in the current meta. But the problem is, you just saw APBR. Like, you just saw APBR lose game 1. For sure, there's gonna be adjustments. But for TNC, I think the mindset that they're in right now is, all right, we can do what we did again in game number 1, and whatever they are gonna be doing in game number 2, we all know it.
Just lock it in. I feel like they gotta lock it in on the draft. I think that game 1 draft was very obvious at this point. The coaching staff would have probably picked up on that by now. Again, maximizing game spams. I feel like you guys are right. Hayabusa would have been like very crucial there. But then again, I'm not saying pick the exact same stuff. I'm just saying you can't just gotta know your players, right? You gotta know your players' strengths.
Yeah, we're going down this very same route. TNC banning the same heroes. APBR might go down this same way.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The Fanny wasn't the problem. The Lapu-Lapu wasn't the problem. That's what's so difficult about this is APBR have so many things to answer to, and I don't think just by changing that, as you mentioned, Rockhart, by changing that, Lucas will fix it.
Yeah, I think you go through with the same variation. You let TNC take the Zushin once more, but the first 2 picks for APBR should be a different hero. Like, you get the Lapu, you get the Harith, you know, you get better matchups in this game. Now AP Bren, they banned the Zushin. Now, okay, you changed your draft game number 1. The problem with this is that all 10 picks would also be different. Like, there will be a different variation to this draft. So you're going into this blind. You know, for TNC, they could just take Fanny again first pick, and then what do you do for AP Brent?
It wasn't first pick though.
No, I mean like in this game. What do you do if TNC gets Fanny first pick? Of course, your normal answer would be like Moscow Hylos. Now you're stuck with the late game again.
In fairness, in game 1, they showed the Fanny earlier as well, like very early, like second pick. So at that point, AP Brent didn't really overreact. It just so happened that they didn't really have a good answer.
They didn't react properly.
Yeah. So TNC, they can just snatch the Baksha here because AP Brent didn't ban it because they had to ban Zushin. So they could just steal the Baksha and then force AP Brent to like deal with it without a Zushin. But they could just go to the normal route of just taking up the fan here, let AP Brent pick Baksha Moscow or Harriet Moscow. But instead of that, they go ahead and take up the Arlet. They steal it. Steal it away from AP Brent.
Because even this is a good pick. The post is clear. The Fulvius has been banned.
Yeah.
There's gonna be straight up answers as well that they can do against like certain heroes. I feel like Baksha is a little bit incentivized as well for TNC maybe. But I don't think Zyda wants to go back to that.
Yeah. I think for AP Brent, you just go Baksha Harith here. Or Farsa Harith. Well, not Farsa. Lapu Harith maybe? Or maybe Yusufshin Harith. And then you take, you know, XP Red 3. Instead of that, they still go for the Baksha. I think at this point, it's no longer like this is a glaring weakness that AP Brent showed TNT. It's not that we flex these heroes from first phase to second phase. These are the only picks available for us.
The only picks available, that hurts
my
to
goodness.
hear. But
So now they go back to the Baksha Lapu.
that feels right.
Which, for TNT, they can just go carry again on Benny.
They can go carry Kag.
Yeah.
So like they call the Ka combo.
Yes.
That's what used by Twisted Minds yesterday in their only game they won.
It looks
against
like
Aurora.
it slots in so well here. It's like it melts in to this specific draft.
Even carry Fanny works here. Like, what are you scared about? If you're a Fanny, you're not scared of the Lapu, honestly.
He's never going to catch you.
Yeah.
And it's very unlikely that it's unlikely for Baksha to catch a Fanny mid-air.
If he catches you, it's your fault.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was very hard to catch a Fanny as well last game, but Zyda pulled off a blunder. So now they pick the Fanny. As long as Zyda doesn't blunder this game, he's good.
This is what I'm worried about. We struggled to figure out what the Farsa's race was. Good friend Ray Ash mentioned she is a pro people of the Ascati Forest.
Escati.
Ascati
So
Forest.
he's an Escatian.
You could say that.
I don't think that's even
No, just
a
an
race.
advocate. No, never mind.
Ascatis.
Ascatis.
All right, so
That's
don't
like
mind
a
me. Don't mind
community
me.
or something.
what I'm worried about is they gave the Lapu Lapu and the Baksha 2 things to chase.
Yeah.
The Farsa and the Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Lancey would just be a magnet. Like, he would just be attracting attention, but that's okay. If you land 2 Feather Airstrikes, you're good. Because you have a Fanny and you have an Arlet that doesn't have, like, any, you know, targets chasing their tails, you know? So for AP Bren, targeting is actually a problem for them.
I mean, that's true. At the same time, it's also going to be hard for Lancey to actually get stuff done here because you're gonna 2 feathered airstrike hits are not going to be enough for a Baksha or a Lapu. So you're going to need a little bit more. You will be relegated to targeting, to looking for this Moskov the whole game round.
That's for team fights though. But think about pushes, tower pushes. If TNC slots in the Bruno here, they have a very intense early game swing or early game momentum that they can build up against this lineup of AP Brent.
Going into the second phase, the Kacha gets banned out, the Badang as well.
It's a good ban.
So roamers are still off the table. We don't know where this Baksha is going exactly.
Yep.
So Coach Jeff and Coach Etomax can continue down this route or can also attack the other missing role for TNC. That's the gold lane. For AP Bren, that could be a jungler.
Yeah.
Or a mid laner.
I was going to say, you know what? For TNC, they need to ban Badang because it's going to limit the effect of the Arlet and the Fanny. But now that I think about it, AP Brent could just go for the TLPH route. They could just go Fredren with the Baksha, with their Vitalize. They will have damage. They will have enough pressure against TNC. And mind you, there's no Zushin. So they could go complete utility, surround this Moskov, kind of like what TLPH did for OHEB, and make, you know, sort of like a funnel strat out of the Moskov.
Yeah, that's right. Grok ban is great. I wonder if they can go for an Akai ban here as well, just to make sure that Zyda is going to have a free game. if you're TNC.
Yeah,
I would love
agree.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to be safe, they did it last game.
Last game.
Oh, okay. I like this.
Oofra, even better.
Yeah, the ex-Nova ban. You don't let the Admiral steer the ship of Baby Brent.
That's great.
Fredrin?
Akai or Fredrin is either one for me.
Fred Val, I would say.
I'm guessing they'll keep it up until Red 5.
Yeah,
Because
maybe-
this is James Pank's slot. Red 5 is James Pank's.
Yeah, maybe a Valentina for Chov Skirt. I don't see like any other option here. Selena's horrible here, by the way.
I know. He's gonna get creamed by the
Yeah,
Fanny.
and you have to hit the arrows. You have to land those arrows for you to be useful. I get it. You have a combo with the Baksha, but I don't think that's enough.
Still a Kag. It's starting to look like the Kagura is like the default here.
Oh, there it is! You didn't ban it! And now it's coming out. This is a Chaknu Akai. We haven't seen this in a while.
Had it into Moscow. That's a wowie. I thought it was going to be a
brave.
Bruno.
Yeah, that's very brave.
Yeah, I thought they were going to play with the Bruno, just push. But maybe with the Kag, maybe they thought Bruno's going to have a harder time compared to the Harith because she has more dashes. But now for AP Brent, what do you get? Haya?
Haya's better than Joy. I'll tell you that much.
100%.
I don't think
Yuzun Shin doesn't do much until the late game, but it'll at least keep you in the game.
Maybe you put the Baksha. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you put the Baksha on the jungle, and then you get a good roamer. But the problem is it's very limited because of the Akai.
Just not Lucas, please. Not Lucas.
Just not Lucas.
Haya, there you go.
There you go.
That's as good as it gets, I think.
I still am worried about this lineup.
What we asked for in game 1 anyways.
Yeah. I still am worried about AP Brent's lineup because fact of the matter is they're going to have a hard time against the Akai. Even the Lapu, most players don't notice the Akai up until he uses the heavy spin. Problem is, if you're the Lapu, you want to be able to stay in a team fight. And you have to exhaust the bravest fighter for you to sort of like dodge away from the heavy spin. You don't want to be displaced. You don't want to be mispositioned. So, like if you're the Lapu, you go in, you have to be mindful of where the Akai is. So it's not like a surefire way for AP Brent to actually utilize this Lapu to start off fights.
Alright, so the big question here is can Chaknu pilot the Akai as, you know, a lot better than he did Gaton?
He's a good Akai player.
He is a good Akai player, but again.
And they wouldn't risk playing this kind of hero in Rome if they didn't have a plan for it.
That's true.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. Match point for the Phoenix Army.
to
Can
Mobile
AP
Legends.
Bren equalize and force us into game number 3?
Now we'll see. I guess in this game, AP Bren would they would have a better time in the mid game because they do have a lot of heroes that can actually play aggressive. But one thing that will concern them towards that stage of the game is, again, the map control coming out from both the Fanny and also just the sheer rotations that could come out from both Lancy and Chaknu.
You can expect some really strong hits coming in from Lancy very early on, the moment he hits level 4. So that's going to threaten a lot of heroes just like Lord JN maybe.
Good steal.
They can try and chase down Chovskirt and James Banks as well in this matchup. So either way, it's all about buying time for Shizu and buying time for Benny.
And that's what explains these heavy rotations up top. They're trying to take Benny down while they can still do so while the coast is clear. In the jungle, though, was it around this point in the game or slightly heavier or later wherein Zaida died early?
A bit later. Oh, so that's big. That's big. That's a flicker of the Lapu.
It was that exact point before level 3, so I think at that exact moment right there, they just did a mirror of it.
So not again. At least. But yeah, no, TNC does bait out the flicker from Lord JM, so Lord JM is basically immobile.
Yep.
Lord JM's going to get caught out here a little bit more. Lord JM, again, has history of getting caught out from time to time. Maybe that's something TNC can explore here in this one.
Good thing going for them is that the Hayabusa is already walking towards this side of the map, and Purple is also spawning there, so most of the members of AP Brent are going to be here, and TNC, they don't have like a good punish against this. They need the level 4 of the Akai.
Oh, Nova with the idle roll, trying to catch Chaknu. The dodge by the Mamba. Turtle already spawned.
Yeah, nice try on the defense here.
They know. They need a level 4 in the Akai.
One thing's for sure, it's a lot better this time for TNC because Zaida didn't die early on, so...
Yep.
Oh, a better one. There you go. Those are a few hits. That's literally 2 shots, like you guys mentioned earlier.
Yep. You don't need to actually land all 4. Just zone them away. because they know for AP Brent, they can't just commit because the Fanny's always going to be cabling in to find pickoffs.
All right, so that is level 4s on all key members of TNC here in the Turtle Pit. And it looks like AP Brent just let go.
They're going to be surrendering this at least for now. I guess they realize that without good presence for Lord JM, without the flicker as well, they will be a threat.
My goodness!
That's a beautiful Final Slash coming from 3 Martini. It was so clean.
Yeah, what's up with 3-Mar today? He hits almost every skills that he tries to land. That Final Slash onto Lord JM. He wasn't expecting that because he knows that TNC was still taking turtle.
And he's bullying the opposition essentially. Like not even just
Yo. What?
That Zaida.
Okay.
Looking really aggressive there on the Fanny here.
Uh-oh.
Shizu getting hunted down by Lancy. This is exactly the rotation that you guys were talking about as well.
Yeah, it's just the map control that TNC has. They could do whatever they want on the map because the punish is sort of limited for AP Brent. They can't address the Fanny at the moment. They can't even go to the goal lane because it's the weakest side of the map. So for AP Brent, it's literally just wait for a window.
If this continues for maybe 2 or 3 more minutes with nothing from AP Brent, it's no longer map control, it's map bullying.
Yeah, map dominance.
Map dominance.
I hate them.
Right there, in these moments that you can see where, TNC's, we talked about this earlier, right? Their power level. It feels like they're becoming more cohesive as time goes on.
Yeah.
I mean, AP Brent's no slouch either.
Yeah, but I would say though, again, mid-game, at least compared to game 1, even if TNC finds a momentum, you are able to answer up with some of your own damage dealers as well. But they have to wait for the late game timing off.
They need Shizu.
Shizu, yes. Yeah. Good thing about AP Brent's lineup is that Lord JM and X-Nova can actually sustain front line with the Revitalize, with the damage reduction from Lord JM, but they have to find the right target. It's not even the Farsa, I would say. I would say it's 3-Mar. They have to find his Arlet before a teamfight breaks out.
And 3-Mar is winning this lane. It doesn't help that Zaida can keep visiting for free to give Lord JM here a difficult time. Turtle spawns in the opposite side. So this is a very, very specific decision that James Pack has to make. Luckily, AP Brent are first to the scene here. Chakno getting zoned out by this mid duo.
Yeah, and maybe Shizu can help out earlier, not wait for a long distance Spear of Destruction. So we'll see if that's going to happen, I think. But AP Brent decides to back off a little bit here.
Yeah, they're trying to rotate the Moscow towards the bottom side so they get an even trade. They can just get the tower and not care about Turtle. But TNC, they're slow to actually cover this Turtle area. X-Nova though.
Okay, X-Nova has the ability to dive in, but he will get dove in instead by 3-Mar with a Final Slash as well. Beautifully executed here, coming in from TNT, and the chase is on. They're hunting down Choser. Choser goes down already. Lord James as well is problematic. Forces the flicker out as well for this guy.
Drive-by retribution, they're not done. Lord JM!
Oh, Lord JM almost gets caught out. Good thing that's a Lapu, but here comes that SOD.
No way.
No trigger on that SOD for now. Shizu decides to go for that trade. You talked about Midnight, but they're getting hunted down. Zaida is on the prowl.
Very, very quick responses coming around from TNC. They can't even push the tower. Now AP Brent, even though they had the turtle position covered, X-Nova missed the jump onto Zaida. 3-Mar actually tried to get it. He tried to stop the Basha from rolling and use the Final Slash behind to find potential targets.
Yeah, 3-Mar's going crazy in this game, man, but he will get taken down as collateral damage. It's a 1-for-1. GameSpanks falls.
Jimmy James for 3-Mar? I'll take that any day. 3-Mar is expendable. 3-Mar is a Final Slash machine.
Yes.
James Banks is still a core.
And you know what's funny? We haven't even seen the Akai Arlet combo being pulled off by TNT. There exists a Lancelot on this lineup, not just an Arlet. But even without that, just the mere Final Slasher from 3-Mar, the sets is stopping AP Brent altogether. They caught Skirt in that turtle fight, and after that, right away, they catch James Banks.
So that's not the full. It's not the full arsenal yet. That's what you're saying.
We haven't seen it yet, folks. Yeah. But it is bound to happen. The threat of activation is enough to put the fear of God into AP Brent. Once again, if the heavy spin is put up against multiple heroes or repeatedly used against a singular hero, that refreshes the vengeance stacks.
Yeah.
So you can keep dashing, dashing, dashing.
I really miss the days when all you had to worry about was getting pinned behind the wall by an Akai. But in this game, you gotta worry about 3-Mar TZ flickering behind you and Final Slashing your whole team.
You thought you banned Lancelot? No. We got Akai and Arlott. That's basically Lancelot right there.
Insane.
But for TNC, again, they have map control. This is map bullying, as referenced by Dan Kabangay.
They're going in hard. There goes Chakno. He locks in X-Nova. Can't even roll out into safety, and Zyda just keeps on going.
Defense!
Zyda's gonna get taken out. Lord JM up on front, but Benny Cutie is happy to play around it, even inside the Zaman Force. So that's gonna be no turtle yet. Shizu on the bottom side, getting hunted down.
Wait.
Oh, he used up Conceal already, though.
Yep, they're sending 3 down.
They see him.
To answer the Shizu.
This is good. Oh,
the dodge.
barely misses him by the skin of his teeth, but Lancy are still on the hunt. They're hunting him down. They got vision. They got that feathered airstrike. It's going to be enough to take out Shizu.
Wow. 3mar, I thought they were not sure about Shizu's positioning.
Yeah.
But apparently 3mar was just waiting.
He knew.
For his teammates. He was trying to bait out the Moskov.
Yeah, what they weren't sure about was when to do it. Because you saw 3mar think twice about that conceal rotation.
He stopped a little bit,
Finally said, wait, it looks like the orange buff isn't here. It's in the brush, finds Shizu, and then engages eventually with his teammates. But now, that engagement gets reset. Lord has spawned. TNC up about 3,000 gold. First of the scene, pushing the Lord out. And there's a final slash.
Here we go again. Fremar TC, very early final slash, taking out X-Nova. That's the front line removed here. James Max goes to the back, looks for Lancy, but will not find him.
Fremar!
He's in trouble. Fremar TC with a nice sidestep. Flick away, you go again. I'm flying it out here, and the rest of the team is here to back him up.
Dude, this guy's doing everything for TNC.
He's not a guy, he's more than
He's
that.
a Mar.
This Mar's doing everything for TNC.
And we have reset. It's Shizu, the silent down bottom, trying to recuperate what they've lost in the Lord Pit. Benny answering back. We saw glimpses of what we were referring to. 3mar going back and forth on a single target when getting caught by the heavy spin.
Yeah.
It's lethal.
A glimpse of the Lancelot from TNC, but hey, Shizu's doing work. We don't fear the team fight here for TNC because we can just push. We can just split with the Moskov, and Shizu's doing just that.
She's essentially like a bomb waiting to go off here. And he's looking for that perfect time. He's looking for the resources to make the big boom as being even bigger.
That's a threat of AP Brent's lineup, though. Like, if you want to fight into this, your team fight has to be very clean. Because we saw earlier, they were able to find the kill onto Zyda, which stopped TNC from taking this Lord. So either you fully commit onto a team fight, or you burst this Lord down. But either way, if you slow things down, AP Brent could just punish with just a constant split push from the Moskov.
And it's much easier for them to do this. TNC have to commit to these rotations despite having wings by wings, the cables on the fanny. They can't answer to that threat. So that's one of AP Bren's main strengths right now, and they're leaning hard on it. Look, they've sent Shizu down there. They're not even thinking of the Lord right now.
Yeah, now TNC, they're aware. They're like, okay, Shizu, your shenanigans has to stop. This Moskov is an absolute menace on the map, but we have to deal with it. For the X-Nova, though.
They're actually sending out the Akai downstairs, but look at that top side.
Oh my goodness,
Zyda playing around with Fremar's final slash beautifully, even dodging out against Lord JM on that Bravest Spider. He's still hunting. He is out of energy. Will Zyda make it out? I think he will. He's looking for the angle.
No way.
And he's able to make it out just in time. Fremar with a nice assist from the side.
Zyda refuses to die and bought enough time for TNC to recover. Here comes the kill squad.
A little bit of a flare there as well. TP to the face, as they say in the Philippines, and a nice follow-up as well for TNC.
Now they played in composition, 2 lanes at once for TNC. Nigh unstoppable was the Fanny, and Chaknu finding Shizu on the bottom side with a final blow delivered here by Lancy with a feathered airstrike, and now they get their first step to the final objective, which is the Lord.
Was that 3mar and Zyda, and then the split Lancy, Chaknu, Benny?
Yes.
And they were winning on both ends. Given Zyda wasn't exactly winning, he was about to die, but he got away with it, so we'll count that as a dub. TNC now up 6,000 gold, almost seemingly doubling their net lead in a single engagement.
This is what you get when you have a team with splits. You know, they'll make a play on bottom side and then TNT on top side, plus Lancy.
Yeah, they know what to do. They know what to do in this scenario. They have been against this time and time again. Not together as a team, but individually they have faced a team like ONIC or like TLPH.
They just have natural
over
connections,
and over
bro.
again. They know what to do.
They are digging deep into the many metas they played as a squad again.
Many eras too.
arguably the youngest player that you could see here playing for TNT right now is Lancey.
Yes.
Everyone else, a league veteran who's played all around the world, who's represented the country, and are now calling the Phoenix Army home. Concealed from Chaknu, setting it up 3-Mar. No one saw that coming.
Yeah, what was that final slash?
I don't know.
It was but a distraction. Look, they're pushing bot, all right?
Are they waiting for someone to flicker in? But yeah, that seemed like a distraction here. That Lord working on that bottom, and they're able to take out that tower anyway, so no harm, no foul, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, maybe it is practice, maybe it is a final warning shot for AP Brent, but now they take away the tower top side, and again, they get full control of the map. Benecute is going to be happy. Jesus not, because now they just disrupted the farm of the Moscow. And look at the gold lead! 2.6, no, sorry, 3 point, no wait, math is not mathing. 2.5, all right, damn it.
There you go.
That's why I'm a caster.
You're looking at
Not a
that goal
mathematician.
lead. That is a huge goal lead, essentially. It's big damn, as they say. Speaking of damn, look at that. Lord JM down to half health with just 2 hits of that Feather Airstrike.
Oh!
There you go. Finally getting that target, that flicker that we were looking for here. Free Martisi able to look at that target.
Oh, Chaco?
Look at those HP bars just melting here. Game Smash last minute. And it's just not going to be enough. Enough to clear the wave, but not enough to clear the fight.
I think TNC's making the call here. They might keep it up. 10,000 up. They want to do it.
Yeah, Fremar misses on that final slash as well. Zaida has one out, but Benny is lethal. You cannot ignore him as well as Lancey. But you know what? If you're AP Bren, no minions, we're safe.
This Harith got to the 14-minute mark with a silver spoon in its mouth. 6-0-1. Not a single time was he in any danger.
Absolutely.
10K gold. Now he has 11.4. Might as well make it 12. A big difference between the two gold layers on TNT and AP Bren. But don't fret, for AP Bren, game's not over yet. They still have the Lord to fight. And mind you, we've seen a lot of like Moscow turnarounds.
I'm not so sure if this is one of those times, man.
Maybe.
Because even if the silent one throws out an SOD, hits it on the button, he might even have to think twice, because look at Benny, man. Wait, they have 25 seconds before the Purify comes off.
All right, let's see. Chaknu looking for choke square. He's already half HP. That is only on the Kai. Free Martisi's up on front. We got Benny as well on the Zalman Force. X Nova goes down.
Oh my goodness, Zaida.
One by one they fall. And James Pangs can't even dodge out of it. Do we even need the Lord? I don't think so.
TNC is just going to get this wave in.
Yeah.
Chaknu just saying hi to Lord JM. Mr. 50-50, the only one left. Robert, say the line.
That is it for AP Brent. TNT paves the way.
And that's going to be it. With just a few more swipes on that tower and on that base, it's going to be a TNC victory 2-0.
The Phoenix keeps on flying ever higher, burning brighter. And boy, they have a star in 3-Mar.
Week in, week out, we see TNT's progression. The improvement is there. And we see a masterclass. A dominating performance from the Army today, getting a sweep against the Hive.
Yeah, of course, this is exactly the form that we're talking about. TNC getting into just a little bit more reps. They look as good as they can be. Looking like the champions that they could be eventually, maybe later on.
AP Bren themselves, no strangers to success. This is a World Championship franchise you're looking at. But today, TNC stand tall, throwing out hugs and fist bumps to their fallen opponents. GG well played to AP Bren, but today is all about TNC.
Execution is perfect. It's phenomenal from the Army. I guess they found the groove and synergy that they were trying to look for in the past 2 weeks. And also they found Hito.
Hito's always there.
Any team with Hito is always just better. Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw one over to the stage with Hans and Odin for TNC's Winners Interview.
For their next straight win, the fire is burning. For your winners, TNC Pro Team! Pangalawang sunod na panalo, I have to say it really was a tremendous performance. Chakno, ibibigay ko na to sa'yo kasi again, it was a solid sweep na nakuha nyo going up against AP Bren. Gusto ko lang matanong, with the team that you have, I'm sure na marami kang mga nabanggit dati na kung ano yung favorite mong team, ano yung favorite mong, experience being part of MPL. Pero siguro para sa'yo, ano bang meron tong team na to na wala yung mga dati mong teams at ngayon, balagbag kayo maglaro for week number 3?
Siguro yung inuman after day off.
Ano naman, Jack? Banding yun. Banding. Diba? Banding. Yun naman ang mahalaga eh. I think most of them would agree na yung mga ganong klase ng banding talagang nakatulong sa kanila.
Nagkakaroon sila ng chemistry. Ngayon, Chaknu, gusto namin malaman yung thoughts mo kasi nasasabi dito sa liga na ikaw yung isa rin sa tumatatak ang pangalan na nag-iiwan ng legacy. Tingin mo, ano ba yung meron sa'yo all throughout the eras at meron ngayon na era?
Ikaw meron kang
Ikaw
mic.
kausap ko.
Ano bang meron kay Chakno? Ba't ba parang sobrang kilala siya, sobrang balagbag siya kahit sino makalaban?
Siguro pagkatabi kasi ito, yung karisma ko malakas eh.
Alam mo si Hito lang ang nakita kong hindi naglaro pero ini-interview. Hito,
ano masasabi mo?
Hito, ano bang meron sa team na to bukod sa nasabi ni Chakno?
Siguro super chemistry. Yung meron kami super chemistry, tas banding. Lahat ng ginagawa ng isa, ginagawa ng lahat.
Bilang hindi naglalaro dito ngayon sa stage, ano yung inaambag mo para magkaroon ng chemistry?
Ano bang inaambag mo? Kasi hindi ka naman naglalaro. Pero anong inaambag mo para
Siguro
ma-develop yung chemistry?
Ako lang talaga nagpapasaya sa kanila kasi never silang nalungkot sa buong buhay nila.
Never nalungkot? Safe?
Check sa akin yan. Check sa akin yung mga yan. Check.
Okay, parang si Trimar, no? Kausapin nga natin yan. Kausapin natin yan. Trimar!
Parang nagre-react ka
Ayan. Dalawa rin yung mic mo. Yan.
Sabi ni Hito, siya daw nagtatanggal ng stress. Parang ikaw nasa stress ka ba kay Hito?
Di naman mo ko. Nakaka-stress.
Tingnan. Face the wall muna ito. Okay? Yan. In addition, Benny Cutie, gusto ko ding malaman more about, this team and nabanggit din ni Coach Etomax from last week na unti-unti nyo nang nalalabas yung laro nyo. Ano ba yung mga kinailangan nyong i-address during the first week at yung kaisa-isang laro nyo from week 2 na ngayon nagagawa nyo na ng maayos? Ano yung mga in-adjust nyo to make this win happen?
Siguro kung paano lang namin i-approach yung early games ng laro. Tapos kung paano yung magiging mindset namin throughout the week. Mas inaano lang namin na kung ganoon kami ka pulido sa screen, dapat mas pulido kami sa tournament.
And it is very well executed in this matchup. Once again, your winners, TNC Pro Team! The Phoenix Army have gathered and they made it happen once again. Their 6-man providing vibes and it's the main 5 making it happen.
They're just proving na only rise pa din ang TNC Pro Team at nakita natin na yung aura nila ngayon ay nadadala nila sa loob ng game.
Well, it's just as hot as water. Hopefully, umiinom sila ng tubig. Pero nakainom na ata ng tubig ang ating mga casters, so we'll toss it right back to them.
Benny Cutie alluding to the success they're seeing in scrims and of course, always about that early game. If they can get that down pat, then everything else follows. Congratulations once again, the TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, I really believe that they're also going to be only rise because I've seen Hito he eats a lot.
I mean, not just Rise, but also the shots. The only shots and the only final slashes from 3 Mar. The Mar of the hour, honestly, TNC, they made this game work off the bat of the XP's performance. I would say he was game-breaking. Like, this guy, or this Mar, has been phenomenal in both games. The Lapu-Lapu in game number 1 was nigh unstoppable. In his game number 2, yeah, he's not like the damage dealer that he was in game number 1, but the sets though, like he was distracting AP Bren, preventing them from actually taking the actual fight that they want.
The last time I saw this man smiling and shining as much as he has with the crowd behind him was when he debuted in Season 7. But now, oh my God, everyone knows after his time in Indonesia in the MDL, going around the world, coming back home, this is the 3 Mar we've been all looking forward to.
Yeah, the Mar, the myth, the legend.
That's good. That's
I like
good.
that.
That's
Yeah.
good.
That's my country for
He's not legend though. He's mythical.
He's
immortal.
mythic at most.
Immortal?
Immortal. Yeah. That's I'm glad you caught that.
Would not be surprised if they just took us out of the desk by now.
He's probably behind us right now.
Probably is.
Yeah.
But again, for AP Bren, they're always like trying to find options in this game. But the problem was, 3mar was always on the side. Was always delivering like the final slashes, giving opportunities and openings for Zyda, Benecutie. You talked about this, Dan. Like earlier, the Harith was untouched, literally in this game. He felt no pressure. Like the Storm was just coasting through the Hive, and it's because he was heavily guarded by the frontliners of TNC.
He grew up with generational wealth. Like he landed into the land of Dawn, and you could have sworn he had a Starlium Scythe in his pocket.
Yeah, dude, TNC paved the roads for this guy to find success in the late game, to get the massive amounts of gold that he had at TNC. It felt like they contracted 3mar. Yo, use a final slash, any target, kill him. We get the kills, we get the lead.
I kind of get it though, because if you're put yourself on AP Bren's shoes, how do you even hunt down a Harith who's already so hard to hit in the first place when you're busy just not dying?
Yeah.
There's very little actually that threatens Benny, even if he does stand right there in the middle of the river, just say, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
I'm Benny, by the way.
Zaman Force.
15 minutes. What was game 1? Under 15, right?
Yeah, under
15. 13?
13, yeah. Because it was just one Lord.
13:55.
It was just one Lord. This game, they had to wait for the second Lord. Didn't even matter. Because, like, TNC, they were just so ahead in terms of gold.
Yeah.
Shizu's Moskov mattered in split pushes. In fights, he wasn't even, like, a big factor. He was more of a factor game number 1.
Both games were a straight up wipeout, then victory. They didn't need the Lord on either games.
To be fair though, AP Bren is fighting 6v5. There was a Lancelot in this game.
Oh yeah, the spirit of the Lance. Yeah.
Mechanically, yes.
Mechanically.
The Lancelot's kit was amongst us.
Yeah.
And that was through the heavy spin vengeance combo, which we saw like twice or thrice. And both times it was scary. Both times it was
scary.
How are you allowed to do that?
3mar is like that guy.
He should be dead.
He's like that guy in the meme who's like, the guy, the black guy with the white
behind
coat,
a tree in the park.
Yeah, creepy
That's
face.
literally him every single time he has a flicker.
Yeah, boy. You know that bit? You know that bit? Yeah, he was like that.
That's
Like
him.
every single time he sees a target, he lands the stun into the final slash, followed up by Feathered Airstrike on Lancy, the cutthroat from Zyda. It came to a point where X-Nova's Baksha isn't even safe from that combo.
It never felt like he was the tank he was supposed to be.
Yes.
And that's the problem here. We set it up. If X-Nova is good, AP Bren is good. And in both games, X-Nova was forced to play on the back foot. X-Nova was forced to play defensively.
Yep.
And it's the same story with Mr. 50-50 Lord JM. Even early on, he was getting bullied by 3mar and Zyda. The fact that there was a Fanny standing behind your back in Tier 1 makes you less threatening as a Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah,
It's problematic.
But yeah, the Storm here, Benecutie untouched in this game. He was just able to farm up and delivered a final blow in the later portions of the game with those Zaman forces. The road was very clear and it was very wealthy for Benecutie.
He's a BPI rich guy.
Yes, he is.
That's exactly how you should be if you are a Deathless Harith from strong side that had very little to worry about. Congratulations once again to TNC Pro Team. A sweep here. Now makes you wonder what is going on in the camp of AP Bren.
Woo, we are going back to the drawing board. 100%. Draft for game 1 was inexcusable. Game number 2 was pretty okay. But, man.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even sure why switch out Aqua.
That's a big factor too.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's a big question mark. Maybe even bigger than the Lucas last pick.
Coach Jeff and Coach Baum have a lot of questions to answer in the media room, I can only assume. But if you're wondering how those comms went for TNC, let's listen to the Infinix mic check.
Jipa. Lapo, ipit ko. Ulti na lapo. Oh, isang ko lapo. Di ako. Go. Discard mo. Nice ko! Di ba tayo nasa akin ha? Boy ako. Please go, Rigo. Nasa nga, pre. Saloy mo. Nice, Mar. Love you. Tanya. Nag-burst na, Kax. Let's go. Yeah, patay pre. Endable. Nice! Endable pa to. Tropa yun, member. Patay natin yan bilang tropa. Di pa yan.
What was that? Did Zaida say, this is for my story when he was running away of the fanny? This is for my story on social media. What?
Clips. You know, they're farming clips.
Highlights.
Yeah.
Clip
or
farming.
farming? No, clip farming.
Clip farming, bro. I love the comms there, especially that moment where they all went silent at the same time. Like, and then go.
Yeah. And then also there was a moment where they say, don't throw. Don't throw. This is endable. Don't throw. Discipline. All across the board.
Very good.
I love it.
Clean and concise TNC with just the right amount of spice and energy to keep all of their team members motivated to stay on point.
Yeah.
That is the secret to their victory here against AP Bren. Again, a sweep. Both games under 15 minutes. You know what? This throws me back to when I was still coaching 3MAR. After a day like this, when I would go back to the boot camp and go, Coach, check this out. Look what I did. Look what I did. I'm pretty sure he'd be doing that tonight with Renzi, with Etomax. Let's listen to the howl as Wolf breaks down those keys to victory for TNC.
Thanks so much, casters. At nung sinulat ko yung keys to victory para sa series na to, nagbase ako para sa AP Bren na kontrahin yung strengths ng TNC. Unfortunately ay hindi nila nagawa. Kung babalikan natin ang dapat na magiging win condition para sa AP Bren, una, kailangan nilang kontrolin si Zaida at pangalawa, kailangan nila ng hero para kay Xnova na nag-excel dun sa momentum nga naman ng catch heroes niya. Both, unfortunately, did not work. Ngayon, I would say that AP Bren is prepared for Zaida. Tingin ko naman ay inaral na ito kasi hindi naman sila mag-pick ng 2 beses ng Moskov na pang-counter sa isang Fanny kung hindi sila prepared dun sa Fanny. At meron din silang Kagura na isang mage din naman na kaya mang-burst sa Fanny once na may manghawak sa kanya. However, yung main condition dito para sa side ng AP Bren ay kontrolin si Zaida pero sa back-to-back games, hindi nila na-control yung Fanny. And sobrang komportable ng TNC with their heroes, with Zaida's rotations with the Fanny all throughout the game. Tapos yung mga movements pa ni Chakdo dito ay hindi rin nila mapigilan. Dagdag pa natin yung XP lane na rotations. And also, we can notice that AP Bren picked up the Lucas na ginamit nila sa first game na if you think about it, if you think deeply about it, baka nga naman talaga mag-work versus Fanny. Traditionally, ginamit ang jungle Lucas kontra sa Suyu o sa kung sino mang assassin na jungler nung meta pa siya. But because of many nerfs at maraming conditions na nangyari, hindi na ito nag-work. Unfortunately for TNC, for AP Bren, I mean, yung plano nila ay hindi nila na nagawa. Ni-risk nila ang bigay kay Zaida at sa TNC ang comfort ng team na to at dun sila nadali. Yan po ang ating first series of the match at abangan natin ang susunod na matchup natin. It's TLPH going up against Omega right after this break. Huwag po kayong mag-alis. Magbabalik ang MPLPH Season 16.
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade! Pang-gisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong
Hello Superfans! Episode 2 na tayo ng ating Meta Pro at syempre kasama natin si Edward dahil siya ang magbibigay sa atin ng tips, hindi ako. Uy! Ganun ang Meta Pro. Yun pala? Oo. Mamimit ang Pro tapos magbibigay ka ng Meta. Paano? Umpisa natin.
Sige, bigay example para mabilis.
Sige, ganito muna. Sa mga nagdaang panahon, matagal ka na, naka 500 games ka
Oo,
Ano yung pinaka-tumatak sa'yo ng Meta?
Siyempre yung Pakita Bene.
Pakita Bene.
Season 7.
Ubes.
Ubis
Strat. Okay. Ano yung mga pinaka-nadalian ka or nahirapan? Nadalian mo?
Nadalian sa
Meta. Season 8, Pakita Bene pa rin.
Parang yun yung naging pick ko nun eh. Pakita Bene, Esmura.
Parang ngayon, balik. Yung mga nahihirapan ka naman, yung bad trip, sana matapos na tong meta na to.
Yung season 14, 13-14 ba yun? Yung tank.
Gatot din! Gatot din, alam mo na.
Yung walang ayos, gatot.
Mas tayo doon, mabagal. Walang ginagawa,
Wala masyadong pinipindot. May masaktan dun. Sorry.
Mabagal. Hindi yun. Okay, pangalawang tanong, Edward. Kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, gumayari ng yun Anong gusto mong meta?
As a whole ba na team or sa akin lang na XP-Link?
Sige, whole team na. Sino ang hero yun? Bigyan ka tayo idea.
Okay, sige.
Si Kelra, all assassin daw.
Bakit yun?
Ano sa'yo?
Sa akin, tatlong fighter, dalawang mage.
Dalawang mage. Ano yun? Rambulan meta. Rambulan meta.
Rambulan yun.
Kagulo yun. Bahala na sila kung ano yun. Mag-isip. Okay, Edward. Sa mga nagdaan season, sino sa tingin mo yung player or team na sobrang bilis mag-adapt sa meta bukod sa Aurora?
Gagawin ko eh.
Bawal yun. Bias ka nun.
Bias ba ka nun? Okay, siguro sa team na lang. Yung ONIC or TL.
Kasi?
Pagod sila.
Mabilis? Okay lang. Okay lang. Masaya nga yung masaya eh. At syempre, ngayon lang to, may special guest tayo.
Yun yun.
Galing sa Superfans. Syempre,
Superfans.
Aurora mismo.
Uy.
Welcome na natin si Miss
Sino
Pia.
yan?
Hello po. Congrats dahil ikaw yung napili na makausap si Edward na ating pro ngayon. Syempre, karapatan ka. Bibigyan kita ng karapatan na magtanong ng 3 tanong para kay Edward.
Sige nga.
Ano yung golden rule mo bilang Legend Zero and to remain Mr. Consistent?
Golden rule? Grabe. Hirap ng tanong na yun din. Anong maganda sagot doon? Yan. Para sa akin, disiplina lang talaga. Doon lumalabas na yung pagiging consistent doon kapag disiplinado ka sa ginagawa mo sa everyday life mo. And yan.
Okay. Pangalawang tanong, Pia. Anong pangalawang tanong na gusto mo itanong kay Ed?
Curious ako kung ano yung ginagawa niya kapag yung enemy team is parang lahat ng hero pool niya at that meta is binaban nila.
Edward, ano daw nasa isip mo or ginagawa mo?
Semi-proud kasi, ayun, at some point, ako yung nakikita nilang threat or nire-respect nila yung hero ko. Siyempre, nakakaano yun. Kasi nakaka-proud lang din. Mina-mindset ko lang na kaya kong gamitin lahat ng hero or kahit banan nila ako, kaya kong gamitin at anytime. Kahit wala akong practice. Ganun lang.
Pangatlong tanong, Pia?
How do you make yourself adapt and be adept sa bagong heroes? Adapt sa meta, yung parang magigets siya. Tapos nagiging proficient kapag sa hero na yun. Gumagaling ka sa hero na yun.
Next question daw.
Next question, pwede bang skip?
Hello Superfans! Ako nga pala si Bentings, pero hindi ako magbibigay sa inyo ng tips, kundi ang ating mga pro. At syempre, dito lang yan sa Meta Pro. Makakasama nga natin dito ang ating gold standard na si Kelra.
Hello guys!
At syempre, bago tayo mag-start, ang ibig sabihin nga pala ng Meta Pro, mamimit na natin yung mga pro at magbibigay pa sila ng mga meta tips. Ang unang tanong, Kelra, sa mga dumaang meta, ano yung mga pinaka nagustuhan mo at mga hindi mo nagustuhan?
Sa lahat tayo, pinaka gusto ko yung mage.
Yung mga Alice,
Lunok, Sarit, para sa Kagura. Kasi masaya gamitin yan, tapos mas may mechanics yan kesa sa mga marksman. Ang pinaka hindi ko naman nagustuhan is, parang wala naman akong hindi nagustuhan. Parang lahat gusto ko, gusto kong fighter.
Nakapag-preya ka?
Nakapag-preya, nagro-ruby.
Kung i-rate mo na lang from 1 to 3, ano doon? Mage, top 1?
Marksman, tas fighter.
Marksman pa rin talaga.
Tas fighter.
Kaya pangalawang tanong, kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ano yung gagawin mong meta? Tapos ano yung itatawag mo?
Ano siguro? Assassin.
All assassin?
All
Hindi, balik ng assassin meta.
Assassin meta na lang.
Oo, yung
Tapos,
parang last
season.
Tapos tatawagin mo siyang Assassin.
Assassin. Ano, ikaw yung core o ikaw yung ano?
Pwede.
Gold lane pa rin?
Pwedeng assassin gold, pwede rin jungle. Basta assassin, dalawa assassin.
Assassin. Okay, good siya. Pangatlong tanong, Kel. Isa kayo sa pinakamagaling mag-team fight. Ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanilang tips na para mag-success sa isang team fight?
Siguro ano lang, yung proper comms and proper targeting sa team fight. Ayun lang kasi yung talagang ginagawa namin.
Pero pag nagawa yung simple na yun, talagang malaking chance manalo sa team
simple pero sobrang laki ng impact sa team fight.
Ang next na tanong natin, ano naman ang mabibigay mo sa mga nanonood sa ating mga gold laner? Kahit yung pang RG na tips lang na mapapakinabangan nila.
Siguro sa mabibigay ko sa mga pang-RG na tips, unang-una, lalo na pag solo kayo, wag kayong matitilt. Kailangan enjoy nyo lang yung game kasi kaya nga game, ine-enjoy, di ba? Enjoy nyo lang game, tapos siguro sa in-game naman, kailangan nyo maging patience kasi kailangan nyo mag-farm, lalo na gold lane kayo. Kailangan nyo ng pera para makasama sa team fight and mapanalo yung team fight.
Ayun, napakaganda nun. Madami kasi sumasama agad sa team fight, tapos nauuna pa sa mga tank.
Mga una pa,
Kaya
nadi-disaster
sila, no?
Ayun ang pinakaiwasan dapat. Pag sumama ka sa team fight, huwag ka mauuna. Kasi once na sumama ka, tapos nagpaparm mo kabilang gold lane, bosset ka nun.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Napakagandang tip from gold standard. Ang next na tanong, Kel, sinong team or player yung feeling mo napakabilis umadapt sa meta o kaya sa mga hero na bago? Sino sa tingin mo?
Yung previous season siguro yung TL. Tapos sa player naman, si Carl. Si Carl kasi di ba, UT jungle talaga siya. Tapos nag-assassin, isang season lumipas. Pero yung season na natalo sila nung assassin meta nung season 14, maganda pa rin yung performance na assassin niya doon. Pero kahit na UT siya, di ba utility talaga siya nakita? Parang
utility, mga friend.
Doon siya. Kasi matagal, hindi, sikat na siya sa assassin, mga lance. Pero di ba matagal siya hindi assassin?
Kasi napahinga.
Naging utility ng sobrang tagal na season, sobrang habang season. Tapos nung nag-assassin, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung prime sa assassin.
Isang beses lang natalo yung assassin meta nila, tapos wala tuloy-tuloy na.
Tuloy-tuloy na.
Champion na.
Champion na ngayon. Kyle, the GOAT. Taste of MLBB.
Okay guys, next naman, may bubunutin dito sa Kelra. Ano to guys, mga player din to. Tapos, isasabihin mo Kel kung ano ba yung weakness or strength ng player na mabubunot natin. Start na natin. Ikaw na bumunot.
Ako na.
Sige.
Isa muna na. Isa. Wala makuha. Super Yoshi,
Rome siya,
Rome.
Omega.
Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya manghuli. Ang weakness niya lang siguro, pag may time na nanguhuli siya, wala siyang kasama. Yung magaling siya manghuli, pero madalas walang follow-up.
Timing na lang.
Timing.
Next, tulungan na kita.
Tulungan mo na. Oheb. Siguro yung strength niya, Oheb, yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning. Next, Sanji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan?
OP yata to eh. Siguro yung strength niya magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban tsaka magpa-bait. Ang weakness lang siguro pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan hindi niya na nare-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next, Kel. May kasama huli tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos, bibigyan natin sila ng tips kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang-counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin ito.
Nathan. Pang-counter dito si Irtel. Kasi, di ba yung passive ng Nathan? Pag ginit mo, yung Irtel, kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo, kaya Nathan, yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang naatake. Kaya yun yung counter ko sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik At tulungan na kita, nainggit ako sa'yo Component 2 pa.
Ano counter dyan?
Ang lakas na sa lane.
Sa linya eh. Wait lang.
Tulungan kita.
Tingin mo?
Irritel na lang din.
Pwede. Kaya rin ni Irritel yan. Kasi Irritel malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill second niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung Irritel Kaya niyan lalo na pag-level.
Tingin mo sa 1-1 naka-inspire ka.
1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Kasi yung pag ulti yung Popol, may second skill yung 1-1, di ba? Madadodge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan. Katapat, malakas na lane yan. May kasama
Popol guys, gamitin nyo.
Try nyo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Oy, parang ranger to 1-1.
Speaking of,
Irritel din.
Madali lang no?
Dali lang, Irritel.
Weakness kasi ni 1-1 yung isa, laning.
Laning.
Tapos, ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stack. Something na nag-pure guys, or...
Mabilis. Ayan, tulad ng Irritel, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may istackan. Mahirap siya istackan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki kitiro na. Parang no match yun ah. Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No match. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Toy. KO guys, KO. And Hulekel, mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalakas kayo mag-gold. Ohen. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang yun. Ante lang.
And next naman natin guys, magiging si Ben Abondo muna tayo kasi magpa-pastok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, TLPH or Aurora?
Kel, bilis na.
Pastok yun ah. Pastok eh. Sabi mo, RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord? King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Karit or Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Choose to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC, gusto kayo pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, siyempre mamimili tayo ng Superfans sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Hello Superfans! Episode 2 na tayo ng ating Meta Pro at syempre kasama natin si Edward dahil siya ang magbibigay sa atin ng tips, hindi ako. Uy! Ganun ang Meta Pro.
Yun pala.
Oo, mamimit ang Pro tapos magbibigay ka ng Meta. Paano? Umpisa natin.
Sige, bigay example para mabilis.
Sige, ganito muna. Sa mga nagdaang panahon, matagal ka na, naka 500 games ka
Oo,
eh. Ano yung pinaka-tumatak sa'yo ng Meta?
Siyempre yung pakita Bene.
Pakita Bene.
Oo, season 7.
Ubes.
Oo, Ubis Strat.
Ubis Strat, okay. Ano yung mga pinaka-nadalian ka or nahirapan? Nadalian mo?
Nadalian sa
Meta? Season 8, Pakita Bene pa rin.
Oo, parang yun yung naging pick ko nun eh. Pakita Bene, Esmira.
Parang ngayon, babalik. Yung mga nahihirapan ka naman, yung bad trip, sana matapos na itong meta na to.
Yung season 14, 13-14 ba yun? Yung tank.
Gatot din! Gatot din! Ayaw mo na!
Yung wala highlights, gatot.
Pas tayo doon, mabagal. Walang ginagawa, no?
Wala mo siyang pinipindot.
Tawa
may masaktan dun. Sorry ka.
Mabagal. Hindi yun. Okay, pangalawang tanong, Edward. Kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, kung may-ari na yun anong gusto mong meta?
As a whole ba na team or sa akin lang na explain?
Okay, whole team na. Sino ang hero yun? Bigyan ka tayo idea.
Okay, sige.
Si Kelra, all assassin daw.
Bakit yun?
Bakit? Ano sa'yo?
Sa akin, 3 fighter, 2 mage.
2 mage. Ano yun? Rambulan meta. Rambulan meta.
Rambulan yun.
Kagulo yun. Bahala na sila. Ano yun? Mag-isip. Okay, Edward. Sa mga nagdaan season, sino sa tingin mo yung player or team na sobrang bilis mag-adapt sa meta bukod sa Aurora?
Gagagutin ko eh.
Bawal yun. Bias ka nun.
Bias ba ka nun? Okay, siguro sa team na lang. Yung ONIC or TL.
Kasi?
Pagod sila.
Mabilis? Okay lang. Okay lang. Masaya nga yung masaya eh. At syempre, ngayon lang to, may special guest tayo.
Yun.
Galing sa Superfans. Syempre,
Superfans.
Aurora mismo.
Uy.
Welcome na natin si Miss
Sino
Pia.
yan?
Hello po. Congrats dahil ikaw yung napili na makausap si Edward na ating pro ngayon. Syempre, may karapatan ka. Bibigyan kita ng karapatan na magtanong ng 3 tanong para kay Edward.
Sige nga.
Ano yung golden rule mo bilang Legend Zero and to remain Mr. Consistent?
Golden rule. Grabe. Hirap ng tanong na yun din. Ano maganda sagot daw? Ayan. Para sa akin, disiplina lang talaga. Doon lumalabas na yung pagiging consistent doon kapag disiplinado ka sa ginagawa mo sa everyday life mo. And yan.
Okay. Pangalawang tanong, Pia. Anong pangalawang tanong na gusto mo itanong kay Ed?
Curious ako kung ano yung ginagawa niya kapag yung enemy team is parang lahat ng hero pool niya at that meta is binaban nila.
Ban Edward, ano daw nasa isip mo or ginagawa mo?
Semi-proud Kasi, ayun, at some point, ako yung nakikita nilang threat or nire-respect nila yung hero ko. Siyempre, nakakaano yun, medyo naka-proud ng game. Ano lang, mina-mindset ko lang na kaya kong gamitin lahat ng hero or kahit banan nila ako, kaya kong gamitin at anytime, kahit wala akong practice. Ganun lang.
Pangatlong tanong, Tia.
How do you make yourself adapt and be adept sa bagong heroes? Adapt sa meta, yung parang magigets siya, tapos nagiging proficient kapag sa hero na yun. Gumagaling ka sa hero na yun.
Next question daw.
Next question, pwede bang skip? Okay na ba Tagalog?
Tagalog yun lang.
Yung sa meta, di ba? Like, mag-shift ganun. Tingin ko naman, all throughout ng, bago mag-start yung MPL, na de-determine agad kung ano yung magiging meta. Which is kung ano yung ginagamit ng kalaban, maggagayahan. Kung sino yung una maglabas, maggagayahan pa yan. Doon pala magkakaroon ng idea na counter pickings, which is doon lalabas yung mga off-meta heroes na, yun, tulad nga ng dati na tank EXP. Yun. So, doon mo ma-determine pa lang kung yun na lang.
Ano ginagawa mo para mabilis ka maka-adapt din sa game?
Wala eh. Sa ano lang talaga eh. Experience ng screen kung ano yung nagiging meta, ganun. Kumbaga, wala, adapt lang. Minsan, kopya-kopya lang, ganun.
Kailangan gamitin, no? Ginamit niyo sa amin, gagamitin ko sa inyo. Thank you so much, Pia. Maraming salamat sa pagsama. Okay, Ted?
Thank you.
And ayun lang, guys. Kung gusto niyo rin ma-experience yung kayo na mismo yung magtatanong sa ating mga mamimit na pro, huwag niyo kalimutan, bumili ng ticket. Dito lang sa link na to. And, Ed, maraming salamat sa pagsama. Hanggang sa muli sa ating Meta Bro.
Amazing!
Ang curious ka sa mga player na natigil matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng isang field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko lalo kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na CPU yung growth mo.
Kasi nung MPL Season 1 nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Tropa natin dito. At nakita mo naman si Pew!
Tapos sinasayawan lang dito from wall to wall sinabihan ni Angela pero he still got the kill para dito kay Karina.
Tapos ngayon naman, kaya siya yung goat ko kasi sobrang tagal niya na tapos nasa top pa rin siya.
Nabanggit ni Cartesi na ikaw daw yung player na iniidolo niya at tinawag niyang GOAT.
Siyempre masaya kasi yung lahat ng tao na parang nag-ML ang sasabihin GOAT na si Carl talaga eh. Lalo na siya ng international and masaya pa rin na nakikita niya na ganun. Siyempre pinagdaanan ko marami munang talo bago nag-champion, ganun naman yung cycle eh.
From child prodigy to the face, and now MLBB's greatest of all time, GOAT!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay mo at yung pananaw mo sa buhay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, habang tumatagal parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature. Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay. Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Team Liquid. Nako.
TL.
Ay, may mga sasabihin mo.
Ako pa muna.
Ikaw muna, ikaw bumunot eh.
Ang lineup na to, they're still gonna define the meta. 100%. Ito pa rin yung magiging template pa rin talaga ng mga teams. Legit. Sila talaga yung susundan at sila ang inyong iidolohin.
Midman ako eh. Okay, kung midman. Sige. I'm still in the nanalo sila ng MSC state of mind. Yun pa rin. And wag natin kakalimutan yun. I think we should go into season 16 knowing that and respecting that. Kasi yung team na makakalimot na yun yung nangyari, magsisisi. And even I think fans who do the same. Like, don't forget na porket, baka kasi posibleng in the early days or in the early weeks, mahirapan kasi basa. Alam mo yun? Because everyone's looking at you. All eyes on the champion eh. The world is watching. Baka mahirapan. Feeling ko you haven't seen everything yet. Hindi yun yung katapusan nung era nung lineup na to. Yun na lang. That's my thoughts for the Cavalry in Season 16.
Ako medyo natatakot ako sa lineup ito eh. Kasi kung may roster change pa na wala, di nila alam. Kung may roster change pa na wala, nakakatakot pa rin yung dadaanan nila this season kasi yung challenge na karamihan sa kanila ay busy sa ibang bagay. And even if, let's say, champion sila ng MSC, tama sila yun na it comes with, it comes with challenges, comes with problems. Kasi tinititigan ka ng 7 teams sa MPL. Kitang-kita nila yung playstyle ng mga player, most especially yung finals MVP na I doubt naman makakawala sa roster na yan. So, there is that, there's that big magnifying glass na ito yung pwedeng butasan.
Pero hindi lang magnifying glass.
Target lock o sniper scope, ganun, rifle, ganun yung nakatutok sa kanila. And knowing yung mga dadaanan nila in the next few weeks, next few months na may ibang bagay pa silang makikitaan sila ng butas. So for me, even though we say na parang Team Liquid stands at the pedestal right now, malaki yung hurdle sila for, the upcoming season. Aurora, MLBB. Sa ako muna, no? Alam mo, same sila ng problem ng TNC.
Hindi.
Pero para sa akin...
Bakit problem yung tawag mo, pre? Hindi siya
No. May dahilan bakit ko sinabing problem. Kasi, for me, maganda yung idea. Medyo historical yung idea. Nostalgic.
Yes.
Pero it comes with problems. Alam mo naman kunari, nagdala ka ng baon. Hindi lahat magugustuhan.
Imported pa.
Oo. So, para sa akin, as much as nagigets ko yung chemistry, kailangan patunayan. At kailangan malinis. Kailangan malinis yung pagkain.
Realist talaga si Niday. Realista.
Kailangan malinis yung pagkain. Para makita ko yung liwanag.
Okay.
Tama yung historical eh. Historical kasi. May mga history na pwede mong gamitin. Pero hindi din lahat hindi din lahat. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Yun. Talagang kailangan paghihirapan, kailangan
may dumi din yung history.
With history kasi pre, may luggage.
Oh. Bakit may luggage? Pero may dalahin, may bitbit ka. And actually yun nga this roster parang statement siya. And it's also a big responsibility to actually take care of it.
Yes.
At palakasin pa.
Amen. This is fun,
Ako, for Rora, nasa tagline na nila, pre. Di ba? Seize the win. But that aside, masaya ako for this lineup. Masaya ako because...
Oo, masaya ka.
Sobrang saya ako.
Sa'yo din may history eh.
Yes. And
Clue na yun.
for so many reasons. As in, kung saan ko na nadala yung storyang yon, and I'm so happy that it's a new chapter. And now, wala, yung unang team sabi ko, pwede mag-M7. Ito rin dapat mag-M7 eh. I don't know. That's it. That's Rora. Sa'yo yun eh. That's it.
Ito, that's it. Last thoughts.
Sige.
Last thoughts. Tignan natin kung paano mag-unravel yung kanilang performance.
Ay.
Sakto TNC na bunot ko. I'll break the fourth wall. The very street that the studio is in, we're shooting this, was where our boot camp was when I was with TNC. That's crazy. I was thinking, my thoughts about TNC Season 16. It's not so different, sa totoo lang. I like it. It's parang, alam mo yung nagluto ka sa stove, tapos yung oil, iniwan mo na lang. Kasi mainit pa tapos masarap naman yung linuto mong oil Tapos pinalitan mo lang yung sahog, pero yung pa rin yun. Tapos alam mo yung next dish, alam mo kakainin mo, alam mo maraming kang kanin That's how I see this season, CNC. Yeah.
Ako, I break the fifth wall.
Wow,
yung bootcamp nila, 5 minutes lang mula sa bahay ko.
Lapit
lang, di ba? Lapit lang. Anyway, ang aking thoughts about TNC is this is a good example of what a team, knowing their performance last season, should do. Pero para sa akin, medyo kapos lang. Which is a big challenge for them this season. Kasi at some point you gotta adjust something, you know? At some point you gotta adjust something. Especially gearing up to one of the most competitive seasons ever. Medyo 10 bits lang. Pero that's the big task for TNC. Continue that performance from last season while also knowing eto lang yung pyesa mo.
Teka, anong eto lang? Bakit eto lang?
Eto na.
Secret na yun.
Sige. Ako ang TNC ngayon. Sabi ko lang.
Sakto red.
Ang hirap nun Pero, shakeland ko na lang. Feeling ko TNC ngayon, 90% chance playoffs to.
Wow. That's big.
Okay, wait lang. Sige.
Ikaw.
Just to close it off, ikaw 90% playoffs.
90%.
Knowing yung roster nila, feeling ko mataas chance na mag-M7 pa nga Yun yung gusto ko kasi I know the roster. At some point, you guys will know the roster. You'll understand why I say dapat mag-M7. Hindi mo alam.
Ito na lang sabihin ko. Bawal sila magkamali.
Yun. Kasi pag nagkamali sila,
wala na.
sakit yung...
Diretso.
Sayang lalo.
Okay. Yun yung ibig sabihin ng kulang yung pyesa.
Yun pala yun.
Gets mo na. Di kasi nila alam
Pero pag nalaman nila, yun
magigets nila.
Job skirt in. Ba't ang hina? Job curds. Magpapasiklab ba ngayong araw? Dudurugin ba namin? O kami ang madudurog? Sino? Sino lalaro? Nakahurang ka ba yan, Cheese? Makahurang ka ata dyan Tapos caption ko, tinalo ko si Chakman ba? Wala. Basta kayo, guys. Narinig ko yung sarili ko.
Mahina ba siya? Hindi ako ready dito Dalayo ata yung lips ko Hello, mic check. My life is I'm not ready. Hello? Mic check. I can't swing on my own. Andito na kami. Andito na ang TNC. Magpapamalas ng kakaibang movements. Hello, pare. Pakinggan mo ako. Ba't anong hina ng sarili ko? Pangbakbaka na to, ya. Kaya ako unahin yung iba. Unahin ko yung sarili ko. Dala yata yung lips ko, ya eh.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, sarap panalo. Luto to plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Hello Superfans! Episode 2 na tayo ng ating Meta Pro at syempre kasama natin si Edward dahil siya ang magbibigay sa atin ng tips. Hindi ako. Uy! Ganun ang Meta Pro.
Yun pala.
Oo. Mamimit ang Pro tapos magbibigay ka ng Meta. Paano? Umpisa natin.
Sige, bigay example para mabilis.
Sige, ganito muna. Sa mga nagdaang panahon, matagal ka na, naka 500 games ka
Oo,
Palo
eh.
ka Ano yung pinaka-tumatak sa'yo ng Meta?
Siyempre yung pakita Benny.
Pakita Benny.
Season 7.
Ubet.
Ubis Strat.
Ubis Strat. Okay. Ano yung mga pinaka-nadalian ka or nahirapan? Nadalian mo.
Nadalian sa
Meta. Season 8, Pakita Benny pa rin.
Parang yun yung naging pick ko nun eh. Pakita Benny, Esmira.
Parang ngayon, babalik.
Okay.
Yung mga nahihirapan ka naman, yung bad trip, anong matapos na tong meta na to?
Yung season 14, 13-14 ba yun? Yung tank.
Gatot din! Gatot din! Ayaw mo na!
Yung wala ilos, gatot.
Pas tayo doon, mabagal. Walang ginagawa, no?
Wala masyadong pinipindot.
Tawa ko
May
lang.
masaktan dun. Sorry.
Mabagal. Hindi yun. Okay, pangalawang tanong, Edward. Kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ikaw may-ari ng yun eh. Anong gusto mong meta?
Sa whole ba na team or sa akin lang na explain?
Okay, whole team na. Sino ng hero yun? Bigyan ka tayo idea.
Okay, sige.
Si Kelra, all assassin daw.
Bakit yun?
Bakit? Ano sa'yo?
Sa akin, 3 fighter, 2 mage.
2 mage. Ano yun? Rambulan meta. Rambulan meta.
Rambulan yun.
Kagulo yun. Bahala na sila. Ano yun? Mag-isip. Okay, Edward. Sa mga nagdaan season, sino sa tingin mo yung player or team na sobrang bilis mag-adapt sa meta bukod sa Aurora?
Gagawin ko eh.
Bawal yun. Bias ka no?
Bias ba ako nun? Okay, siguro sa team na lang. Yung ONIC or TL.
Kasi ito.
Magkano sila.
Mabilis. Okay lang. Okay lang. Okay lang. Masaya nga yung masaya eh. At syempre, ngayon lang to, may special guest tayo.
Sino yan?
Galing sa Superfans. Syempre,
Superfans.
Aurora mismo.
Uy.
Welcome na natin si Miss
Sino
Pia.
yan?
Hello po. Congrats dahil ikaw yung napili na makausap si Edward na ating pro ngayon. Syempre, karapatan ka. Bibigyan kita ng karapatan na magtanong ng 3 tanong para kay Edward.
Sige nga.
Ano yung golden rule mo bilang Legend Zero and to remain Mr. Consistent?
Golden rule. Grabe. Hirap ng tanong na yun din. Ano yung maganda sagot doon? Ayan. Para sa akin, disiplina lang talaga. doon na lumalabas na yung pagiging consistent doon kapag disiplinado ka sa ginagawa mo sa everyday life mo. And yan.
Okay. Pangalawang tanong, Pia. Anong pangalawang tanong na gusto mo itanong kay Ed?
Curious ako kung ano yung ginagawa niya kapag yung enemy team is parang lahat ng hero pool niya at that meta is binaban nila.
Ban Edward, ano daw nasa isip mo or ginagawa mo?
Semi-proud kasi, ayun, at some point, ako yung nakikita nilang threat or nire-respect nila yung hero ko. Siyempre, nakakaano yun, kasi nakaka-proud ng hero. Ano lang, mina-mindset ko lang na kaya kong gamitin lahat ng hero or kahit banan nila ako, kaya kong gamitin at anytime, kahit wala akong practice. Ganun lang.
Pangatlong tanong, Pia?
How do you make yourself adapt and be adept sa bagong heroes? Adapt sa meta, yung parang magigets siya, tapos nagiging proficient kapag sa hero na yun. Gumagaling ka sa hero na yun.
Next question daw.
Next question, pwede bang skip? Okay na ba Tagalog?
Tagalog yun lang.
Yung sa meta, di ba? Like, mag-shift yun. Tingin ko naman, all throughout ng, bago mag-start yung MPL, na de-determine agad kung ano yung magiging meta. Which is kung ano yung ginagamit ng kalaban, maggagayahan. Kung sino yung unang maglabas, maggagayahan pa yan. Doon pala magkakaroon ng idea na counter pickings, which is, doon lalabas yung mga off-meta heroes na, yun, tulad nga ng dati na tank EXP.
14.
Yun. So, doon mo ma-determine pa lang kung yun na lang.
Ano yung ginagawa mo para mabilis ka maka-adapt din sa changes?
Wala sa ano lang talaga experience ng screen kung ano yung nagiging meta, ganun. Kumbaga, wala, adapt lang. Minsan kopya-kopya lang, ganun.
Kailangan gamitin, no? Ginamit niyo sa amin, gagamitin
sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Pia. Maraming salamat sa pagsama. Okay, Ted?
Thank you.
And ayun lang, guys. Kung gusto niyo rin ma-experience yung kayo na mismo yung magtatanong sa ating mga mamimit na pro, huwag niyo kalimutan, bumili ng ticket. Dito lang sa link na to. And Ed, maraming salamat sa pagsama. Hanggang sa muli sa ating Meta Pro.
Amazing!
Hello Superfans! Ako nga pala si Bentings, pero hindi ako magbibigay sa inyo ng tips, kundi ang ating mga pro. At syempre, dito lang yan sa Meta Pro. Makakasama nga natin dito ang ating gold standard na si Kelra.
Hello guys!
At syempre, bago tayo mag-start, ang ibig sabihin nga pala ng Meta Pro, mamimit na natin yung mga pro at magbibigay pa sila ng mga meta tips. Ang unang tanong, Kelra, sa mga dumaang meta, ano yung mga pinaka nagustuhan mo at mga hindi mo nagustuhan?
Sa lahat tayo, no? Pinakagusto ko yung mage.
Yung mga Alice,
Golok, Sarit, Parsa, Kagura. Kasi masaya gamitin yan, tapos mas may mechanics yan kesa sa mga marksman. Ang pinaka hindi ko naman nagustuhan is parang wala naman akong hindi nagustuhan. Parang lahat gusto ko, gusto kong fighter.
Nakapag-preya ka?
Nakapag-preya, nagro-ruby.
Kung i-rate mo na lang from 1 to 3, ano doon? Mage, top 1.
Marksman, tas fighter.
Marksman pa rin talaga.
Tas fighter.
Kaya pangalawang tanong, kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ano yung gagawin mong meta? Tapos ano yung itatawag mo?
Ano siguro? Assassin.
All assassin?
Hindi, balik lang assassin meta.
Assassin meta na lang.
Tapos, yung parang last season. Tapos tatawagin mo siyang Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin. Ano, ikaw yung core o ikaw yung ano?
Pwedeng assassin gold, pwede rin gangen. Basta dalawa assassin.
Kel
Assassin.
Okay, good yun. Pangatlong tanong, Kel. Isa kayo sa pinakamagaling mag-team fight. Ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanilang tips na para mag-success sa isang team fight?
Siguro yung proper comms and proper targeting sa team fight. Ayun lang kasi yung talagang ginagawa namin.
Pero pag nagawa yung simple na yun, talagang malaking chance manalo sa team.
Simple pero sobrang laki ng impact sa team fight.
Ang next na tanong natin, ano naman ang mabibigay mo sa mga nanonood sa ating mga gold laner? Kahit yung pang RG na tips lang na mapapakinabangan nila.
Siguro sa mabibigay ko sa mga pang RG na tips, unang-una, lalo na pag solo kayo, wag kayong matitilt. Kailangan enjoy nyo lang yung game kasi kaya nga game yung ine-enjoy, di ba? Enjoy nyo lang game tapos siguro
stars. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we cannot be winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Lakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
Ni hao to all our Chinese-speaking fans, and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 16. It's the second match of this Superfans Saturday. 3 best-of-3s coming your way. You're smack dab in the middle of this game. Day at your service, my name is Leo. Here with Renmar Santa Cruz and Robert Neil de Guzman, bringing you the action. In case you don't know, we just witnessed a sweep by TNC Pro Team, taking it to APBR. Renmar, did you see that?
Yeah, I was able to catch bits of it. I was surprised that APBR decided to bring in Chove Skirt. And
yeah.
I'm sorry, I gotta be that guy. I felt it, I could see it. They look like they really missed Aqua.
Yeah, you know what? That was the same question we asked earlier, but I guess that's something that they need to address moving forward.
Renmar, there's more than just action coming our way. There's more data.
Yeah, and more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's Only 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Smart, a simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
There's a best-of-3 coming your way. You can see it right about here. It's a matchup between Smart Omega versus Team Liquid Philippines, the defending champions of this very league. And it's clear, just like Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp supercharge with Clear, that this is about to be a banger, given that they have both come from a matchup against Twisted Minds in action later on tonight, facing off against ONIC PH. I feel like this might go 3.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards that too. Despite Team Liquid looking really strong and looking terrifying in their last series against Twisted Minds, I feel like because Omega can actually challenge Twisted, then maybe they can challenge Liquid.
It's like a rock paper scissors.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Omega has had all their games go to 3, right?
You're wrong. No, you're correct. You're
Okay.
correct.
And then TL, every game, 2 games.
Have they been all sweeps? I will have to double check that actually.
Okay, but what we can confirm is a sweep is that last match. Again, as mentioned, APBR could not hold a candle to TNC tonight. The fire of the Phoenix shines ever brighter with 3mar at the helm. And where does this put the Phoenix Army? Right at number 6.
Ooh, okay. Very interesting spot for TNC. The thing is, I don't think they mind being in 6th. Because honestly, with the way we saw TNC earlier, especially the way they played the game, it feels like they just picked it up. Like they're starting to get that groove going, and they found their synergy.
Yeah, so far in this season, we found ourselves in a very similar spot to last season, where you see a very heavy middle of the table.
That's true.
And then APBR and Falcons have sadly limped away with the status of the teams that have struggled the most so far this season. But with TNC, TLPH, Omega, Twisted, even Rora, even ONIC, you could all make a case for them. It's like, wait a minute, should you really be there? I feel like, it could go any other way.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that lower part of the standings. Let's focus on this match coming up next.
Woo!
It's James versus the Apex Predator, Sanford, coming up next. A best of 3 between Smart Omega and Team Liquid PH. This is close to home for one Robert Neal, Midnight de Guzman, because you've held both of these XP laners to such a high regard.
Yeah, I've held their hands too. Like,
Sana all.
Come on, bro.
All right, I finally got to hold your hand.
The journey was so long ago for both Sanford and James. Fortunately for Sanford, he has found huge success, like winning 2 international titles under his belt. But for James, he has to fight it through. Like, he's now in front of a rookie that's now turned veteran, and he has to catch up.
This is an MPL ID champion amongst us, but it's as if I chose the headline. I'm the Ryzen guy. We're talking about Ryzen Rising. Ever since his debut in Season 8, there was something special about this young man. It takes a very special kind of MLBB athlete to, I don't want to say dethrone, but to take the helm from one KLVJ.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull apart the curtains just a little bit. I know in every game you've got the greatest of all time. Ryzen is the greatest from time to time, multiple times in his career.
I agree.
There was a time, you brought it up, there was a time where he was the best fan in the world, maybe for like a week or two, the greatest bowman, maybe for a week or two, same with the Lancelot.
Yeah. And by the way, keep in mind, he's also the guy that eliminated Carl Teasy in Season 9.
That's true.
And he's facing up against Carl tonight, and I'm pretty sure the whole barangay is watching worldwide tonight. They are watching from Barangay Capri, a multi-purpose hall of Novaliches, Quezon City. Come on down if in case you're nearby. If not, support Ryzen, Dean Sumagi from wherever you are. This man, you mentioned so many heroes. I can't believe y'all didn't mention his Akai.
His Akai's really good too.
Season 9.
Bro.
His Bowman.
His Cho. First Cho Jungle.
The Cho Jungle.
War Axe Curse Helmet, bro.
Did that win?
Yeah. That was the game that eliminated Echo.
In Season... Oh yeah, in Season 9.
Yeah.
His Season 16 stats aren't so bad either. Look at it, he got 39 kills, 48 assists.
Yeah.
Almost 80% kill participation, 3rd amongst all junglers in the league.
Yeah, and what I like about the 39 total kills with him being first among junglers, I think it's indicative of the style of Omega, where they're a little bit more Indonesia flavored.
Yeah.
Where it's like they will fight even when you don't expect them to.
They want to just fight. There's always like a brawl going on in the barangay. And the thing about Ryzen is he's always that guy. Whenever I see the drafts come out from Omega, technical limitations is off the table. Like, you don't ask, can you pull it off? Can you play the Fanny? Can you play the Lancelot? No, just pick it.
He will say yes to most everything.
Yeah.
That's what Clean Dean is all about. Speaking of big names and speaking of Indonesia, this man made a boom, a splash in Indonesia when he won the M4 World Championship as the head coach of then Echo. Tic Tac is back.
#Tatay Tic. Tatay means father in Filipino. and I am gonna start pushing for that. That is my contribution for Team Liquid this season. And yeah, this man is storied. He's a historical coach. When they became the M4 World Champions, it was his face plastered on there alongside Mitch, celebrating when people didn't expect Coach Tic Tac to bring then Echo to the heights that they eventually reached. He was able to do it, and he did it even more after that.
Yeah, I do agree. Aside from JP, like he's called the daddy, but even the players themselves, they acknowledge, Tic Tac's presence has been like the overall glue of this team ever since their previous coach left Arcadia. Tic Tac's been there.
Yeah, and it always seems like when it looks like Liquid's in this phase of like, oh, how are they doing? They're a little bit shaky. He's like, crack glass for Tic Tac. He comes in, it's like, and everyone's just like, but he's been there this whole time, so,
Well, that's why Liquid/Echo has always been in that triangle of power. Eras after he debuted, they've always been close to the top at least.
Yeah, they're always 3. I mean, aside from about one season. I believe that was season 12 where they dropped off, but...
Season 14 also, was it? Yeah,
14
or 15 when they were eliminated the first round.
Yeah, the MCU seasons.
Yeah,
seems like they're cursed in the MCU.
Us Cavalry don't talk about that.
Oh, sorry.
What first round exit? That doesn't exist. Folks, we want to ask y'all, this is our community poll, who is the best gold laner in MPL Philippines? Is it A, Nets, B, Netsky, C, Nets Presco, or D, Kenneth Barro?
Got no choice. There's no option E. There's only A, B, C, and D.
We're talking about eras here, right? Like Nets, ONIC Nets, Netsky. That was also ONIC, right?
Yeah, he's had his own set of eras as well, not just the league. I personally am a little bit of a Nets Presco guy.
Homeboys.
His MY Prime.
His MY Prime, yeah.
Wait, not Homeboys. Vamos.
Vamos.
Yeah.
I'm a Nets guy because ever since he debuted, I still have his Bruno in my head.
Yes.
Lives rent free.
The rapid boots
for like 3.5 years now.
Yeah, season 10. I am also a Nets guy. At that time, I also thought of Nets as maybe not the best, but one of the best in the in that season.
Hey, if you ask him, he's the best.
Yes. And real quick,
but you're asking me.
Nets Presco linguistically is one of the smartest IGNs ever.
I agree.
Nets fresh.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome these teams on stage. It's Smart Omega and Team Liquid Philippines entering the arena.
The barangay is ready for action. Ken Ryzen rise to the occasion, joined by James, Haji, Super Yoshi, and Netsky. Ito ang Barangay Smart Omega! The cavalry continues to ride the stampede. Here's Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, JP, and Oheb. Let's go, Team Liquid Philippines! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Jeff. The two teams will be joined by their respective coaches. It is Coach Lembot for Omega and Coach RC for Team Liquid. The barangay challenges the cavalry, who will stand their ground for victory.
I think it's confirmed that Smart Omega is a 3-game machine this season 16. Midnight, talk to us about why they're capable of putting their opponents to the wire like that.
It's the endurance of the barangay. That's always been the strength, especially with these players. They've been playing for a long time, maybe with the exception of Super Yoshi, but there's always that clutch factor. Like if the game goes long enough, they find errors, they find loopholes, and they use their mechanical prowess, especially with Ryzen on the rise here for Omega. We've seen him pull off amazing plays on the Fanny, amazing Lord Steals, and the thing that I like about their playstyle is they're not scared of anything.
You know who's also not scared of anything? Team Liquid Philippines, although they have admitted sometimes they're scared of their own limits. But little by little, Team Liquids are starting to find again what made them so strong last season and end up becoming MSC champions. They play around JP and Sanji, and if Sanford can just work out his communications between his mid laner and roamer, then Carl TZ and Oheb can pop off. Carl TZ especially, and I have said this multiple times, add to that, JP, have been absolute monsters this season 16 with how they've been juggling being the main frontliner for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I agree. TLPH, they're very, they're very unorthodox for the past few weeks. But I talked to Coach RC behind the scenes. He said that okay, now they've rediscovered how they want MSC. Like they found the drafts, they found the playstyle, and now they're just trying to polish it. But it's harder because now they're in PH. Teams are much aware of what they do.
And the last team that they faced, Twisted Minds, faced the wrath of this newly found fire, this new strat, this new execution, and they swept them. Prior unbeatable, Twisted Minds felt the wrath of the defending champions. All the while, Smart Omega, they lost to Twisted Minds, so I wonder how they recover. Let's go ahead and listen to exactly what was going on in their comms with the Smart 5G ping test right before this match.
Oy, mic check. Coach, parang hina ng ano mo. Sa mic? Aura mo. Mahina rin siya sa akin eh. Diskarte. Lala. Ayun daw, sobrang pogi lang sa Sanford. Uy!
Stop me. Oh. Ha? Ano, signature posers. Idol, di ako magpapamo sa idol ha. Manahimik muna ako na konti para walang makuha. Bahala ka dyan. Uy. Baited! Patanggal na to, okay na to.
What was Super Yoshi? I don't even know how to describe that. Was he yowling?
Someone's gonna have to do a water check on the guy, man. Like, what's up with the water there?
Yeah. I don't even know what was going on, but I think that's just the aura, of Smart Omega. They're just having fun. I mean, like the what's it, culture?
The vibe.
The vibe. There you go.
Vibe.
Thank you.
I like that.
Thank you so
The
much.
vibe.
Thank you so much.
The
I'm not lost for words, but yeah.
It's my Gen Z vocabulary for you.
I see Omega every time they walk in from from the hallways towards their room backstage. It's always just fun vibes. You never feel the pressure from them.
I'll double down on that. Even when they lost, they're always just. Boss Leo, that's just how it is, man. That's just how they are. Let's just let the Wolf break down these keys to victory for both these teams coming up in the Howl.
Welcome to The Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's Omega going up against TLPH. And para sa Omega, kailangan nilang bantayan yung mga curveball na ginagawa ng TLPH, lalong-lalo na sa kanilang jungler choices into the draft. Nakita natin out of nowhere, TLPH bumunot ng Fredrin noong laban nila versus Twisted Minds. And this kind of tells us na ang TLPH talaga ay kayang-kayang maglaro ng assassin at utility junglers at nilalaro pa nila yung draft accordingly. Kaya naman, para dito sa Omega, dapat nilang bantayan yun. Alam natin, Cartesi can play assassin and utility so well, so they have to watch out for that kind of adjustment mula sa TLPH. Also, kailangan nilang i-mass ban ang mga heroes ni JP. Mukhang kasalanan talaga ni JP kung bakit napakalakas ng TLPH ngayon. And I would say na pag si JP ay nakahanap ng magandang hero, like yung even mga kaleya niya na tamang-tama yung mga targets niya, and even when he plays the utility roam heroes katulad ng Gatot Kacha, ang galing niya mag-peel, even yung backshoot niya. And I believe that TLPH really looks for openings para kay JP. Kaya naman, kailangan iba na Omega yung saktong hero na magagamit ni JP in this matchup. Now for TLPH, they have to play extra fast to counter Omega's wait and catch playstyle. Napansin ko kasi para sa Omega, dahil gusto nga nilang gamitin yung kanilang catch heroes with Super Yoshi, ang playstyle nila yung naghihintay sila ng oportunidad. So, if TLPH plays extra fast, baka hindi makahinga at hindi makapwesto ang side ng Omega. Kaya naman ito yung way para manalo sila ng madali sa series na to. And also, alam naman natin, XP laners ang tempo controllers sa meta natin ngayon. With James and Sanford, sila talaga yung susi na masasabi ko na nagbibigay ng direksyon sa dalawang teams natin. So, if ever for TLPH, they have just to control that at inaabangan natin sa bakbakan ng Omega at TLPH.
Rule number 1, as a team against TLPH, you do not play against Carl Fredrin Nepomuceno. You're not allowed to be able to give them utility junglers because they just take full control of the early game. That's where the stampede starts because OHIP gets a lot of farm and they just play the map.
I actually spoke to the GOAT last week and he said, my confirmed favorite hero is Lancelot still after all these years. His second best,
Fredrin. Oh man.
Oh, even he himself admitted it?
Yep.
Oh.
I'll ask him his third this week, but...
If it's not a Kai, I'll be heartbroken.
Oh.
I wish it is.
It might be Baksha, though.
Dude, it's so scary that Carl Tizzy plays Fredrin like an assassin.
Yeah. Like, that was like the main point that we made last week about their performances.
Yeah.
But now, as you see on screen with Sanford and James being highlighted, you said a really good thing behind the scenes, Midnight, where I will translate it, although it's not fully the idea that you went for. It seems like James can look at Sanford as what he could have been.
Yeah.
The career trajectory that James could have had. Because at one point in their careers, James was the bigger brother to Sanford, teaching him how to play the game, how to be the main EXP laner for an MPL squad.
Yeah, mind you, Sanford was the apprentice of James. But Sanford conquered the food chain. He became the apex. And James got lost along the way. But after some time, he became the ultimate fighter in the MDL. But the thing is, it's a different league. You know, whenever you're playing an MPL, every one of you all are top dogs.
Talk about a different league. This man has gone around the world to try and conquer greatness. He has become an MPL ID champion, came back home, and now under the green and white is looking to chase destiny again. So Smart Omega picking sides here. Coach Snap, Coach Lembot, they decide to go red.
Ooh, this is scary. This is scary for Smart Omega. If they don't ban Zushin or Fredrin, that's the first two powerhouse picks for TLPH. That's what we saw against Twisted Minds. Those two picks are what sets up the draft here for TLPH.
Yeah, I will add one more pick to that, the Baksha, but weirdly enough, Team Liquid Philippines are one of those teams where if they can, they'll save the JP Rome pick for the second half of the draft. They'd rather chase XP mid and jungle first.
Yeah, that's also true. Now, with JP added to the mix, I'll add one more. The Lapu Lapu of Sanford. Remember M4? That was the most scariest thing you'll ever see from TLPH. Now there's a lot of them.
I'm sure Coach Tic Tac and Sanford have had a long conversation about that Lapu Lapu. Going into game number one, Coach RC goes ahead and takes out the Fanny and the Harris.
Respect.
While Smart Omega ban out the Wanwan and the Zushin. Still at large, the Lancelot, Yisun Shin trade. The aforementioned Fredrin still right around the corner. And of course the Lapu Lapu. I think both teams, of all the heroes we mentioned, the one hero that's not an auto ban that they might try to fight for is the Lapu Lapu. Because James is so good with the Lapu Lapu. You just gotta go with James.
Yeah, both of them. Like you even said last week when we were discussing like how to describe the Lapu Lapu, he is the front line. He is the setter. And if you don't follow him, you're not going for like, you know, the successive team fights. But that's been like the identity of the barangay. Whenever James sets, there's always that follow-up. But that's also very true for TLPH. The amount of time Sanford has saved the game with the Lapu Lapu. It's crazy to think that we've come down to this, like that very one pick on XP, which is also part of Wolf's keys to victory in the Howl. The XP is very important here. They set that tempo.
The Phoveus is also still open. If you're going for the Arlot, Phoveus, Lapu Lapu trade, this is a dynamic that you have to watch out for.
Yeah, they can go Phoveus first if ever. As much as Lancelot, Lancelot is open.
Yeah.
They could go for it.
That's very tempting though for TLPH. So now I see. So they give the option to Smart Omega. There's a good chance they pick both Lance and Phoveus here, which gets countered by a glue. So TLPH, they've loved their glue ever since MSC. Like they think of glue as a championship winning here. For some reason, it always wins in the finals.
Oh, I don't know that.
That's Sanford's notes.
Okay.
He mentioned that to me. He was like,
that's anecdotal.
Yeah, glue gets buffed for some reason in the grand finals. He doesn't know why.
Oh, and then usually that he loves picking the glue into the Phoveus. There's not much a Phoveus can do against the glue in the lane.
Yeah.
And they do get the Lancelot. So yeah,
Why
you
glue?
tease it. Yeah, just get the glue or the YSS if you want to match with damage. And actually, no, yeah, you do need to get the YSS. You can't go for like a tanky juggler for Carl Tizzy.
Yeah. Curious to see though what the gold lane would be. Because now they removed the Harith. I think both sides are eyeing at the carry. Both Oheb and Netsky. We've seen Netsky like pull off amazing games with carry across the years. He's an amazing carry player. But for Oheb, that's the question. Do you go for heroes like carry or is there space for Beatrix?
All right, so we do get the Yisun Shin and the Farsa here into the hands of Sanji, which I can't believe we've gone this long into this matchup without mentioning the GG mid lane matchup. Kagura in the hands of Haji, the KDA machine.
Oh, wow.
I think that's better.
This hero feels like it was put into this metagame for a very specific reason, and that's for Haji to play it.
Yeah.
And it's also good against Kalea. I mean, The Kagura always has a way to protect herself. A little bit of a cleanse.
Good luck trying to catch her with the Tsunami Slam.
Oh my, I miss the EVOS Haji era. Like the Kagura, even with Carl Teasy, SGD days, he's also like a good Kagura player, but now, again, as you've said, it is placed on the spot for a Smart Omega, which is good against both the Farsa and the Kalea. Sometimes even great against the Yisun Shin. If you catch him off with the Traceless on cooldown, you can just burst the YSS. But now Omega can get can ban
tells all.
Sanford Heroes Esmeralda. That's so far-fetched, honestly. They could have just gone for the Lapu Lapu and Glue Ban.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the... I think that's the reason why Team Liquid Philippines decided to pick the Farsa first. Because they're banking that Omega will slip up on one EXP ban. There's always going to be one good option. They can say, yeah, either the Lapu Lapu or the Glue. They can't ban both. They can't pick another one of them.
Yeah.
So they just let it through.
That's a big risk, though, because like, I get the idea. It's just dangerous, because if Omega figures it out, you know, they could just go for those two bans. Because at the end of the day, why are you scared of the Farsa? You have a Phobius.
Something tells me Omega's setting up the Harith.
No, Harris banned.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think...
Okay, so the Esmeralda is all the more baffling.
Yeah, I think what they're eyeing out here is for Smart Omega, they want to let the Lapu Lapu go and then take the carry Red 4.
Yeah.
I think that's the goal.
So Red 4 and then go ahead, pick the Lapu.
Yes, because even then, you don't have to worry about gold lane matchups. Like, even if TLPH swerves with the Bruno, it's fine. You have a Phobius, you have a Kagura, and you have a Lancelot. So now I think... What?
Huh? That is a Rome Ruby.
Yeah.
Or are they playing with a potential... No,
so why is this?
Yeah, you don't Ruby Gold with a Lancelot.
Yeah, I think Omega are just pick this Ruby Gold to make sure that Team Liquid Philippines doesn't get the Ruby Gold in their hand.
On XP.
Yeah. But
no, on Rome.
No, this is a Kalea on TLPH.
Oh, no, for Omega.
No, the Ruby could have
Oh, okay, okay.
Ruby's
Yeah,
going to go to
yeah.
the Rome, yes.
Yeah.
So, honestly, OM can just go Granger or the carry now.
Yeah, dude, why is it... Granger, Yuzong. Give me the Yuzong, please.
I don't think we're going to get it.
I've been asking for the Yuzong for the longest time. It wins against the Phobius, and it's also decent against the likes of the Lancelot. But they go for the Glue.
Yeah. And they're the Euphony of Suffering.
All right, we alluded to the Glue.
Granger.
And here it is.
El Granger.
El Granger.
Smart Omega, they still do not have a pick for Nets, Presco, Netsky, Kenneth Barrow.
Bruno, no?
Oh, yeah, no, I like Bruno here.
Bruno's good.
Yeah, because I feel like but then even with the Farsa on the other side, either the Bruno or Carrier, I feel like has the right damage profile to cover for what they need. Hopefully they don't pick something off-kilter like a Beatrix or a Claude.
Yeah, because if you slow down TLPH's game enough, Bruno just takes over mid-game. You have a Phobius, Ruby, and a Lancelot that can cover you. Even if, say, you spend the Feathered Airstrike from the side of TLPH, you just wait for the next wave, and then you just continue pushing.
We wait with bated breath.
It's probably going to be carried, though.
What does the self-proclaimed best gold laner pick up? It's the Claude! Oh no! What are they trying to do with this Claude?
One of the things I wish that they didn't pick.
Okay. This
is last game's Lucas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this puts like an insane timer on TLPH. If they slip up early game, Omega's just taking over late game, right? That's the nature of this matchup. But the thing about Liquid's draft is it's very fundamental to their identity. It's Stampede. It's a YSS. It's a Granger. It's a Kalea. You give them two kills in the early game. You give them first turtle. For sure, you're losing the next 5 minutes.
That explains Liquid's higher lineup rating and higher early game. They have that 1-2 combo, that Kalea Farsa, and even the Glue Farsa. Whoever they want to feed into the possibly late game Yisun Shin that Carl Dees is going to be able to snowball into. Let's watch how this unfolds. Game number 1, Liquid Philippines versus Smart Omega. Who's going to be first on the board?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
I don't know, man. It feels like Liquid can get full Stampede on this game. We've seen a lot of crazy YSS momentums paired up with a Kalea, Farsa, a Granger that naturally just builds Sky Piercer. There will come a point in this game, if TLPH had enough momentum, they won't even care about minion waves. They're just gonna find heroes to kill.
Yeah. On the other side, I see a possibility of Omega getting a surprise win at around Turtle 1 or Turtle 2. Something that we usually see with the Phobius and Lancelot together in the same lineup. And considering that you have the extra surprise factor of, oh, hey, we have a Ruby, 1 second skill suddenly messes up your team fight flow, that's something that Team Liquid Philippines might get surprised by.
Yeah. I mean, TLPH, Omega, they do have the Lance Phobius, as you mentioned. Lancelot could just steal a turtle. Phobius has been, a nightmare to deal with in the first turtle. But one problem that they have to solve first is Sanford. Like, they have to deal with this glue. Because we've seen a lot of Phobius glue matchups, even in the international stage. If nobody shows up on XP, glue just takes over the turtle and then goes mid, gets level 4 there, and then hunts for the enemy jungler.
Okay, I have a slight crazy question here.
Okay.
Do they need to worry about the glue when early on, Liquid might not even have the damage to supplement what Sanford brings to the table as a glue? Considering that we did mention the Phobius Lancelot problem of Team Liquid Philippines against Omega.
The thing is, they don't have to worry about Glue's damage, but they have to worry about his displacement factor. Because there's a Kalea in the game. The pure displacement, and then also the level 4 of the Parsa. Feather Strike can just burst anybody down. They don't even have to kill the Lancelot, honestly. If the Lancelot steals a turtle, it's fine. Ryze is going to show up, Retri. As long as you poke the Phobius, and then for the next few minutes, the Phobius is shut down, the glue is just taking over the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm more afraid of. Again, it's through mid that everything else happens for Team Liquid Philippines. So I'm expecting Omega to attack elsewhere. Omega's gonna harass Oheb. Omega's gonna try to, again, we've seen it before, just bear down on that glue while it's trying to find its targets. We've seen that happen once or twice.
Yeah. I guess to hone in on your point, like attack elsewhere, it's not just attack, but also commit. Like if they want to go for turtle, they have to address Sanford. If they want to go for some play else, maybe put 3 or 4 heroes on gold lane.
Oh, speaking of, Netsky trying to trade against Oheb, it's clear that he's already acknowledged that this is a practice in futility. You can't trade against a Granger, not like this.
Yeah. Even instead of sidestepping or trying to get away from the range of basic attacks, Oheb just threw up a sticker. And even Netsky, in his own right, was like, I don't care if you hit me with your first skill. It's cool, man. It's all right. Let's just trade this out.
Yeah, it's funny because like Oheb realizes the Cloud's damage is so low, he could just trade basic attacks. He's not even like trying to hit the first skill.
Yeah.
When the Cloud was behind the minions, he was just like, okay, I'll just fire at you. When he goes back, all right, Rhapsody.
Yeah.
And the difference will be in their first items, which we've yet to take a peek on.
True.
Because I would guess one of them, or whoever chooses to be the aggressor, will build warrior boots. And then just go from there. It's like, all right, you want to trade, huh?
Yeah.
I own the first 6 minutes of trading.
Yeah, problem is that hurts the Claude. Because even if, let's say, all right, he's holding his own against the YSS, against the Granger, it's reducing the damage for the Dare Strike though. So if TLPH decides to go for the gold lane, it is counterintuitive to go for that item. So some Claude players, if they feel like the warrior boots doesn't solve their mid-game problems, they would just try to rush items. So maybe there's a world where Nets just rushes DHS into Corrosion, into Golden Staff, so they have a fighting chance. But even then, like you're fighting into the window of the Granger, wherein when you get those 2 items, like the first 2 for the Claw, you already have the Sky Piercer for the Granger.
Yeah, at some point, he'll also have to consider like, all right, am I going to build a Jerkin real quick just to lessen the physical damage just a little bit, and then I'm going to go into the DHS. And yeah, I do agree with you that the DHS should come before the Corrosion Scythe in this scenario, considering that he will probably get harassed a lot. That extra little bit of sustainability for himself might help out the Cloud even more.
And we haven't really talked about the jungle matchup as much. The Lancelot versus the Yi Sun Shin. It's rare that this trade actually happens because teams are still so honed in on, oh, these are 2 of the best junglers right now, despite the utility actually having so much more definitive, again, utility when you're trying to build up your side lanes or your cores. What do we expect Ryzen and Carl to do?
I would say for Ryzen, he's more focused on like contesting against TLPH, but Carl DZ, I mean, their signature YSS has been kind of different from a lot of the YSS we've seen, so maybe that's where the cracks show up. Because TLPH, they don't actually use the YSS as an aggressor in the mid game. They're trying to take it towards the late stage of the game. So maybe that's why Omega thought of letting go of the YSS, because they know TL is going to take this to late game.
Yep, so we can confirm that Ryzen will try to contest and try to attack these side lanes, while Netsky's the first to budge. He built his tough boots already.
And dives, he's immune onto the Claude, but he is not going to be able to immune himself from damage. Oheb survives the last hit of the tower. Good interplay between Baby Cakes to take down the Claude.
Try to use the tough boots against those two this early on, although this does open up a turtle.
Okay, that's going to be a slap onto one. Sanford, the displacement too strong against Ryzen, and Liquid will be able to not get the turtle, actually, as miraculously it's Haji who takes it, as Team Liquid will now try to invade and counter what Omega was able to bring to the table, and then James goes in as the Phobias. Omega have been able to counter that.
Wow. All right. I was going to say, amazing rotation from TLPH. They knew they were going to rotate towards the gold lane because Cartesi started on the blue side. But Omega with the counter punch. Oh, Haji. Oh, the damage. Not enough.
Huge. You were saying?
Yeah, I was saying. Now, Omega, they punish really hard. But TLPH's turn onto Ryzen allowed them to get more of the resource on the map. But James, again, he's the tempo setter for Smart Omega. After TLPH knew that, okay, there's no jungler who can actually invade, that flickered Dark Wave onto ISS.
Oh, look at this. The Filipino sniper Oheb, currently ranked #1 Granger in the league. Throughout his stats, career all-time highs. I didn't expect that.
Surprising too, but I mean, he played a lot in MSG, so
That's
no
true.
surprise that he's also tearing it up in the Philippines with the Granger. Already has the Hunter Strike, and he didn't go for the Warrior Boots. He did get the Jerkin and the initial boots first, though.
Yep, he doesn't have to go toe-to-toe against Nets. He knows that Nets is going to be leaving the lane half the time, and he forced Nets into investing into this duel when it really wasn't going to be a duel anyways. Confirming that Nets is on his way to a corrosion site. That's his first investment here.
Yeah, or maybe just,
just leave it there?
Yeah, casual crossbow, go to DHS.
Yeah.
But again, this hurts Netsky even more because he had to finish Warrior Boots, but now TLPH, they would just swing from gold lane to mid lane. They don't even care about the Claude at this point. So for TLPH, all they care about is mid lane control, allowing Cartesi to go wherever he wants, and then, Oheb would just pop off in the gold lane every once in a while.
Yep, this side lane gambit has already failed. Sanji popped the Purify there. I think he could have sworn that Omega were going to jump him.
And I think now James knows with the Purify gone from Sanji, he can just jump straight to the backline where Sanji is. He will have his Feathered Airstrike available for him. Good shrubs held by Omega. James shows himself first. A little bit of a trading, a little bit of a dance before they go all out.
Team Liquid Philippines waiting until Carl TZ says it's go time. Waiting for the jump!
Flicker along with the jump. Super Yoshi gets taken down by Oheb. Blazing Web by Netsky is going to be able to be enough to take down JP. Meanwhile, Sanford with the displacement onto James. They're going to be able to finish off the Phobias, and Team Liquid Philippines in a snap win the fight.
Quick fingers coming out from TLPH. JP with a punish. Quick jump as well. Title strike on Smart Omega. Even though the counter fight was there, Haji threw out the umbrella with a blazing duet from Netsky, but Oheb was able to flicker out.
Painful for Smart Omega. It seemed like they were the aggressor. It seemed like they were going to set something up, but Liquid found the window. Now up by about 2,000 gold. We'll see that sequence once again. Here's an Infinix instant replay. Yeah, we caught the tail end.
Yeah.
The best part of that was right before that start clip.
Yeah, to be honest, that flicker out from Oheb was everything for TLPH. They were able to fight after the initial spells were thrown for Smart Omega. Netsky had to go out with a BMI, and unfortunately for James, he was left alone to his own devices. JP?
JP goes in again with the second skill, and that's going to be a stun coming in from the Mountain Shocker. Blazing the red go, and here comes the counter by Omega. Netsky, perfect entry, perfect timing, and perfect damage as Carl, TZ, and JP fall. James trying to go after Sanji, but he's not going to be able to catch the mid laner of Liquid.
Press go with a double KO. Did not expect a Claude to hit that hard this early.
Yeah, and this is what I meant with what we said earlier. Omega, they're not afraid of anything. JP jumped onto Super Yoshi instead of flickering out, flickered in front of the YSS, and Netsky committed the blazing duet.
This was mentioned in the Howl, and you also doubled down on this, Midnight. Omega fights at the weirdest of times.
Yeah.
And they started with an I'm offended, but they ended with a blazing duet and a free 2 kills that resulted in, oh my god, conversion through the roof. A tier 1 push down bottom. Netsky not only survived the laning phase, but won it.
Oh my goodness, James and Yoshi, they're opening up the doors for Netsuki's late game. Now this Claude is gonna become a problem for TLPH because one item counters them all. It's just the wind of nature, honestly. Even though I say that there's that feathered airstrike, there is that title strike from JP, but he has a purify, and it's kind of hard to use the feathered airstrike onto a Claude with almost max movement speed.
So now Omega are going to be opening up the map through their Claude in the bottom lane. Liquid are going to go for the Turtle Blitz. Omega will not be able to contest this healthily, but Omega are playing for the slow push onto the sides with the map control. They don't need to take that right now. They want to play the slow and steady pace around their Claude.
That's a Mount Shocker revealing all of Smart Omega. So Liquid knows it's worthy. It's safe to trade for the top lane. 40 forces you to spread here. Omega holding down the fort mid.
Yeah, I like the word you used though, trade. TLPH, they're finding trades because they know Omega's doing something on the map. And unfortunately for TLPH, even though they got the turtle, as you said, Smart Omega, they're fine with this.
Okay, Sanford is starting things off now, but here comes the entry of Haji, able to interrupt the feathered airstrike, leading to win again by Netsuki, and JP goes down yet again. Omega seem to have found the perfect answer to how Team Liquid play. They wait for the JP or Sanford entry, play it slow and steady, and then go all in when they see one of the frontliners are low.
Ooh, attempted Grand Theft Purple here, and I think that is successful.
It is, yeah, Carl
refused to use the retry.
Yeah, he felt like he was gonna be able to take even Ryzen.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. He actually used his own, own retry.
Gentlemen, may I say I love what Ryzen is doing. This is a throwback to the Season 9 utility Lancelot we've seen him flourish in.
Yeah.
It's the Bruiser build.
Yeah, alongside SDZYZ, right? The Bruiser Lancelot and now Ryzen is showcasing his ability to just maneuver around fights. And Omega, again, as we've said earlier, they're fine with what's currently happening on the map. They're fine trading farms, because guess what?
Oh, Yoshi with a conceal to the back. Let's see if he's going to be able to grab someone, because actually JP was able to grab James. James able to flicker out, and there's going to be an awkward angle for Sanford. He's going to be left alone. Is he going to be able to get away from the members of Omega as Ryzen gets chased down by Carl TZ? No deaths, but Omega almost catching Team Liquid off guard.
Good amount of resources used to both disengage and find these fights.
Yeah.
But Liquid are standing their ground. They refuse to back off.
Yeah, this is tough for Smart Omega. Even though, again, as we've said earlier, they're fine with getting farm. But now with less battle spells on their side, TLPH can just blitz the Lord.
Okay, next he's Purify is still online. He's looking for stacks.
Yoshi
might get it from this wave up top. Lord here approaching half health. 40 just sweeping that river brush. Control of this is key.
Yeah, quite awkward right now for Omega to engage, but here comes JP with the entry once again. Tsunami slam onto Super. Yoshi gets taken out. Netsuki's blazing duet gets sidestepped. Haji gets punished. And in the back though, you see James grabbed yet again by Sanford. The displacement too strong for this glue. And James can only stand and try, but he will eventually fall against Team Liquid.
Omega are showing signs of, how do I say, they struggle to put up a box. Like, Liquid just break through their formation so easily.
Yeah, that's the fault line of JP. Like, he found the Ruby and he knew there was no punish. There was no flicker from James. Nobody could stop the Kalea from just jumping on the Ruby, and Carl DZ dodged away from the Blazing Duet too from Netsuki. So Omega wasn't doing any damage. Sanford?
Sanford goes zone out because JP's way too low to front for Team Liquid. It looks like Liquid is going to be able to get that turtle. Make it the Lord, actually, as Ryzen gets grabbed, gets taken out with the Blazing Duet by Netsuki is on point. A shutdown and a double kill for Netsuki. As Sanford is able to stay and catch Haji. 40 is going to be left behind though. Unless Sanji can help him out, he cannot. He can only watch as Netsuki now has 6 kills in this game.
Netsuki put this whole game on his back. Literally all that Smart Omega is doing is for Netsuki.
Yeah. Everybody on the side of Omega can actually just maneuver around these fights. Haji throwing umbrellas left and right. James with the constant jumps. Unlimited dashes from Ryzen, and the damage, it's all coming out from Netsuki. Even though they lost the Lord, TLPH, they felt like they could actually go for more. But the Blazing Duet was ready from Netsuki, and he was able to take out Oheb.
Midnight, all the more it's scary when you mention that this is stopped by a singular item, a Wind of Nature.
Yeah.
What happens when Liquid finally gets that?
I mean, at this point, the Wind of Nature becomes the key for both sides, TLPH and Smart Omega. Actually, on all course.
And it's also like who can get the better box, because Team Liquid Philippines, there are times where, yeah, they have a good formation, easily broken by Omega. And then on the other side, Omega, if they mess up their initial entry into the box of Team Liquid, suddenly they're fighting in an awkward spot because they're all diving in.
Yeah. Even though like we praise the late game aspect of this Omega's lineup, their team fight is kind of one-dimensional. Like if you go, you have to go. It's very full committal. If you mess up, that's it. TLPH could just reposition with unlimited traceless. Even though there's a couple of dashes as well from Smart Omega, you cannot stop the amount of pokes they have from the Farsa, from the YSS, and even the Granger.
Even if you take this to the 25-minute mark, I don't think Omega can hold a box against Liquid. That's just what this lineup is capable of doing. And you'll see here, OHEB is just a wee bit off of that wind of nature. When it does happen, when he gets that item, it's over. They have to find a way to burst that Granger, because this whole rattle Liquid until Nessie can come with a blazing duet situation won't happen again.
Yeah, but it's not a Netsky though. Like there's also a wind of nature for the Claude. So for both sides, they have the win conditions, but again, it's just more awkward for Smart Omega to actually start fights. They have to wait for JP. Super Yoshi can't just jump in, find the catch, because there's a ton of punish on the side of TLPH.
And by the way, we're having a Superfan early Pamasko promo. Buy your tickets now. Limited time only, goes from 250 pesos to 189. Promo runs from September 5 to September 19. But I feel like if we ask Omega, hey, how do you feel about awkward team fight? They're going to answer, what awkward? We like that.
We don't care.
We like it when it's a little kind of freaky, you know.
It's a little weird.
It's a little weird.
That's just how they are.
Yeah, we're into that, you know.
This is a ragtag squad of athletes taken from all over the world across the MLBB ecosystem and now playing under the banner. Smart Omega Lord is up. Liquid just seems to let it go. I mean, Kaldi's gonna spot this.
Omega are gonna be able to rush this.
Yeah, OHEB showed himself top lane.
Let's see if Omega will be able to rush the Lord. It looks like they will be, but Kaldi's close enough. James, just James alone was enough of a zone out. And here comes the Feather Dash back. JP with a flicker, title strike, and the Mountain Shocker. But OHEB still alive, blazing duet. Godlike for Netsky, but OHEB's able to sidestep. He's fighting, he's surviving. Ryzen trying to hold on, but it's a double kill for Sanford. Netsky went after OHEB, but couldn't get the kill. 2-4-2.
Massive win for Smart Omega, because at the beginning of this engagement, the sequence, they got the Lord, and now 40's on Hodge.
Oh, he's going to be able to dash on out of there, and Sanford's going to be stuck in the tower. Feather Dash strike. San holding on, but Netsky able to free hit, but Netsky will back away. The Lord is marching for Omega up top.
Okay, here's the thing about Smart Omega. Okay, they're done. Here's the thing about Smart Omega and Super Yoshi. It doesn't matter how many times you doubt the hero pick. What you don't need to doubt is the mechanical execution. He was jumped by JP. Even with the conceal, he was walking in front of YSS, making sure that TLPH does not try anything fishy against Smart Omega. And after that sequence, JP found the counter jump. Instead of flickering out right away, he hooked two members on the side of TLPH, and that allowed for an amazing and beautiful blazing duet from Netsky.
I mean, there ain't no Matildas, no Angelas, no Rafaelas here. When you commit in a team fight that is made up of lineups like this, it's all in. If you get away, you have to make the call. I'm going away, but Liquid were already in too deep. They already lost the Lord, and they wanted to find something else. And what they found was the end of the barrel of Netsky's double pistols. They're trying to recover, because for the first time in a while, actually, this whole game, if not, Omega now has a lead.
Yeah, this is the first time. It's a small lead, but again, this is the late game power of the Claude. Even though there is a lot of punish from TLPH, these sequences have been amazing for Super Yoshi. The catches that he's been able to land, and also James just disrupting the enemy front line. Sanji is always trying to find a perfect position so that he doesn't get caught by the Fulvius.
And it seems like we've found the answer. What happens when Liquid gets their hands on a wind of nature? Sure, it's just on OHEB, but that's a key part of that lineup. We found the answer. Omega can go for kills elsewhere. Carl TZ dying that quickly? It's not like he couldn't do anything to Netsky. He will just fold when the blazing duet gets in his face. Sanford, here's another option, builds the blade armor. So now he's going to hurt Netsky a little more on the clapback. But that doesn't answer what you do for Sanji. Maybe that's why Sanji here is keeping himself scarce. He's deathless so far. He wants to stay that way, because if he gets picked off early, or if he's exposed to a lone Netsky, it's over. Like this whole thing, forget about it. If one of these three cores dies first, then OHEB can't even make the most of that wind of nature.
Yeah, they have to space out their positioning because honestly, it's kind of hard for TLPH to go right now in front of Omega. If they want to find a title strike target for JP, I think at this point you try and catch the Phobius, so he doesn't become a problem for the Farsa.
Yeah, 100%, because James has been a menace for Team Liquid Philippines to handle. The fact that he can survive so long in fights and also deal a great amount of damage along with it has been a thorn on their side. So Sanford spots James out onto the wings. Omega.
Controlling the amount of information. Again, Carl DZ does not use the Mountain Shocker just yet. James down to less than half health. Forces the flicker.
What? Ooh, that is big. There's a big utility spell used out there. Let's see if Team Liquid Philippines are going to be capitalizing. They're rushing the Lord a little bit more, considering that the flicker is gone. Omega now holding vision given by Carl TZ, who's going to win the Red Tree battle, and it goes to OHEB. You don't need no Red Trees, and now they're going to be fighting it out at the remains of the Lord. JP does get taken out though, but Omega will walk away with having to defend their base with a Lord Siege.
That one Death Sonata from Kiel Soriano caught the Lord and TLPH. Even though they lost JP, at least you are able to push forward against Smart Omega. Good disengage as well after that Lord was finished and they dodged the Blazing Duet.
Oh, that's a conceal. I think Yoshi wants to fight.
The flicker and the eye will fend in to catch the YSS. Sanford now forced to flicker out to get out of there. And let's see if Team Liquid Philippines will actually be able to do something with this Lord. It doesn't look like it. Omega, what a catch, what a read.
Fair enough. Smart Omega needed to take out Carl TZ to make this Lord defense safe and to stop the bleeding.
This is the story of Smart Omega. It's not just Ryzen. You don't question any technical limitations on the squad. Even Super Yoshi on the Ruby. We had a lot of doubts on the last two picks of Smart Omega, and now they're making it work. I was scared for a second, like playing Ruby into YSS. If he has a good game, then he's just dodging all of the the mini crowd controls that you have. But when you play it like this, like Smart Omega is very full committal. When we want to pick somebody off, we pick somebody off.
I think people tend to forget, given how rampant he is in the metagame, YSS only has one dash. If you're able to count it, and I think that's what Omega did.
Yeah.
If we could have been a fly in that room, you would have heard, he's done with the traceless, let's go.
Yeah, what does your one dash do against what? Multiple dives?
That's true.
Sure, go ahead, get vision, but I think from the trends that we've seen, it's a sure thing that JP and Carl DZ will fall almost every team fight.
Dude, that's why like the technical limitation is a very important topic, because right now it doesn't seem like it for Smart Omega. TLPH, it's not that Carl. Oh, wait, Ryzen.
Spots Sanji, flaps him out of the bush, forcing a wings by wings. The Barangay are marching forth.
Yeah, you know what? It's not like TLPH is playing bad with their heroes. It's not like Card or JP's feeding. It's just that Omega, they're using their heroes right.
They're taking what they can. These are the licks that come with the big wins. Liquid have lost the lead once more. I'd say the map isn't equal, red and blue. And the Lord is spawning on the upper quarter. Mountain Shocker.
Oh, no, wait.
All of Omega are shown. And that's a, what? There's Shocker Sanj.
Okay, already committed there.
Two big ults.
This one for the next trades. Two big ults committed there by Liquid as they use their Mountain Shocker as well to get vision. It's going to have to be a long dance for them against Omega and the Lord that spawns in 13 seconds.
I like this. They reposition towards the long lane. They know that Ryzen is not going to be punished. There's no Mountain Shocker for the YSS. So there's no way TLPH is going to know for the next 30 seconds. Oh, never mind.
In with the title strikes and Nami Slam, and they burst down the Kagura. Advantage for the Cavalry.
It's clear.
Let's see if Omega are going to be able to find a turnaround. They are going to slow things down. Mountain Shocker using it. They're going to go for the chase. Mountain Shocker to stun James down. But the Blazing Duet after the pull by Yoshi. If you're offended, you can only watch. But Liquid are still fighting through OHEB. The Granger is fresh. He is fighting, and he takes down Yoshi. That's a double kill for OHEB.
3 for 1, even if it is the GOAT you take down. It's a bad look for Omega. How was Haji caught like that?
I don't know. He threw the umbrella. The catch was there from TLPH. JP made two phenomenal plays. One catch onto the Kagura and then one catch onto Ryzen. The setup was beautiful from Smart Omega. No punish, no Mountain Shocker, no vision. We can just play the long lane. But Haji had to show in mid.
And what's weird is he used the Rasho Umbrella Flea to position himself and not to cleanse whatever was coming his way. That rarely happens for the KDA machine.
Super Yoshi though, like that catch onto the YSS was chef's kiss from Smart Omega, not from Sanji by the way.
But that was just repairing an already bad situation.
Yes.
They lost the Lord here, and Liquid are on the offensive once more. 2,000 gold lead. Lord is spawning very soon. Here's a quick look once again at that sequence.
Yeah, very, very, and I would say a big blunder from Haji when he tried clearing that mid lane. But again, JP stopped the Phantom Execution from the Lancelot, and they were able to take out Ryzen, effectively removing one of the maneuvers that Omega can actually pull off, which basically safeguards the Claude from the team fights.
Yeah, and it looked like Omega fought that as if they caught Oheb. They did not catch Oheb. He didn't need to use his flicker out. And with the Granger alive, full build, all the damage in the world in favor for Liquid. Omega, let's see if they'll have enough tools to defend. Feather Dash Strike already committed. James, Dark Wave to cancel out the Feather Dash Strike. 2 towers still stand here for Omega. They're going to be able to take down the Lord relatively quickly. Vision provided. JP goes in straight for Super Yoshi. Tsunami Slap, Tidal Strike, everything in between. Ryzen able to dash through the minions. He's trying to clear it up. Too much damage and clear for Omega. Liquid though, they still have minions. They're still pushing, but they will back off now.
Great defense by the Barangay, keeping themselves and the base intact. They do lose quite a bit of gold in that exchange, about 4,000 now. The Cavalry are marching forward with, and a Lord spawning in a minute. Where else does Omega find a way back?
I think you try and do the same sequence as what they did last time, but this time don't blunder in the mid, because TLPH, they're very quick to punish. Once they see anybody on the side of Smart Omega show up, the Kalei is going to be able to jump in and go for the punish. Water Crowns are very much important in this this part of the game. We're reaching the equilibrium state, wherein gold lead doesn't matter. Both sides have went past 60k.
So the map clearly belongs to the Cavalry. The Barangay can win these small skirmishes because they're less ult-reliant, and they can just suddenly win off of easy pickoffs. But Liquid are keeping themselves scarce. Like, they're not doing what, again, I hate to point fingers, but what Haji did earlier. Like, they're not spreading themselves too thin, and now they're making themselves harder to find.
Okay.
40.
Good vision for him. Aizen and James and everyone on the side of Omega are going to get spotted out, which means Liquid can play around the behind the Lord Pit just a little bit more, which is one of their favorite angles on this side, where JB is right now. That is one of the signature placements for a roamer for Team Liquid. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the flicker jump into someone. If they can catch. Feather Dash Strike already committed there by Sanji. Might be a little bit too early, as Omega are going to be trying to blitz this Lord. Carl TZ. Here comes the conceal by JP. Is Omega actually going to be able to win this and turn it around? Tsunami Slap, Tidal Strike, and the Mountain Shocker, but the Blazing Duet entry here by Netsky. Under where Oheb is. Haji gets taken down by Sanji. Liquid are still alive and fighting, while Omega are still trying to get close to the Lord, but they can't. JP gets the last hit. Rising gets taken down in the last-ditch effort. James takes down Oheb, but Omega have lost 2. Netsky might fall. He loses immortality, and the Claude clawing, but he can't. A San stands tall with the GOAT remaining for Liquid.
It's just Yoshi left to defend. Lord marching in mid, and they're basically ushering it away from bottom 2.
This is way too difficult, way too damn hard. You may have super in your name, but there's too many damn minions to watch. Flex all you want, because Liquid will take game number 1.
That was a fight already lost in the Lord Pit. You could tell about 10 seconds into the sequence. But I guess there was no turning back for the Barangay. They'll have to just crawl their way back in game number 2.
At this point, it's kind of unfair. Like, you have Carl, JP, as we mentioned earlier. They were shut down by Super Yoshi. Came in that last Lord fight. Dude, Sansa, they never run out of players. Sanford standing in the front lines. Mind you, Omega played that Lord dance very beautifully. They were able to drop the Lord. Ryzen, in the middle of JP's jump, purchases an immortality, and he survives. He was able to get out, but because of that, when they dropped the Lord, Netsky had to force the fight with the Blazing Duet. And what does Sanford do? Stays in the front line, uses the blade armor, and jumps on anybody that tries to catch Sanji off guard. That's why the Farza was able to land multiple impactful hits from the far side with the feathered airstrikes, with the stuns. The amount of damage that he did on that last fight was insane. It was nasty to watch.
And that's why the Lone Stallion, the chef, cooked up an MVP performance. Not a single death on Sanji's Farsa.
Dude, may I say, the first few moments of the game where we highlight, okay, 0 deaths, maybe because he was scared of the Phobius. Last part of the game, it was his positioning, perfect placements from TLPH, and also just sheer understanding of what you should do. When I saw that feathered airstrike, I was like, that's perfect. Because that's what you need when the enemy team is about to drop the Lord. You force them to kind of like choose whether we drop the Lord or we fight into this. But Omega decided to, okay, we just disengage. When they dropped the Lord, what he did was use the wings by wings and attempt to like catch somebody. That's when the path for JP opened up, caught off the Lancelot, and that was just the start of the sequence.
Yeah, and I feel like the KDA here of Sanji and his overall playstyle in this game is a good way to look at the overall story where, again, we've talked about Omega's lineup being like, once they've committed all of their ultimates, there's not much they can do. The best that they can do is give room for Netsuki to free hit.
Yes.
But what happens when he's free hitting a glue with a blade armor and he's getting clapped back with a little bit of damage? Eventually, the cooldowns are going to wear down for this far side. Even though he only had 1 kill, the main focus there are those 10 assists, playing around the longer team fights through this Farsa.
And it's a hard lesson learned by Omega. Sure, they're able to find these weird spots all throughout mid to even the late game up to that last fight, but I think it's a lesson that only really reveals itself and really sinks in when it's over. It's hard to man-to-man defense Liquid, especially with this draft that they've got, and I think that's a lesson that will ring true inside Haji's head because he's the main victim of that one lesson. He keeps thinking, no, it's fine. I think I should be fine, right?
Yeah.
Like there's oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah, dude, see this sequence from Sanji and Sanford. Again, as I mentioned earlier, wings by wings, he was just roaming around looking for like targets to stun. Second feathered airstrike, and look at where Sanford is. He's like, bro, I got blade armor.
Yeah, I'll even add to that. Sanji didn't wings by wings to the back line. He power walked to the back line.
Yeah.
And then used the wings by wings to sort of like, all right, let's see, am I good? Am I good?
What are you gonna do?
Feathered airstrike again.
Phobius has no flicker. Come on, bro.
I mean, that's what an 8-foot-tall supermodel mage would do.
Yeah.
That's what the Farsa did in the hands of Sanji. 25 minutes, that was a long game. Again, try to invoke all you'd like from Smart Omega, Omega timers. Finally, Netsuki was online. He did have quite the KDA. But at the end of the day, it still comes down to execution.
Yeah, they did invoke, however, the late game aspect of this TLPH lineup. Like, usually whenever you see these comps, you'd think about, okay, maybe mid-game death ball from the YSS. But no, TLPH, they just farmed. They were happy trading farms with Smart Omega. They wanted to go for the late game. And I think that's where the plan came from. Like, Smart Omega knew they will be fighting late game. And their composition, I would say, on paper, it's just better. But the execution was better on the side of TLPH. Matter of fact, the turning point of this game was the catch on Haji in the middle lane. That was the main turning point. That was what started TLPH's comeback, I would say, in this game. And after that, it was just a better sequence for both Sanji and then Sanford. Because for Smart Omega, James was the main focus of like all the attention for TLPH. They had to like make sure that the Farsa was away from the Phobius. But after some point, TLPH was just dealing with the Phobius. James wasn't able to fight.
Yeah, real quick, I like how JB actually went for the photo on the Kalea. It's not all the time that we actually see a Kalea build a Flask of the Oasis. Usually that's like full tank item.
Yeah, it's a good catch. More regeneration for him, not just himself, but also for his teammates. And again, TLPH, you see Sanji being safe in the early game. Yeah, again, it's just being scared of Phobius. One would say he doesn't want to die, doesn't want to lose momentum. But late game, however, is a different story. Imagine fighting into this lineup, even though Carl Tizzy was like, you know, the brunt of the punishes that came out from Smart Omega, Sanji held on. He wasn't pressured like, oh, I need to do this, I need to do that. No, he understood his assignment. I stay away from the Phobius, I stay away from the Ruby. Maybe I can fight off the Claude because whenever he, you know, goes in front of me, I can just land for the strike. But the Sansan duo, again, they were doing a fantastic job of like placing themselves in the team fight.
And this here becomes the conundrum, the paradox of the situation. Smart Omega's Netsuki has dealt the most damage this game, but again, I think it's because of that photo and the placement of JP, the wingman, in team fights and healing all the members of Liquid that made that damage null and void. It made those big ticket blazing duets in the late game kind of, is that it? I'm done. I can't free hit anymore. If I free hit, I'm wasting time. All this while, Orb is still good. Orb is clear.
Yeah, the little bit of regeneration provided by the Kalea, it helped the deal with the initial salvo that Omega would throw up every time. I don't recall exactly when he was actually able to build that flask, but it's very safe to say that that became like one of the big X Factor items for the game.
Yeah.
Folks, before we try and discuss exactly what went sideways for Omega in their efforts to take this to Game 3 as they usually do, we'd like to remind you that you can showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject, esports for everyone.
So the participants in this program will be provided with special access to the tournament mode, the tournament lobby that the players and everyone uses, in-game items, diamonds, and more.
So if you're interested, visit the MPLPH website for more information and how to apply.
So, besides the E-Project, there's this other thing wherein you could, really excel. It's a new year in the MLBB esports calendar, and potentially we might name not just one world champion, we might name two.
Ooh.
Sure, because maybe. But we do have another title coming up this year.
Ooh, what is it?
Anyone and everyone can enter the MCGG Rising Stars, a new in-game feature where players can participate in win a world championship title.
I did not expect.
That's clippable.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add dynamics and flow because I think we got the first half wrong.
Yeah.
I'm making up for it.
Yeah.
That the artiste in me refuses to just let it go.
You are Mr. Dynamic.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You two are seated beside the formerly number 45 QC11. I'm now number 67.
Damn!
Because I went on the lose streak.
Oh, I thought you were going to say number 67. Yeah. Manila. Like
No, I
you had to lower the chair down.
Yeah, it's like after I bragged about it on broadcast, I went on like a gnarly 5-game lose streak.
This was just yesterday.
It was not a good night for me for MCGG.
I am number 1, Barangay 676, Lancelot.
I am Makari, number 92, Baksha.
I thought you were going to say Bane.
I haven't played Bane in a while. I know not to force it. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on with the series, let's throw ahead to an all-access segment.
Hey there, Superfans! Since it's Saturday, ipapakita namin sa inyo kung ano nga ba ang meron dito sa MPL Festival. And right now, we are here at Aurora Gaming Booth together with a beautiful ates, Ate Julia and Ate Venus. At makikita nyo ngayon ang kanilang mga merchandise dito sa Aurora Gaming Booth. And we have the classic jersey na light colored. We also have the black jersey. Pero parang may nakikita akong bago na nakasuot sa mannequin. Ate, ano bang tawag dito?
So, tinatawag po namin dito as Tai Chi.
So, ito yung sinuot ng team sa kanilang roster reveal. Ano po yung mga sizes na available?
Ano po kaming small, medium, large, XL. And pwede po natin i-upgrade. Depends sa inyong body.
Uy, meron pang customized. So sa mga nilalamig dyan sa labas at mga balak pumunta ng Green Sun, mas malamig dito sa venue. Kaya feel ko, i-flex nyo na tong Tai Chi na pwedeng customized din for you. At meron pa tayo ditong mga small merchandise na sticker. Meron din silang keychain, photo card, at meron din silang ID lace. Pero merong box dito. For sale ba to, ate?
Ay, hindi po, ma'am. This is po a mystery box. So, may mga random things po inside and then magbibigay po kami ng 3 clues and then you have 1 minute to guess what's inside the mystery box.
That's challenging! Anong pwede nila mapanalunan? Ayun, ang cute nito. So, pwede ba ako maglaro, ate? Okay. Pwede kong kalugin? Ang isasagot nyo lang ay oo, hindi at pwede. Okay. Tao! Nagulat ka, no? Hindi pala. Hindi pala. Bagay pala to. Ikaw kasi ate. Okay, countdown. 1 minute. Timer starts now.
Matulis, maliit. Pwedeng ilagay sa bag.
Matulis, maliit. Pwedeng ilagay sa bag. Nail cutter?
Final answer, ma'am?
Isa lang bang guess?
Yes.
Ay, isang guess lang pala. Tama ba ako?
Correct.
Ay, correct! Totoo! Ay, hindi nila ako binigyan ng clue, pero ate, i-reveal mo na. Oh my gosh! Ayan! Ay, ang galing. Dahil dyan, meron akong Jane! Thank you so much, ate. That's what we have here at Aurora Gaming Booth. So, Auroras, may match bukas ang inyong favorite team, kaya mag-visit na kayo dito lamang sa MPL Festival. For now, balik muna tayo sa loob ng Land of Dawn with our casters.
I did not know they sold those. I thought it was specifically just for that trailer.
Yeah, me too. I didn't know it would be actual merch, and it looks very cool.
I'm getting ready. If I wear those, I'll be doing this pose.
Why that?
Dude, it's like
Zen.
Yeah, like when you see the costume, you imagine this pose.
I'm afraid that if any of us currently on desk wore those things, we would look like
what?
We were confined.
Escape patients.
Yes.
I would.
It looks like they look like gowns.
Yeah. It
Hospital
would,
gowns.
I would look weird in one of those though.
People would say I'd be cosplaying a Kai.
A new skin?
A new skin.
Does it have a blue?
It's been a long time since a guy got a new skin though. It's been a long time.
You looked at me way too hard when you said that.
Leo, it's been a long time.
I'm happy with my Kung Fu Panda skin. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we are smack dab in the middle of game number 2. This best of 3 series, currently first on the board, Team Liquid Philippines. They handed it to Smart Omega in under 25 minutes. I didn't even feel like that was a 25-minute game. I'll tell you now.
Didn't feel like it.
I think it's because the action around the map was non-stop.
Yeah.
It was always, okay, go from this position to the next position, clear minion waves here, see if there's a skirmish, then go on to the next one. They just kept going.
To be fair though, we always say that in MPLPH games because the movements are always dictated by the flow of the map. And whenever I say that, like, it's not to put, like, you know, a dent on other regions' games, but you know when a team fight's kind of pointless, right?
Yeah.
It kind of drags the game because, you know, oh, they have to wait for this, they have to wait for this. But these two teams, they were fighting under important parts of the map.
Everything had meaning.
Exactly.
That's why it did not feel as long. Going into game number 2, Smart Omega on the play. Liquid answering back. If I'm not mistaken, Liquid chose red.
Yeah.
Side switch. And I like the respect coming in from Omega through the first 3 bans is so like, yeah, we are going up against Team Liquid and we cannot give these. Well, Team Liquid Philippines is just, all right, go back to housekeeping, you know, take out the Fanny, take out the 1-1. But I think the Fanny is a special case because they are going up against Ryzen,
That's
so
true.
they're respecting the Fanny more.
Yeah, a big question here for Smart Omega though. Did they go back to the Farsa first pick of Mr. Imam?
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some
Haji has a point to prove. He won't sit down and take game 1 as is on face value. That is not how the KDA machine plays.
Yeah, either Lance or Farsa here, honestly, for Smart Omega. I don't see any other option.
For a real fight.
You give Carl Easy Lance!
Oh!
Yep.
You give Carl Gabriel Nepomuceno the Lancelot.
Tis a blessed day, ladies and gentlemen. The GOAT gets his hands on his favorite hero alongside the Harith.
Without
and Oheb. His baby cakes online.
I think Omega are cooking something here, Midnight.
No.
I think they might be cooking here.
I don't care.
Their own stew?
I don't care whatever you cook.
No, I feel
You're
like
cooked.
Okay, yeah, for Midnight now they are so cooked.
No Phobius? Okay. You can argue one would go for Lapu Lapu, right?
Yeah, okay, yeah, there. If the Phobius was open for Omega to pick,
exactly,
it would have made him a little bit more sense.
Let me argue. Esmeralda, red 3. Let's go.
For Liquid?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just go ahead. It's honestly very okay.
If you don't want Esmeralda, I don't care whatever Sanford pulls out here. Arlott, maybe?
Yeah, Roamer EXP, you're already fine. Like, there's nothing for you to worry about in terms of the Roam EXP picks.
Angela mid.
Even the mid.
Just because of the 2 picks that they started with.
Yeah. I mean, okay, with the Hayabusa gone, Liquid will think twice about picking up the Farsa, sure.
Eve? No, there's a Lapu Lapu. No.
There's a Lapu in Hayabusa.
Oh, Valentina. Valentina, Louis, those 2.
I feel like it's still blind. Too
Yeah.
blind to Valentina. Right?
No, I wouldn't like it.
Okay.
So they go for
Good
what
call,
is
good call.
obvious.
Oh!
The Esmeralda. Just on the first phase alone.
Mamma mia!
Liquid wins the draft.
I don't know how you fix this, honestly. I don't know how you fix this. Carry from Omega? I swear to God, that's the last option. But even then, they have a winning gold lane matchup against the carry.
And that's assuming that laning goes longer than we think it should. Because Call Easy is basically online. You just start the game, and there's very little you have to do to get him there.
I feel like one of the saddest components of this lineup is actually the Lapu Lapu. Because he's going to be like, all right, guys, let's fight. Where is everyone?
Yeah.
Who do I hit? Who do I hit? Why am I left alone here?
How do you catch a Harith as a Lapu?
Why am I dancing with this Esmeralda?
Why is my life burning away? Why is these clothes getting my shields?
Thanks for the shield. Ow. Thanks for the shield. Ow.
Who said there are no short?
Okay, I like this chip ban.
Good read. Good read.
Okay. One thing that they have to worry about, though, is also the Hylos of TLPH. If they get their hands on the Hylos, and maybe the Valentina, or Louis, or honestly, there's a world where they just go for Navaria here for TLPH.
Yeah. Yeah, Hylos Navaria actually would be perfect. Although I was thinking that maybe Omega could, if it's available for them, would want to pick up the Novaria. I feel like they would need an Astral Echo in this regard, considering that they, as we did say, Lapu Lapu might be one of the saddest heroes in this matchup right now. The Novaria would help out the Lapu Lapu a lot. So if Haji can pick it up, they should. And if they want even more burst, either they go for range through the Granger or hell, even just pick up the Bruno.
Oh, that's nice.
They deny the combo.
Yeah, they can't pick it up, so might as well. Even if, say, they get the Valentina, it's too much of a trouble to worry about, so they just remove it because it's not good for them, so might as well take it out, you know? For TLPH, again, Valentina Red 4 is open unless they want to... Okay, never mind. I'm talking too much.
Good read.
I think Liquid can even go for like a pick-off roam here. They don't necessarily need to go for a hard front line. Esmeralda is actually your hard front line already.
So what, Cho?
Yeah. I was thinking maybe Cho.
Or maybe you get the Kag here and then Cho last pick.
Can, yeah. Most likely the mid laner is going to be like burst.
Oh, Gato, yeah.
Oh, that's okay too. You're like, yeah, okay, the roam pick-off roam might be a little bit too crazy, so let's go for something safer, but can also still jump to the back line.
Yeah, I like this over the Hylos. It's a good Hayabusa answer. You get the Revitalize, even though the Hylos does the same, but you do get that backline access with the AOG. So dashes are gonna be important for Smart Omega. Maybe here, like, I would say Carry's the only good choice here. You can't go Bruno. There's a Gato.
Especially with the Gatot.
Kimmy,
This is mid Kimmy for Haji.
Yeah.
A little bit kind of meh. But okay, I can see it. That takes away a bit of the pressure from the Hayabusa and even whatever the gold lane pick will be. So it'll be a triple core setup for Omega.
I've been waiting.
There it is. Carry.
Call me crazy. Zosk is good here for TLPH.
You're crazy.
You're crazy.
I am crazy. Thank you.
Well, you asked for us to call you crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Request accepted.
We're only following instructions. What was the sentence you said before that?
Zosk is good here. Nuvaria as well. Louis, those three.
Yeah.
There's a world where they consider Eve here because of the Gata Kacha. With the Hylos, no, but with Gatot, they have a lot of like team fight starters.
I actually prefer the low Yi because that makes it difficult for the carry and the Kimmy to fight.
And there's no direct answer.
Yeah, I prefer the Louis or the Novaria for Sanji.
Yeah, because what you do for the low Yi is wherever that Kalea ends up jumping to, that's where you bring down your abilities.
Yeah, the duality.
The procs, the duality. Oh, yeah, no, I'm okay with this too. I'm okay with this too, yeah.
How come we have forgotten? Liquid is so ready. This is a mid-game power spake that they're looking at.
Yeah, power spake. Shout out to Mirko. My concern with TLPH is this Selena pick could make or break their game.
Yes.
They don't have a lot of like reliable ways to actually win team fights. It's all OHEB.
Yeah.
Because if they don't hit their stuff, then you just lose to like Harry hitting your frontliners.
Well, but you made a big deal about Lancelot and Carl Dizzy. Isn't that a way for you to win a team fight?
I'm just saying we've seen a lot of like tactical mishaps in MPL, even technical mishaps.
That's true.
But I do trust Carl Gabriel Nepomuceno, man. Come on. Like, he's the GOAT. So still TLPH is winning, but there's a huge concern for like abilities hitting stuff.
Here we go, game number 2. Match point for the Cavalry, the defending champions. Get some key heroes on them. How often does this happen?
Not a lot.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Omega made the bet that they wanted to lie in, but with Omega, you never know.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about them.
All right,
even in the last game, they look like they could have won it.
Maybe we downplayed these picks for Omega, but at least they have their hands on James's Lapu Lapu.
Okay, yeah. I would say, aside from James Lapu, again, this carry is an X factor for Smart Omega, not just because of the fact that it's on nets, But again, it's a clear win condition for Smart Omega. If they are able to take this towards that stage of the game where he's able to actually fight and he does not get hit by anything, they can actually win. But now,
yeah, he got hit by everything there.
Okay.
First blood.
Okay, you don't question any mechanical like aspects. From
Unbreakable, abyssal arrow, yeah.
Nothing. There was nothing Yoshi could have done. If he tried to flicker away, would have gotten wasted.
Yeah. Okay. Now Omega needs to slow things down. They cannot start off the game like that.
Yes.
They are playing with 3 carries. You want to play it in a slow and steady tempo. Just make Team Liquid think, hey, look, we're winning. Yay, Omega's going to lose. Suddenly, bang, you have 3 carries online, and now Team Liquid are overwhelmed with damage.
This is 10 minutes later, though.
Yeah. To be fair, though, it's kind of his fault, but it's also like TLPH just utilizing the heroes. Because if JP charges the Unbreakable, you're for sure getting hit by a bunch of stuff from TLPH. So you really can't blame, Super Yoshi. Even if he did flicker out, I think the trap would have gotten him with the first blood for Sanji.
Again, I don't know if it's greedy, smart, or something else entirely. Not a single Purify.
Oh.
Are they not afraid of an arrow?
Maybe.
Again, if it was just the Gatot, that's fine. If it's just the Esmeralda, that's fine, but there's also Selena.
To be fair, I'm gonna be honest though, playing a hero with a Purify against Esme, Lance, and Gatot kind of sucks. So
Now Omega are finding it way too difficult to get close to this turtle, but Ryzen is going to be close enough. Super Yoshi James! The ultimate fighter with a line shaker to shake things up, but Carl TZ actually still walks away with the turtle. Ryzen gets taken down. Yoshi gets jumped on again with a combination of the Gatot, Kacha, and Selena.
One of the few times that you do not go with James.
Can confirm, every stuff hit from TLPH. Everything landed, and most especially the Lancelot landed on the foot of TLPH.
Number 1 in the league. 52 games played, won about 70% of them. 67% to be exact.
Number 1 in the world.
Carl TZ, number 1 in history.
Amen. That's why you don't give Carl the Lancelot. He's named after Lancelot. No, I'm just kidding.
He's him.
Lancelot, yeah, he's him. He's Lancelot.
Eventually, I wouldn't mind if they retroactively update skins and put Carl TZ's face on the Lancelot. Do the same for all of the older World Champion skins.
Imagine he has a Brand Esports skin, and then Lancelot gets a Carl TZ skin.
No, yeah.
Kind of an overkill, because he has 2 skins, but you never know.
It's a little bit too much.
You never know.
All right, 3.5 minutes in. First turtle and about everything on the map going over to Liquid. There's a turtle spawning in the upper quarter. Is it too early for Omega to say, yeah, we'll just roll over and allow you to take it? Because again, if the game plan is stretch it out until the 3 cores are ready, is part of that game plan just conceding turtles?
You never know with Omega, man. I feel like Omega might be crazy enough to just go, yeah, let's fight this.
Yeah.
It's only a 2,000 gold lead. We don't care. And I love them for that.
Yeah, real answer would be no. You just farm, okay? Yes, you concede the turtle. You give TLPH like the chance to get what they want and then just find trades. But with Smart Omega, it's never the case.
Oh, this is very smart for Liquid because look, they're taking their purple first, which is the most prime trade, and then going for the turtle. So yeah, Ryzen didn't even bother to check. He knows that Carl TZ took it, and then I guess we get our answer. Smart is going to try to contest.
Why concede when you can conceive? Oh wait, to turn things around, Super Yoshi gets stopped! He wanted to go for the Tsunami Slam to Sanford, but it gets stopped! He still has it though. Guess who death's on him? Omega still fighting for this turtle. They will not give up. You gotta appreciate what Omega's bring to the table here.
Yeah, but Carl TZ is just farming them.
Yeah, and Liquid looks like they are going to be healthy enough to get this turtle without a problem. Carl TZ gets a Phantom Execution as well, and they don't even need to full commit. They will just get the turtle back off and now play around Oheb.
Oh my god, dude, that arrow from Sanji was nasty. He saw the jump from Super Yoshi and he prevented the death of Sanford. Now, because of the second turtle advantage, they will be able to just take over lanes with the Selena Gatot and Harris combo. They're not even rushing the push. They're just making sure that Nets is not farming while Carl TZ is taking over the other side. Now they wait for the Lancelot to go back mid, and that's when you start the aggressive pushes.
All right, looking at the items, it's clear that Liquid are still riding off the high of all of their wins. That turtle last, still no kills for Omega. Who's going to be first on Omega to actually get there?
Probably Hayabusa.
Yeah, it has to be through him, because I feel like the farming process for Netsky, he should still be close to Oheb. But I mean, with a lead. Oh, wait, no, wait, that's way too close to Oheb. He goes for the Harith, Super Yoshi, but it just gets purified. Here comes the counterplay by Omega. James decides to fight under it, but they're revitalized by JP. Says, nope, you will have to back off. It's too dangerous for Omega to fight that.
Yeah, they're just trying to like force Omega into these awkward situations where they have to commit spells to defend. All the while, Carl's just farming.
Going in from the back. That's a conceal set up. Zama Force.
Okay, that's 4 members of Liquid already behind the turret. Omega need to back off. James, from a possible pincer angle, just to tell Omega, nope, not safe for us to fight. But it is safe for them to invade. Look at Carl TZ. Thorn Rose straight into Haji, and he gets away. James is here. He's not going to be able to stop them. He does get a stun off, but the stun onto Ryzen stops the ultimate of the Hayabusa. The Abyssal Arrow of Sanji lands again.
Yeah, JP dies, however, but TLPH still with full aggression on the map, stopping Smart Omega from farming. After 2 minutes, though, they finally realized they had to send the carry bot side because he's been stuck on the top lane for the longest time.
And he wasn't going to win any duels, especially since the turtle was going to be there. Members of Liquid will naturally rotate towards it, but Nets is playing with fire here. Nets is living on the edge. He's staying around.
Ouch.
Liquid are approaching a 4K gold lead, and I think Omega have just decided to concede. Yeah, that's all turtles going over to the cavalry.
Hello? Okay.
Finally, they decided to concede 1 to try and push out through the bottom lane. But with Liquid getting closer and closer to a 4,000 gold lead, I think Omega are just now going to have to play around the counterplay or a potential concealed dive from Super Yoshi.
I want to pose a new problem for you, gentlemen. Well, for Smart Omega. Never mind, later.
Okay, that might be a little problematic there. Oh, wait, no, Super Yoshi takes a lot of damage from Carl TZ. Phantom Execution by Super Yoshi. Able to flicker out now the concealed play. Team Liquid, they will back off. They're not going to commit anything too spicy.
So what's the problem, Midnight?
All right. Problem for Omega is the Blade Armor is going to come up on Sanford. That's another layer that they have to go through. More physical damage reduction against James, against Ryzen, against Netsky, and also the reflect onto the carry and the Kimi. This Esmeralda is going to be almost unkillable for Smart Omega. Almost. I say almost, because they can just use everything, you know, to kill Sanford, but then there's 4 heroes still left on the side of TLPH.
We haven't really seen
there you go.
Sweat just yet. There's the blade armor. Smart Omega, now they have to send Ryzen down to clear that bottom lane tier 2 clearing wave. A minute until the Lord comes up. Sure, Ryzen can get the lanes much faster than the Hayabusa given the shadows, but if you're talking about farm, he's down 3 levels. This is miserable.
Carl TZ being a little bit safe with clearing out the minion wave. I'm thinking that he was starting to think, Ryzen's showing himself and then hiding in the jungle.
You look delicious, brother.
But I think that's a little bit too risky because Super Yoshi was there.
They're playing a macro. They just want like a huge gold lead. But right before the Lord fight.
Yeah, it's almost 2,000 between the 2 junglers. I mean, the good news for Omega is that it's only 1,000 between Netsky and Oheb. It could have been worse, honestly. In the middle lane, though, Sanji able to force a bit of a reaction. That's a lot of damage on the Haji through Carl TZ's Thorn Rose. This Lancelot deals way too much damage to the softer heroes of Omega.
All right, Liquid looks like they want to blitz this. 40 up against 3. That's already James dropping quite a bit of his kit.
Look, unkillable, unkillable.
Yeah, you cannot.
Unkillable.
That Esmeralda would just stand. Look at 40 standing against 3. Ow! That is a one-man zone out. That is the MVP of MSC, and that is JB in the mid with the Tsunami Slap. Carly against the Lord of the Abyssal Arrow. Sanjay finds it again. Sanford finally falls. Omega still have problems to deal with. Here comes Carl TZ. Everything thrown at Yoshi. James holding, Netsky holding, and he gets a double kill. He took down Carl. James, will he be able to get away from this? He does.
Oheb got stuck right behind the base. Netsky gets taken down by Sanji. The chef do be cooking.
I was gonna say, Nets played that team fight very well with the sidesteps, the dodges as well. Carl TZ overstepping on the enemy lines, but Sanji reeled it back. He started cooking with the arrows, hits Ryzen first, removing the shadow kill. And even though they did get the Esmeralda kill for Smart Omega, again, they had to commit everything. After that, there's nothing left in the kitchen sink.
All right, you know what? not just committing everything, but having 40 overextend. He went on a one-man zone trip and still stayed. He continued the zone about that day!
Under the turret, Oheb with the Zaman force and everything. JP was just looking at him like a proud dad. Go ahead, you got this.
Yeah, the ultimate wingman, of course. He's there to support his gold laner. Again, TLPH. Oh, Shadow?
Oh, that hurts. Oh, James with the bravest fighter, the Landshaker, as well as the Shadow actually takes down the Selena. Oheb able to take down the tower. James gets taken down eventually. Oheb, Zaman force and damage. Way too much for Omega to handle. 6,000 is their gold lead and it will continue to grow.
Omega are folding. Even in these micro fights that Liquid just start from out of nowhere, Liquid is taking a page out of Omega's book.
Yeah, they fight the unfightable for TLPH with just sheer gold lead. Super Yoshi, though.
Oh, he's going to be able to land the tsunami slam onto the JP. That's a lot of damage coming out from Omega. Carl! Freaking TT! Dancing and dodging. Thorn Rose, he gets to avoid it. He looks at Ryzen and Sanford able to eat up the tower damage so that Carl can get out. Now Oheb is able to dash out as well. Dashing through, dashing past the wall, dashing under the Zaman force, but he's not going to be able to take down James.
Oh my god.
Good things!
International audience, welcome to MPL Philippines. Welcome to Carl DZ, the Lancelot show.
But Omega are fighting well into it. They may be taking a lot of blows here, but Omega are still doing everything they can. Look at where Netsky is at.
He's beelining.
That is one man saying, I got this. He sees Carl TZ. Will he try? He sees Carl TZ. Will he win the duel? Carl TZ got away. Carl TZ got away.
All right, Netsky knows when he's overextended.
Okay, this is why I'm a big fan of Netsky's carry. He knows the limits of the hero. If Carl DZ used the ult there to dash in front of the carry, he might have died. Those kinds of positioning for a smart Omega are what keeps him alive in this game. Netsky's record in his carry has been really, really good. Even his positioning in a team fight.
You know what? Netsky might actually be the third most named hero when I ask, most named player when I ask, hey, who do you think of when I say carry? It's Super Marco, Benny, and then Netsky. That's just how it is, folks. Lord over the Liquid.
You know what's crazy about what Netsky did there? Him at level 12 with a 5,000 plus gold lead for the opponent. He said, I will run to the mid lane. I know where Carl TZ is going and I will try to take him down.
Yeah.
Nothing but respect for Netsky. But now let's see.
Gila things.
That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, Netsky, again, 3 kills to his name, 0 assists. All kills that he was able to land, it's just his work.
Yeah, that was some locomotions.
Yeah.
That Netsky likes to bring to the table. But with the Lord marching in now,
Arrow?
What kind of motion will work here for Liquid as they whittle down the towers of Omega? Ryzen took a lot of damage from Carl TZ up top in a 1v1. Netsky now has the Malefic Gun. 9,000, little by little, Liquid have decided to wait for the minion waves first.
Yeah, here's the problem for TLPH though. They have to watch out for the carry position in JP.
Go for the taunt! Guessing unbreakable, but he gets a lot of damage. He's not able to AOG out. A little bit too deep there for JP. CC immune there. Ryzen goes in and he's able to avoid the damage from the Thorned Rose. Liquid are still in the lead, but Omega, what a defense!
All right, a little bit of a bridged miscommunication.
Yeah.
I could have sworn Liquid was going to make the call and say, yeah, we're happy with this one turret down bottom. We'll wait until the next, but I guess there was a voice in their head saying, yeah, we can take mid, we can take mid.
Yeah, it's kind of an oopsie from TLPH. I thought Sanford was going to jump in to land the ultimate onto the carry. But, you know, Netsky was just free hitting onto JP. Didn't even pop the Revitalize.
Yeah, I think once JP committed that dash, he was like, all right, kind of messed up here, guys. I'm not even going to pop my Revitalize. That's cool. Stay back.
Oops.
It's fine. Don't worry. We still got this. Still an 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah, try again next time. Wait for the Lord.
Yeah, but again, Omega, we talk about their clutch gene. They do have that clutch gene. If Team Liquid slips up maybe 2 more times, you're going to see that 8,000 gold lead get wiped completely off, and Omega suddenly controlling more parts of the map.
The conceal!
Saji, 2v1. Ryzen goes in with a shadow kill. JP with a revitalize, and he has to back off now. Ryzen, the abyssal arrow is gonna land into Super Yoshi. Can you smell when the chef is cooking another people's arrow hit? Sanford again zoning out 4v1. Another arrow gets thrown out, and Sanford is just standing in front of Omega again.
Houdini moves on the Super Yoshi. Could have sworn he was gonna die.
Oh, be careful though. They have damage. We saw Netsky and James earlier dish out some poke damage onto Oheb. One hit from the Lapu Lapu was a half HP of the Harriet. Oh, arrow though.
Missile arrow, Landshaker lands. OJ! It's massive! It catches Netsky as well, but he's able to get away. He's trying to stand tall. Sanford from the zone out, but Oheb takes out Netsky. And under the Zaman Force, it's a double kill for Oheb, a triple kill for Oheb, and a wipeout against Omega from Liquid.
It's just a matter of time. The Cavalry go wild. The MPL Arena at capacity, screaming to their lungs. All the members of Liquid know it's over.
What an emphatic win by Liquid. And here the Shishis in the arena. They just gotta flex on them first. A sweep for the Cavalry.
They set the record straight, all 2-0s for the Cavalry. They do not let the Barangay Curse go through.
Overextended was Smart Omega. Again, they were hedging on Liquid making a mistake. And Yoshi, the fact that he used his flicker defensively denied them the free pickoff, because I think Netsky was ready for that. I think Netsky was ready to hit whoever was going to be in the Tsunami Slam with a free pickoff, and then they would go from there. But that was just way too many steps for Liquid to allow.
Yeah. Also, you have to commend Sanford. That dive. Yeah, the last fight, the suicide even.
Yeah, he was like, oh, no, I feel like once we get to the comms later, we're just gonna hear, no, we go fight, jump.
GG, well played to Smart Omega, taking their bow here. 0-2. So it's been 2 straight series now that Omega have found yet victory, and Liquid continue their winning ways. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be on stage with our lovely hosts, Hans and Odin. Let's take a quick listen to the winner's interview with Team Liquid Philippines.
The Cavalry has done it again. Once again, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Carl TZ. Sorry, nakikipag-usap ka pa kay Coach. Pero ano bang nangyayari kanina? Kasi yung Lancelot mo specifically in that game number 2 was something else. Carl Tusok is back o hindi ba talaga siya umalis? But what is your continuous motivation para maglaro ng ganong klase? How do you develop that kind of play style to be aggressive every time you play?
Ano po, nag-enjoy lang po kami lagi dito kasi lagi kami nag-enjoy kapag ano tournament kasi di kami lag. Yun.
lagi daw sila nag-enjoy kasi hindi lag pag tournament.
At mukhang ang bumabalik na paunti-unti yung lakas nila. Nakita natin na last week ay natalo nila yung naka-win streak and now 2-0 sweep. Napakaganda ng pinakita nyo. Si Sanford naman ang ating kausapin. Sanford, alam namin na nasagot mo na to sa live mo. Pero among the XP laners, sino ba yung tingin mo ay XP lane standard?
Ayoko po magbanggit, pero hayaan na lang po natin yung mga fans na magsabi.
Ay, parang may tinatago Carl TZ, no? May meron siyang ayaw sabihin, no? Pero Sanford, ikaw din yung marami ng titles at napatunayan sa career mo sa MLBB. Sa tingin mo, matatawag ka na ba namin na best XP laner sa MPLPH?
Sa tingin ko na lang po contenders, pero feel ko di pa enough.
Hindi pa enough para sa kanya. Ano ba sa tingin mo yung kulang pa para ma-achieve mo yun?
Limang MPL champions.
5 MPL championships. So I think we're gonna be seeing Sanford for a very long time in this league. Oheb, since hawak mo na rin naman yung mic, I'm also gonna be talking to you at this point kasi I remembered during the first times you were here, diba? Season 7, Season 8, you were there up to this point na ngayon, nag-develop ka na completely and you turned into a star. We also have some new and upcoming gold laners gaya ni Nanosha and of course si Shizu what do you think of their, trajectory? Ano ba yung tingin mo sa pag-rise nila? And if you're gonna be able to say something for them na mas mag-improve palalo, gaya ng ginawa mong improvement all throughout your career, what would it be as a gold laner?
Tingin ko malakas naman silang dalawa, yung dalawang bagong gold. Feel ko siguro kaya medyo nag-struggle sila ngayon kasi medyo yung mga nakakalaban nila sobrang experiencado na rin. Tsaka bago pa lang din sila sa league. Pero tingin ko pag binigyan mo pa ng konting oras para mag-mature pa yung mga players, feel ko kayang-kaya nila sumabay sa top teams.
So more or less time and experience lang talaga ang kanilang kinakailangan. I also wanna add a bit more dun sa question. Kasi tinanong ko before si Coach Wynat, actually yesterday, na sinasabi nila that they have a specific team in mind na yun yung number 1 sa power rankings nila. Aside from Team Liquid Philippines, kung hindi kayo ang ilalagay nyo sa top 1 ninyo, which team would it be in MPL and why?
ONIC.
ONIC PH is for you. Bakit ONIC PH?
Kasi feel ko na figure out na nila yung malinis na ML para sa akin. Pag pinapanood ko sila, parang saktong aggressive na may saktong pagka-play safe.
I like the idea, but with what you've showcased today, malinis din dahil sweep ang nakuha ng inyong winners, Team Liquid Philippines!
You may now take your bow.
They have done it again, mustered up the courage with a clean sweep, and they've got what it takes to be able to take another win for the season.
They seem too composed for this match at excited tayo makita kung ano pa nga bang ipapakita ng TLPH with the cavalry na sobrang full house ngayon, Hans.
Pero bago ang lahat ng yan, pag-usapan muna natin kung ano ang ipinakita nila sa ngayon through the help of our casters.
Glad to hear that the Apex Predator is here to stay for good. Again, as stated, he wants to do everything all over again to prove that he is the best in the EXP lane. And did I hear that correctly? OHEB wants to face ONIC?
Yeah.
Again?
It's a rematch, bro. It's a rematch.
I mean, in the Philippines, the match pride is way too strong. And the pride of... I feel like there's so many people who could say that they're the best Selena, and a lot of them are through the Philippines. Saji's one of them.
To be fair, like TLPH, they have, like each and every player that they have has their own right. Like Sanji could just take Selena, Louis, roll with it, Carl with the Lancelot. But man, oh man, the Selena performance, last pick, we did doubt it.
Was huge.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I doubted the Selena,
I like that it was just exactly what they needed. Zoning, CC, burst damage from out of nowhere. And I think that's why this game went faster than game 1.
Yeah, I think with all the CC and burst damage brought by the Selena, the two big things she brings to the table right there in your face.
Yeah, I know. The two big things, they get the crowd control and the damage. And it landed on the face of Smart Omega.
And it wasn't so evident, but also you add one more thing. So again, that's what makes this such a MVP performance by Sanji. Again, he cooked, man. The map control.
Yeah.
Because there is no Yisun Shin here, and because there is no Fanny or Ling or someone that can just roam the map one-ton as you would to try and get macro, just leaving the traps randomly shrinks the map effectively for Smart Omega.
Add to that the pressure of Sanford just roaming around for TLPH. Like, it's hard already to take over pushes because of the traps from the Selena, and then you have to worry about the Esmeralda sapping your shields, the Gatot Kacha walking with AOG and Unbreakable, and then once a fight breaks out, you see a Zaman Force out of nowhere from OHEB, and then on the right, on the left, you don't know where it's coming from, the arrow is coming out from Sanji hitting your face on the side of Smart Omega, which actually brings me to, this point where I want to commend Smart Omega's performance, even though it was kind of like, I would say, a bit of a stomp from TLPH. They showed signs of life. Imagine having Nets for the first 4 minutes be stuck on the top lane, and then after some point they realize, all right, we just need to send a carry. But bottom lane, it's already at the point where Smart Omega is set up to lose this game. But they were making plays that almost broke TLPH's comp.
That's right. They, some way, somehow, by hook or by crook, especially in the late game, unlocked Netski. And I think that's just something that they failed to do because Liquid didn't allow them to. They had the Kaka combo, the Kalia carry. Anyone, I mean anyone, even Sanford would have folded to that Tsunami Slam light wheels.
Yeah, but I think eventually, despite them setting up for Netsky eventually, and I think this game, I feel like it's also one of the best examples as to why Netsky can be so proud to tell himself and the rest of the world that I'm the best. Because this game is with everything not going with his way.
Yeah.
And at one point he was 2-0, level 12, 3-level gap between him and the Lancelot, and he still went all the way to the mid lane to try and catch Carl TZ.
Yeah, he was put in the worst position to be in this game. Like, if you play out this game like a million times, this is probably one of the worst like variants of this game. And it was not fun for Nets to play this game. He was just farming for the first 10 minutes, but after that, he was a big impact for Smart Omega.
Which then goes back into our MVP of the game in Sanji. There were 2 or 3 sequences early in the matchup that if just either Ryzen or Super Yoshi didn't get hit by an abyssal arrow at the perfect time of them entering a fight, this story could have been different. It could have been Omega actually with a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead early in the game.
Yeah, but again, we have to reel it back, even not just in the game, during the draft. Like, we saw a mile away, the Esmeralda pick was coming. Highest damage dealt in this game. Unfortunately for James, he took brunt of the damage. Even with the you know, the carry, he's dealing too much damage, also reflecting some of those damage. It just allowed TLPH to have 4 people on behind the Esmeralda to just do whatever they want.
Yeah, Esmeralda with the highest damage. What are we in season 3?
Yeah.
Esmeralda and Harith in one comp.
I mean, you have
destroying everyone.
You have 2 things, like you're sapping the shields from the Lapu-Lapu and also the blade armor reflect.
And it's just it's multiplicative. It's it's factorial because you're just dancing around everyone, giving everyone shields, taking all of that back. Our BPI rich guy, as expected, is still Oheb Kiel 1, 815 gold per minute on that Harith. This is similar to that Harith played in an earlier series today. That was Benny Cutie's Harith.
Yeah,
again,
untouched.
Lived with a silver spoon in his mouth, saying, "All right, let's go."
Yeah.
I'm ready.
4 games in a row. He's the rich guy.
Oh, that's true. Oh, and by the way, a little fun fact. It's 100 match career wins for JP.
Congratulations, Dad. It's 100. Wow, ever since his debut in the MPL since season 2.
Yeah.
Is that MPL? Just MPL?
Just MPL. It's just within this league.
Okay.
Not counting.
Because I'm pretty sure you went past 100 when you joined MDL.
Yeah, for international. But this is just MPL.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, so you could have counted official matches in MDL, the M Series,
International,
MSC, all of that. But no, this is just for the league. So congratulations, Dad. In just a bit, we will be hearing his dulcet tones alongside with the rest of Team Liquid Philippines because we're going to be listening to the Infinix mic check.
Tinamahan ko kaya. Patay. Tinamahan ko yun.
Kalma ka konti. Pare, pre, walang flicker, oh.
Tarabo natin.
3 points!
Walang flicker na.
Flicker, oh. Lapo.
Walang flicker, lapo.
Pinabasag ko.
Okay na. Walang flicker yan.
Aha. Ito pang Haji, oh.
Puro low. Flicker lahat.
Boy pa. Taki ko. Kaya padaan.
Nice.
Walang kalaban.
Ano mga low?
Kill. Ready. Tara, pre.
Tingnan ka. Okay. Kari. Ay, Baker.
Ay, patay.
Napala ko kalaya.
Hari, mamatay.
Okay, hay, alikad. Ulti na hay, walang shadow, pre.
Patay yung game, eh.
Walang shadow.
Nice. Pre, chaos. Tibiyan mo, pre. Content to, pre. Dalawa tayo dito. Tibiyan nyo.
They're so self-aware. They knew that the moment to the finish with them just spamming the recall would be for the content.
Yeah. Clips, bro. Oh man, TLPH, I miss this kind of like liquid lineup. The cavalry, the stampede, the highlights. It just screams liquid.
Yeah,
you know?
Carl TZ having fun. He was like, boom, 3 points. When it was Sanji was able to land the arrow. And confirmed it was Sanford who called for that final big fight. He was like saying, oh, this one, here.
It's free. It's good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
And I think he would have been my secondary MVP. Despite Baby Cakes having a clean go and Daddy JP celebrating his 100th win, you know, playing as reliable as he does. Overall, a win for the Cavalry. Congratulations again, a 2-0. GG well played the Smart Omega. I hope that they do recover, and I do hope that the Barangay do not give up on this new squad that Smart Omega has put together. We got one more match coming your way, and that is Twisted Minds versus ONIC. Oh my, woo! It's a good match.
It's a
Folks,
hot
y'all
match.
stay tuned because that's coming up to close off this Superfans Saturday. That third best of 3 coming your way. But for now, we are going to be setting up to throw over to Wolf to talk about how Liquid used their keys to victory to take the series. That's Midnight. This is Renmar, and I'm Leo. Let's listen to kay Sam Wolf Pueto.
Thanks so much, casters. Nung na-interview si OM after no kanilang match, merong isang word na tumatak sa akin at yung sinabi niya is experience or yung pagiging experiencado nila or lack thereof dun sa kanilang mga natapat. Kasi pakiramdam ko yung game number 1 ng Omega, yun lang talaga yung kulang nila versus TLPH. And if we're talking about experience, sobrang alam na yan ng TLPH. In game number 1, yung mga importante clash around the Lord, katulad ng mga hindi nagamit na flicker with the ultimate form the Ruby, yung biglang mga pick-ups na nakita natin, yun lang talaga ang breaks of the game. And unfortunately, na-carry over yan sa second game. But if we are gonna look back to sa keys to victory, na sinabi ko rin naman kanina, may mga hindi nakuha ang Omega at nakuha naman ang TLPH. And that is most specifically dun sa pag-control kay JP. Para sa akin, si JP pa rin talaga ang nagiging susi sa TLPH in their past series at hindi malayo yung game number 1 mula doon. And nakita din natin na yung fast gameplay mula sa side ng TLPH ang naging problema ng Omega. Hindi ulit nakahinga ang Omega, lalong-lalo na sa game number 2 kung saan si Sanford na tempo controlling XP laner mula sa side ng TLPH ang nakita nating naging susi din sa laban. Of course, and si Cartesi, and finally nakakita tayo ng isang malaking panalo with that Bren Esports signature na skin mula doon kay Cartesi. How exciting to see. That is our series number 2. Pero dahil Saturday, fun na day nga naman tayo, alam natin na magiging matindi ang huling series natin. It's the Twisted Minds na ang challenger naman nila ay ang big boss na ONIC Philippines. Sino nga ba ang magiging nasa taas ng standings natin after today? Let's find it out after this break. So wag kang alis, magbabalik ang MPLPH Season 16.
Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Hello Superfans! Episode 2 na tayo ng ating Meta Pro at syempre kasama natin si Edward dahil siya ang magbibigay sa atin ng tips, hindi ako. Uy! Ganun ang Meta Pro.
Yun pala.
Oo, mamimit ang Pro tapos magbibigay ka ng Meta. Paano? Umpisa natin.
Sige, bigyan example para mabilis.
Sige, ganito muna. Sa mga nagdaang panahon, matagal ka na, naka 500 games ka
Oo,
palaro ka eh. Ano yung pinaka tumatak sa'yo ng Meta?
Syempre yung pakita Bene.
Pakita Bene.
Season 7.
Ubet.
Ubistrat.
Ubistrat, okay. Ano yung mga pinaka-nadalian ka or nahirapan? Nadalian mo
Nadalian sa
meta na Season 8, Pakita Bene pa rin.
Parang yun yung naging pick ko nun Pakita Bene, Esmura.
Parang ngayon, balik.
Okay.
Yung mga nahihirapan ka naman, yung Madrid, sana matapos na itong meta na to.
Yung season 14, 13-14 ba yun? Yung tag.
Gatot din! Gatot din ayaw mo na!
Yung walang ayos, gatot.
Pas tayo doon, mabagal. Walang ginagawa,
Wala masyadong pinipindot.
Tawa ko
May
lang.
masaktan dun. Sorry.
Mabagal. Hindi yun. Okay, pangalawang tanong, Edward. Kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, kung may-ari ng inmate, anong gusto mong meta?
As a whole ba na team or sa akin lang na explain?
Yeah, whole team na. Sino ang hero yun? Bigyan kita idea.
Okay, sige.
Si Kelra, all assassin daw.
Bakit yun?
Bakit? Ano sa'yo?
Sa akin, 3 fighter, 2 mage.
2 mage. Ano yun? Rambulan meta. Rambulan meta.
Rambulan yun.
Kagulo yun. Bahala na sila kung ano yun. Mag-isip. Okay, Edward. Sa mga nagdaan season, sino sa tingin mo yung player or team na sobrang bilis mag-adapt sa meta bukod sa Aurora? Bawal yun. Bias ka no?
Bias ba ako nun? Okay, siguro sa team na lang. Yung ONIC or TL.
Kasi?
Pagod sila.
Mabilis? Okay lang. Okay lang. Masaya nga yung masaya eh. At syempre, ngayon lang to, may special guest tayo.
Sino yun?
Galing sa Superfans. Syempre,
Superfans.
Aurora mismo.
Uy.
Welcome na natin si Miss
Sino
Pia.
yun?
Hello
Hello
po.
po.
Congrats dahil ikaw yung napili na makausap si Edward na ating pro ngayon. Syempre, may karapatan ka. Bibigyan kita ng karapatan na magtanong ng 3 tanong para kay Edward.
Sige nga.
Ano yung golden rule mo bilang Legend Zero and to remain Mr. Consistent?
Golden rule. Grabe. Hirap ng tanong na yun din. Ano yung maganda sagot doon? Ayan. Para sa akin, disiplina lang talaga. Doon lumalabas na yung pagiging consistent doon kapag disiplinado ka sa ginagawa mo sa everyday life mo. And ayan.
Okay. Pangalawang tanong, Pia. Anong pangalawang tanong na gusto mo itanong kay Ed?
Curious ako kung ano yung ginagawa niya kapag yung enemy team is parang lahat ng hero pool niya at that meta is binaban nila.
Edward, ano daw nasa isip mo or ginagawa mo?
Semi-proud kasi, ayun, at some point, ako yung nakikita nilang threat or nire-respect nila yung hero ko. Siyempre, nakakaano yun. Kasi nakaka-proud ng hero. Mina-mindset ko lang na kaya kong gamitin lahat ng hero or kahit banan nila ako, kaya kong gamitin at anytime. Kahit wala akong practice. Ganun na.
Pangatlong tanong, Pia?
How do you make yourself adapt and be adept sa bagong heroes? Adapt sa meta, yung parang magigets siya. Tapos nagiging proficient kapag sa hero na yun. Gumagaling ka sa hero na yun.
Next question daw.
Next question, pwede bang skip? Okay na ba Tagalog?
Tagalogin mo lang.
Yung sa meta, di ba? Like, mag-shift ganun. Tingin ko naman, all throughout ng, bago mag-start yung MPL, na de-determine agad kung ano yung magiging meta. Which is kung ano yung ginagamit ng kalaban, maggagayahan. Kung sino yung una maglabas, maggagayahan pa yan. Doon pala magkakaroon ng idea na counter pickings, which is, doon lalabas yung mga off-meta heroes na, yun, tulad nga ng dati na tank EXP. Yun. So, doon mo ma-determine pa lang kung yun na lang.
Ano yung ginagawa mo para mabilis ka maka-adapt din sa game?
Wala eh. Sa ano lang talaga eh. Experience ng screen kung ano yung nagiging meta, ganun. Kumbaga, wala, adapt lang. Minsan, kopya-kopya lang, ganun.
Kailangan gamitin, no? Ginamit niya sa amin, gagamitin
sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Pia. Maraming salamat sa pagsama. Okay, Ted.
Thank you.
And ayun lang, guys. Kung gusto niyo rin ma-experience yung kayo na mismo yung magtatanong sa ating mga mamimit na pro, huwag niyo kalimutan, bumili ng ticket. Dito lang sa link na to. And Ed, maraming salamat sa pagsama. Hanggang sa muli sa ating Meta Pro.
Amazing!
Hello, Superfans! Superfans, ako nga pala si Bentings, pero hindi ako magbibigay sa inyo ng tips, kundi ang ating mga pro. At syempre, dito lang yan sa Meta Pro. Makakasama nga natin dito ang ating gold standard na si Kelra.
Hello guys!
At syempre, bago tayo mag-start, ang ibig sabihin nga pala ng Meta Pro, mamimit na natin yung mga pro at magbibigay pa sila ng mga meta tips. Ang unang tanong, Kelra, sa mga dumaang meta, ano yung mga pinaka nagustuhan mo at mga hindi mo nagustuhan?
Sa lahat tayo, no? Pinaka gusto ko yung mage.
Yung mga Alice,
Alice, Golok, Sari, Parsa, Kagura. Kasi masaya gamitin yan, tapos mas may mechanics yan kesa sa mga marksman. Ang pinaka di ko naman nagustuhan is, parang wala naman akong di nagustuhan. Parang lahat gusto ko, gusto kong fighter.
Nakapag-preya ka.
Nakapag-preya, nag-ruby.
Kung i-rate mo na lang from 1 to 3, ano doon? Mage, top 1.
Marksman, tas fighter.
Marksman pa rin talaga.
Oh,
Tas
tas fighter.
Kel, pangalawang tanong, kung gagawa ka ng sarili mong meta, ano yung gagawin mong meta? Tapos, ano yung itatawag mo?
Ano siguro? Assassin.
All assassin?
Hindi, balik lang assassin meta.
Assassin meta na lang.
Oo, yung parang last season. Tapos tatawagin mo siyang Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin. Ano, ikaw yung core o ikaw yung ano?
Pwedeng assassin gold, pwede rin ganggel. Basta dalawa assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Kel Assassin.
Okay, good siya, good siya. Pangatlong tanong, Kel. Isa kayo sa pinakamagaling mag-team fight. Ano yung mabibigay mo sa kanilang tips na para mag-success sa isang team fight?
Siguro ano lang, yung proper comms and proper targeting sa team fight. Ayun lang kasi yung talagang ginagawa namin.
Pero pag nagawa yung simple na yun, talagang malaking chance manalo sa team.
Simple pero sobrang laki ng impact sa team fight.
Ang next na tanong natin, ano naman ang mabibigay mo sa mga nanonood sa ating mga gold laner? Kahit yung pang RG na tips lang na mapapakinabangan nila.
Siguro sa mabibigay ko sa mga pang RG na tips, unang-una, lalo na pag solo kayo, wag kayong matitilt. Kailangan enjoy nyo lang yung game kasi kaya nga game yung ine-enjoy, di ba? Enjoy nyo lang game, tapos siguro sa in-game naman, kailangan nyo maging patience kasi kailangan nyo mag-farm, lalo na gold game kayo. Kailangan nyo ng pera para makasama sa team fight and mapanalo yung team fight.
Napakaganda nun. Madami kasi sumasama agad sa team fight, tapos nauuna pa sa mga tank.
Mga una pa.
Kaya nag-disaster sila.
May nang pinakaiwasan dapat. Pag sumama ka sa team fight, huwag ka mauuna. Kasi once na sumama ka, tapos nagpaparm yung kabilang gold game, bosset ka nun.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Lugi ka sa gold.
Napakagandang tip from gold standard. Ang next na tanong, Kel, sinong team or player yung feeling mo napakabilis umadapt sa meta o kaya sa mga hero na bago? Sino sa tingin mo?
Yung previous season siguro yung player. Tapos sa player naman, si Carl. Si Carl kasi di ba, UT jungle talaga siya. Tapos nag-assassin, isang season lumipas. Pero yung season na natalo sila nung assassin meta nung season 14, maganda pa rin yung performance na assassin niya doon. Pero kahit na UT siya, di ba utility talaga siya nakita? Parang
utility, mga friend.
Doon siya. Kasi matagal, hindi, sikat na siya sa assassin, mga lance. Pero di ba matagal siya hindi assassin?
Kasi napahinga.
Naging utility ng sobrang tagal na season, sobrang habang season. Tapos nung nag-assassin, parang nandun pa rin talaga yung prime sa assassin.
Isang beses lang natalo yung assassin meta nila, tapos wala na tuloy-tuloy na.
Tuloy-tuloy na.
Champion na.
Champion na ngayon.
Kyle, the GOAT.
Taste of Time LBB.
Okay guys, next naman, may bubunutin dito sa Kelra. Ano to guys, mga player din to, tapos isasabihin mo Kel kung ano ba yung weakness or strength ng player na mabubunot natin. Start na natin. Ikaw na bumunot.
Di ako na.
Sige.
Isa muna na. Isa. Sige. Wala makuha. Super Yoshi,
Rome siya,
Rome.
Omega.
Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya manghuli. Ang weakness niya lang siguro, pag may time na nanguhuli siya, wala siyang kasama. Yung magaling siya manghuli, pero madalas walang follow-up.
Timing na lang.
Timing.
Next, tulungan na kita.
Yeah, tulungan na. Oheb. Siguro yung strength niya, Oheb, yung sa team fight, magaling siya sa team fight. Pero yung weakness niya siguro, laning. Sa laning.
Next.
Sanji, may weakness ba to?
OP ba yan?
OP yata to eh. Siguro yung strength niya, magaling siya mang-reflect ng mga skill ng mga kalaban, tsaka magpabait. Ang weakness lang siguro, pag nasasobrahan siya sa pagre-reflect, minsan hindi niya na-reflect. Yung mga huli.
Okay, next, Kel. May kasama ulit tayo dito. Ito naman, tapos na tayo sa mga player. Ito naman, sa mga hero naman to. Tapos, bibigyan natin sila ng tip kung ano nga ba yung mga best pang-counter dito sa mabubunot natin. Tulungan na ulit kita. Sige natin ito.
Nathan. Pang-counter dito si Irtel. Kasi, di ba yung passive ng Nathan? Pag yung Irtel, kahit nakakahit siya habang tumatakbo. Kaya Nathan, yung masakit sa kanya yung bumabalik-balik pag umaatake. Hindi siya tatamaan ng pabalik kasi naglalakad habang naatake. Kaya yun yung pang-counter ko sa kanya.
Single lang dapat, no?
Oo.
Nahihirapan siya pag in relationship.
Uy!
Dalawa yung babalik At tulungan na kita, Kel. Nainggit ako sa'yo
Mapala yung tupa. Ano pang-counter dyan?
Ang lakas na sa lane.
Malakas sa linya eh. Wait lang, tulungan kita. Tingin mo, Irrital na lang din. Pwede, kaya rin Irrital yan. Kasi Irrital kasi malakas siya sa lane dahil sa first skill second niya. Yung minus armor. Kaya malakas sa lane yung Irrital eh. Kaya niyan lalo na pag-level. So, tingin mo sa 1-1, naka-inspire ka. 1-1 din pala. 1-1 din pala. Kasi yung pag ulti yung Popol, may second skill yung 1-1, di ba? Madadodge yung ulti.
Pero ang hirap counter rin ito.
Pero mahirap yan. Katapat, malakas na lane yan. May kasama eh.
Popol guys, gamitin niya.
Try mo yan.
And syempre, huling bunot. Kel, ikaw na.
Uy, parang danger to. 1-1.
Speaking of,
Irrital din.
madali lang eh, no?
Oo, dali lang. Irrital.
Weakness kasi ni 1-1 yung isa, laning.
Laning.
Tapos,
May na siya.
ayaw niya nang hindi siya nakaka-stack. Something na nag-fury guys, or
Mabilis. Ayun, tulad ng Irrital, nakapaglakad, hindi niya may istakan.
Mahirap.
Mahirap siya istakan.
Tsaka yung mga long range, like
Ranger.
Eto, Kel, dito na masusubok yung smiling face or serious face kasi kada may sasabihin akong player, pwede mong ngitian kung feeling mo mas malakas ka dun sa player na yun. Unahin natin, Kel, Aaron Shiki. Panis. Ang laki ngiti dun, parang no match yun ah. Ang next natin, si Innocent. Ayan, sakto lang. Papalag. And next natin, Super Marco. No match. Eman. Papalag. Pwede. Toy. KO guys, KO. And huli Kel, mortal enemy natin dito. Dalawa sa pinakamalakas kayo mag-gold. Ohen. Gold standard. Okay, last natin si Domen Aurora.
Hindi lang din.
Ante lang. And next naman natin guys, magiging si Ben Abondo muna tayo kasi magpapastok tayo with Kelra. Kel, bibigyan ako sa'yo, pastok lang, tulungan na kita. Siyempre, TLPH or Aurora?
TL.
Bilis na na. Pastok yun ah.
Pastok eh. Sabi mo,
RG.
Sabi.
Turtle or Lord? King Kong o Brusco?
King Kong.
Karit or
Ranger.
Ranger? Meron agad. Gold or kill?
Kill.
Gold or jungle?
Jungle.
Banning or picking?
Picking.
Shoes to go or mom shoes?
Shoes to go.
MSC or M-Series?
MSC, mas malaki pera.
MSC guys, abangan nyo daw next week si Kelra. And nga pala guys, para nga pala sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro Series, siyempre mamimili tayo ng Superfans sa mga susunod natin na Meta Pro player. Kaya abangan nyo.
Kita kits.
Kung yung isa ka sa mga player na natigil matatag sa MPLBH, anong sekreto ng isang field?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa gaming talaga. Kahit anong game kasi gusto ko maging magaling eh. Yung passion ko sa gaming is nakuha ko siya simula nung bata pa ako eh. Parang sobrang saya ko sa mga nilalaro ko and sobrang saya ko kapag nananalo ako. So, piling ko din ko nakuha yung passion ko.
Nabanggit mo din na superior yung goat mo.
Kasi nung MPL season 1 nakita ko siya mag-funny, sobrang nagalingan ako sa kanya.
Tropa natin dito. At kita mo naman si Pew.
Sinasayawan lang dito from wall to wall si Angela pero he still got the kill para dito kay Karina. Pew!
Tapos ngayon naman, kaya siya yung goat ko kasi sobrang tagal niya na tapos nasa top pa rin siya.
Nabanggit ni Cartesi na ikaw daw yung player na iniidolo niya at tinawag niyang GOAT.
Siyempre masaya kasi yung lahat ng tao na parang nag-ML ang sasabihin GOAT na si Carl talaga eh. Lalo na siya ng international and masaya pa rin na nakikita niya na ganun.
Siyempre pinagdaanan ko, marami munang talo bago nag-champion, ganun. Ganun naman yung cycle eh.
From child prodigy to the face, and now MLB's greatest of all time, GOAT!
Paano nito nabago yung buhay mo at yung pananaw mo sa buhay?
Sobrang dami nagbago sa financially, tsaka yung routine ko sa buhay, yung ginagawa ko sa buhay, tsaka pag lumalabas ako ganun, may mga nakakilala na sa akin.
Feeling ko, abang tumatagal parang napapansin ko sa sarili ko na mas madisiplina ako and mas mature.
Siguro yung biggest lesson ko lang yung balance lang sa lahat ng bagay.
Tapos ngayon talaga, ito na talaga yung feeling ko buhay ko eh.
Team Liquid. Nako.
TL.
Ay, may mga sasabihin mo.
Ako pa muna.
Ikaw muna, ikaw bumunot eh.
Ang lineup na to, they're still gonna define the meta. 100%. Ito pa rin yung magiging template pa rin talaga ng mga teams. Legit. Sila talaga yung susundan at sila ang iyong iidolohin.
Midman ako eh.
Okay, kung midman. Sige. I'm still in the nanalo sila ng MSC state of mind. Yun pa rin. And wag nating kakalimutan yon. I think we should go into season 16 knowing that and respecting that. Kasi yung team na makakalimot na yun yung nangyari, magsisisi. And even I think fans who do the same. Like, don't forget na porket, baka kasi posibleng in the early days or in the early weeks, mahirapan kasi basa. Alam mo yun? Because everyone's looking at you. All eyes on the champion eh. The world is watching. Baka mahirapan. Feeling ko you haven't seen everything yet. Hindi yun yung katapusan nung era ng lineup na to. Yun na lang. That's my thoughts for the Cavalry in Season 16.
Ako medyo natatakot ako sa lineup ito eh. Kasi kung may roster change pa na wala, di nila alam. Kung may roster change pa na wala, nakakatakot pa rin yung dadaanan nila this season kasi yung challenge na karamihan sa kanila ay busy sa ibang bagay. And even if, let's say, champion sila ng MSC, tama sila yun na it comes with, challenges, comes with problems. Kasi tinititigan ka ng 7 teams sa MPL. Kitang-kita nila yung plays nila mga player, most especially yung finals MVP na I doubt naman makawala sa roster na yan. So, there is that big magnifying glass na ito yung pwedeng butasan.
Pero hindi lang magnifying glass.
Target lock o sniper scope, ganun, rifle, ganun yung nakatutok sa kanila. And knowing yung mga dadaanan nila in the next few weeks, next few months na may ibang bagay pa silang makikitaan sila ng butas. So for me, even though we say na parang Team Liquid stands at the pedestal right now, malaki yung hurdle sila for the upcoming season. Aurora, MLBB. Sa ako muna, no? Alam mo, same sila ng problem ng TNC.
Hindi.
Pero para sa akin...
Bakit problem yung tawag mo, pre? Hindi
No. May dahilan bakit ko sinabing problem. Kasi, for me, maganda yung idea. Medyo historical yung idea. Nostalgic.
Yes.
Pero it comes with problems. Alam mo naman kunari, nagdala ka ng baon. Hindi lahat magugustuhan.
Imported pa.
Oo. So, para sa akin, as much as nagigets ko yung chemistry, kailangan patunayan. At kailangan malinis. Kailangan malinis yung pagkain.
Realist talaga si Diday. Realista.
Kailangan malinis yung pagkain. Para makita ko yung liwanag.
Tama yung historical eh. Historical kasi. May mga history na pwede mong gamitin. Pero hindi din lahat hindi din lahat. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Yun. Talagang kailangan paghihirapan, kailangan
may dumi din yung history.
With history kasi, pre, may luggage.
Oh. Bakit may luggage? Pero may dalahin, may bitbit ka. And actually yun nga. This roster parang statement siya. And it's also a big responsibility to actually take care of it.
Yes.
At palakasin pa.
Amen. This is fun,
Ako, for Rora, nasa tagline na nila, pre. Di ba? Seize the win. Di ba? But that aside, masaya ako for this lineup. Masaya ako because...
Oo, masaya ka.
Sobrang saya ako.
Sa'yo din may history eh.
Yes. And
Clue na yun.
for so many reasons. As in, kung saan ko na nadala yung storyang yon, and I'm so happy that there's a new chapter. And now, yung unang team, sabi ko, pwede mag-M7. Ito rin dapat mag-M7 eh. I don't know. That's it. That's Rora. Sa'yo yun eh. That's it.
Ito, that's it. Last thoughts.
Sige.
Tignan natin kung paano mag-unravel yung kanilang performance.
Ay.
Sakto TNC na bunot ko. I'll break the fourth wall. The very street that the studio is in, we're shooting this, was where our boot camp was when I was with TNC. That's crazy. I was thinking, my thoughts about TNC Season 16. It's not so different, sa totoo lang. I like it. It's parang, alam mo yung nagluto ka sa stove, tapos yung oil iniwan mo na lang. Kasi mainit pa eh, tapos masarap naman yung linuto mo uli eh. Tapos pinalitan mo lang yung sahog, pero yung pa rin yun. Tapos alam mo yung next dish, alam mo kakainin mo, alam mo pa maraming ang kanin eh. That's how I see this season, CNC. Yeah.
Ako, I break the fifth wall. Yung bootcamp nila, 5 minutes lang mula sa bahay ko. Lapit lang, di ba? Lapit lang. Anyway, ang aking thoughts about TNC is this is a good example of what a team, knowing their performance last season, should do. Pero para sa akin, medyo kapos lang. Which is a big challenge for them this season. Kasi at some point you gotta adjust something, you know? At some point you gotta adjust something. Especially gearing up to one of the most competitive seasons ever. Medyo 10 bits lang. Pero that's the big task for TNC. Continue that performance from last season while also knowing eto lang yung pyesa mo.
Teka. Anong eto lang? Bakit eto lang?
Eto na.
Secret na yun.
Sige. Ako ang TNC ngayon. Sabi ko lang.
Sakto red.
Ang hirap nun Pero, shakeland ko na lang. Feeling ko TNC ngayon. 90% chance playoffs to.
Wow. That's big.
Okay, wait lang. Sige.
Ikaw.
Just to close it off, ikaw 90% playoffs.
90%.
Knowing yung roster nila, feeling ko mataas chance na mag-M7 pa nga eh.
Wow.
Yun yung gusto ko kasi I know the roster. At some point, you guys will know the roster. You'll understand why I say, dapat mag-M7. Hindi mo alam.
Ito na lang ang sabihin ko. Bawal sila magkamali.
Yun. Kasi pag nagkamali sila,
wala na.
Sabit yung...
Diretso.
Sayang lalo.
Yun, okay. Yun yung ibig sabihin ng kulang yung pyesa.
Yun pala yun.
Gets mo na. Di kasi nila alam eh.
Pero pag nalaman nila, yun
magigets nila.
Job skirt in. Ba't ang hina? Job curds. Magpapasiklab ba ngayong araw? Dudurugin ba namin? O kami ang madudurog? Sito? Sino lalaro? Nakahuranga ba yan, Cheese? Nakahuranga ata dyan, ah. Tapos caption ko, tinalo ko si Chakmamba. Wala. Basta tayo, guys. Narinig ko yung sarili ko.
Mahina ba siya? Hindi ako ready dito, Dalawa ata yung lips ko eh. Hello, hello, mic check. My life is I'm not ready. Hello? Mic check. I can't swing on my own. Andito na kami. Andito na ang TNC. Magpapamalas ng kakaibang movements. Hello, pare. Pakinggan mo ako. Ba't anong hina ng sarili ko? Pangbakbaka na to, ya. Kaya ako unahin yung iba. Unahin ko yung sarili ko. Dalawa ata yung lips ko, eh. Oy, mic check.
Coach, parang hina ng ano mo.
Sa mic?
Aura mo. Mahina rin siya sa akin eh. Diskarte. Lala. Ayun daw, sobrang pogi lang sa Sanford. Uy!
Stop me. Oh. Ha? Ano, signature posers. Idol, di ako magpapamo sa idol. Manahimik muna ako na konti para wala makuha. Bahala ka dyan. Uy. Baited! Patanggal na to, okay na to.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Hello Superfans! Episode 2 na tayo ng ating Meta Pro at syempre kasama natin si Edward dahil siya ang magbibigay sa atin ng tips, hindi ako. Uy!
gangsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we cannot be winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. No retreat. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Lakas, Pinas, malakas. Kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Back at it again here in match number 3 for MPL Philippines, week number 3, day number 2. I'm Rockhard alongside Renmar Santa Cruz and Midnight. We're gonna be giving you this last match for today, and it's gonna be a banger, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, ONIC on the run, Twisted Minds looking to find their footing again. I think this is gonna be a good one.
Hey, last season we saw a divide of the family. We got a part 2. Ooh. I'm excited. I'm just waiting for the match to start, honestly.
Are we all? And of course, if you want to be featured as the next MPL Philippines Superfan of the month, Superfan, not Superfan, that's a different one. All you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep those interactions positive.
Yeah, see those QR codes? Join through that if you can't find it. Share any MPL-related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named as the TLPH Superfan of the month.
Of the month, not the week, it's just the month, man.
Yeah, it's like employee of the month except for your interests.
That's right. You are not employed. Or I hope you are.
That hurts, man. That hurts.
I hope you are.
Yeah.
Match recap right away. We're going to see Omega versus TLPH. Obviously, TLPH, very humble in their interviews, as always.
Yeah.
But that was a very interesting game number 1 as well. I know you guys were there. But really, some interesting stuff. I'm surprised it went that long.
Yes, interesting because from my perspective, it was the only close, actual close game. Game 2, there was a chance, but man, Carly's Lancelot.
Carly's Lancelot, Sanjay's Selena got MVP honors in game
Yeah.
number 2 and stopped a lot of the hope that Omega could have had in the early game.
honestly insane. And then we're going to see the infinite standings right now because of that. Obviously, TLPH looking like they're coming back to form just because of one game. And ONIC Philippines are neck and neck with them alongside Roar and Twisted. So we're about to break the freeway tie here, folks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of
Four-way, rather.
four-way. There's a lot of doubters for TLPH, but look at the standings. The 2 matches that they lost were up against ONIC and Aurora, 2 heavy-hitting teams. So we are sort of like, yeah, sure, TLPH rediscovering their footing, finding their strive, but it's also like them, you know, fighting off like good teams in MPLPH.
Yeah, our standings are starting to normalize, except for the fact that my Falcons are still at the bottom.
It's okay, bro. All
right.
It's week 3.
It's week 3, week 3. Come on.
I'm not going to cry on broadcast again.
No.
Last time
Again?
I did that, the entire country bashed me for it.
Oh, I remember that.
Now let's get out of here. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. Oh, damn.
Damn.
Holy shit.
I was not ready for that. And you know what? On the other side, I don't know if you guys are noticing, it is Sensui here for Twisted Minds. One of the a very veteran jungler in this league. I mean, I know he recently shifted to Rome recently.
Yeah.
But now he's back in his old game.
Yeah, he was registered as a jungler, unlike last season where he was registered as a roamer.
Yeah.
So I think Twisted Minds have prepared him for this scenario. It's cool because you have one guy in King Kong who's known for assassins, and now Sensui who's known for the fighter tanks in the jungle.
Yeah, I remember way back in Season 10, even Sensui going back as far as being part of ONIC, you know, he was like a very good jungler, I might say. And he discovered that, okay, he may be a better player when it's going to the utility role, and he has presumed that role for, you know, the most part of his career, the entirety of his career in the international stage, which I assume is going to be like a lethal weapon here for Twisted Minds.
And we're talking throwbacks all the way back. Let's talk about the first champion, just like the movie with Chris. No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about Hayes, alongside, of course, becoming one of the first champions of MPL Philippines. Literally first of MPL history. We kind of forget he's always in the background, man. And he is shaping or helping shape these stories as we progress.
Yeah, he was part of the Aether main when Aether Lang Malakas was ruling over the Philippine MLBB scene. He ended up winning MS. He also won MSC right after that, right?
Yeah.
When they were already under Bren.
They were hot.
Yeah, he's an MPLPH champion twice over. He's a world champion. Man is accolades after accolades. He is also part of that legendary gold medal MLBB roster from the first ever SEA Games MLBB lineup.
Yeah, from the Brawl era to many ages that has come before us in MPL stage. He's still here.
Yeah.
And right now, I mean, he's still not smiling in the pictures, but we saw him like smile a few seconds ago. We've seen a lot of like phases.
Yeah.
For Hayes, from player to captain, now to coach.
Yeah.
Which he was also part for the majority of the fans of ONIC. He's a coach when they won M6.
Yeah.
He was a coach.
He was a coach.
This guy has seen everything.
Yeah, he is the human embodiment of the item Blade of Despair. Half man, half amazing.
He kind of sometimes pretends that he's not used to the spotlight, but you kind of forget he's always in the spotlight. You just don't always notice him. And yes, he is half man and half amazing.
Yeah, brother's been here since MPL started.
Yeah,
that's
so
amazing.
does Rockhart.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Wait, so
maybe
that's
10 years.
that makes it you,
Hayes,
Few, Hayes.
Yeah,
Anyone
alongside
else?
Avery.
Wolf.
That's it.
Yeah, just you guys.
Interesting enough.
This is season 1.
Yeah, someone said you should count the matches. I don't want to count the matches. Let's not get there. We're going to see the community poll here, though. We have a poll of who is the true Irena's God.
Hey, one choice there doesn't ring true to me.
Something's wrong here, but
this is what you get when you get to do the howl so much.
Yeah. Excuse me, but why is Cram there?
Exactly.
He's a great EXP laner on his own, right? But he's not a Uranus guy.
And he's not in the Philippines anymore.
Not in the Philippines anymore.
Lantu's here.
He just started, though.
Dilar's kind of here.
Yeah.
He goes from Indo to PH. And
I
we'll
don't
see.
know, guys. What do you think? What do you think is the correct answer here? Let us know in the comments. Let's try to read those chat later.
Let me just say, almost all the Uranus gods has been with ONIC at some point.
Cram?
Oh,
No,
except Cram.
Cram's not.
Oh,
Except Cram.
We're excluding.
I know, I get you. Yeah, there we go.
A is like a trick answer.
Yeah.
There's a trick question.
Lansu, ONIC 9 Lives, Wolf as Wolf. Oh no, as Ocho Gahaba.
Ocho Gahaba.
And then
Wolf last year was with ONIC.
Yeah, he was with ONIC last year.
And then Dilar.
I feel like Dilar is like the OG.
Boots. Sorry, my voice kind of got loud.
Yeah.
Boots is a Uranus god.
Yeah.
With ONIC.
I love that you brought that up, but you know, again, Philippines is the region. So we'll talk about that a little later on. Let's watch our teams walk into the arena right now.
Sonics, it is time to cheer louder than ever. Let your players hear your voices for Kirk, King Kong, Superfans, Brusco, and Kelra. It's time for ONIC Philippines! They've twisted the game many times this season. Can they do it again? Here's Lansu, Sean, Kaloy, Noja, and Sensui. Big brain plays from Twisted Minds! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Juven, Patrick, and Jeff. Joined by their teams are their coaches. It's Coach Wynot for ONIC Philippines and Coach Bonchat for Twisted Minds. Sonics, Minds, this is the last match of the day. I want to hear you scream!
Here we go. As you guys mentioned, these are the team. This is the team to beat here in this matchup. It is ONIC.
Here's a fun fact about Kelra. Last week we played basketball with him. That was earlier this week. He played almost 2.5 hours barefoot.
What?
And the longer the day went on, he started knocking down more three-pointers. Superfans, also a former varsity god in basketball, took it to us. King Kong, Scary, Kirk and Brusco, fantastic trash talkers, to their own teammates.
I love this.
That's a fun little experience about ONIC. But yes, this is a team still slowly starting to rediscover who they are. But King Kong, I will want to single him out. He has been insane this season long. When ONIC is on point, the man is hitting retry after retry.
All right, fun fact, I haven't played basketball with Twisted Minds, but I'm pretty sure they do. But the fact of the matter is, here's a little fun fact, these are also champions. Not MPL, not international titles, but MDL champions. But man, oh man, they're shaping up to be contenders in the league, contenders of MPL Philippines. We got Lansu, Sensui, Sean, Kaloy, and Nosha. One thing that I want to highlight, aside from Sensui here, I mean, we've shown a lot of spotlight for Lansu, but I want to give credit to Sean in the mid lane. He's been really spectacular, even sometimes outshining some of the amazing mid laners in the league. But I want to know how he fares against the Superfans.
Outshining, guess you could say he's outshining.
Outshining.
All the other mid laners.
He's outshone. Some of the mid laners, but can he handle the monster mate?
Can he showing up on this?
Showing up? Yeah, there we go.
I like this desk. We're gonna get
It's an old desk.
Our brain cells are -1 every second. So we're gonna go into a really quick segment. This is a segment you all know and love. This is the Smart 5G ping test. Let's hear what these guys have to say.
Hello. Game pare ah. Pare, tiwala lang kailangan ko pare ah. MP, kung nanonood ka man, MP, di kita papahiya. Konti lang. Konting pahiya lang to, MP ah. Okay, pre, papatuloy natin kaya sumabay ng mga RJ boy, pre. Sensui is back. Bakit pa kasi binalik to eh? Lagi natataan pag naglalaro ko ONIC kalaban ah. Ito na lang, to be honest lang. MP, pigit ka lang MP, pagaling ka lang dyan. Pagkadilat mo, 2-0 na ONIC PH. Panalo ONIC! Malas! Bukas! At kailanman! Katabi mo ako, Erp, oh. Mula noon, bukas, at kailanman. Aray ko! Aray ko!
Shoutout nga pala sa Jericho Rosales ng MPL Philippines. Getting him is like trying to know somebody you never met. Burning red. Tama na, ang sakit na masyado. Focus lang ako ngayon, focus. Pampalighten up lang ng mood. Guys, sabi ni Kirk, loving her was red daw. Aray ko. Sino yung her na yun? Ano yan, boy? Loving her was red. Tapos, missing her was dark. Ay, ko. Parang ano lang nagre-relapse ako sa mga mapapait na alaala namin ng MDL namin. Grabe ka, Daddy Pew. Napanood ko yun, yung cut mo. Naging idol din kita doon sa cut mo doon. Daddy Pew, ang yummy mo.
It's just me. These mic checks are starting to become more unhinged every day.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love it.
The true characters of the players are actually popping out in the pink test.
And I love how they're starting to get less shy about it. I feel like when we started doing these mic tests, like they were really starting to, find their footing. They were shy, they were chill.
Looking down,
Now they're just straight up belting songs when they can. And even Sensui was roasting himself.
That guy is just so good at roasting himself. We'll talk about that even more later on. Haldo.
Welcome to The Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix Keys to Victory. Ang next na big boss battle para sa Twisted Minds is going to be ONIC Philippines na currently ay nasa top ng ating standings. Pero hindi naman ito yung unang beses na nakatapat na ng Twisted Minds ang ONIC. Nung last Cebol qualifiers, halos manalo na rin ang mga members ng Twisted Minds na dati ay ONIC 9 Lives versus ONIC Philippines. So kaya naman at familiar naman sila dito. Kaso nga lang iba talaga ang timpla ng ONIC Philippines sa MPL Season 16. At para sa ONIC Philippines mismo, ang pwede nilang gawin para pigilan ang momentum ng Twisted Minds ay i-deny ang Uranus ng The Admiral Lansu na sinasabi na nga ng ating mga community ay parang reminiscent ng The General Dilar na Uranus gameplay na para sa akin naman mas mabilis maglaro etong si Lansu. But that is something na kailangan i-deny ng ONIC Philippines. They also have to slow down yung gameplay ng Twisted Minds with vision and map control. At ang key na hero dyan is yung Selena. Knowing full well na ito sa ONIC Philippines na magaling talaga silang maglaro, hindi lang kay Superfans pati buong team around this Selena, papipigilan nila yung catch and fast playstyle ng Twisted Minds. Now, for Twisted Minds, they have to deny yung assassin gameplay ni King Kong. So far, ang pinaka-tinalo lang ng side ng ONIC Philippines ay kapag Yisun Shin, etong si King Kong. At kung papansin natin, parang counted as assassin jungler kasi itong Yisun Shin. But for me, it's a fighter slash mixture ng mga marksman. At ang point lang dito is hindi pwedeng si King Kong ay humawak ng mga Fanny, mga Lancelot, or mga Hayabusa. Otherwise, kaya-kayanin ng Twisted Minds to. And they also have to win the gold lane matchup via draft o kaya sa rotation. So far, si Nosha ay nananalo sa kanyang lane sa stats-wise. So ito yung kailangan i-carry ng momentum ng side of Twisted Minds. Abangan natin yan sa draft at ibalik na natin to sa ating mga casters.
Man, I'm loving those keys to victory there from Infinix. One of them is a bit, hard to achieve, but
possible.
Yeah, like how is Twisted Minds gonna ensure that King Kong doesn't end up with an assassin? You can ban 3 from the get-go, but then there's still so many available.
Yeah, you try banning Lancelot, YSS, maybe Hayabusa. He shows up with Fanny, Joy, Hanzo. Maybe even brings back the Suyo,
the Ling.
There's a bunch.
That's a tough sell, but you know what? You're absolutely right. You try to slow him down, maybe. Try to stop him from coming back into King Kong form in S14.
Yeah, and then for Twisted Minds, you also require them to win Gold 8 matchup. Kelra. That's like, you gotta beat God, basically.
Step 1, beat God.
Yeah. So, again, we've highlighted so much Kelra's potency in the Gold 8. But to be fair, though, God still bleed. We've seen that from Aurora. Domenkite actually won the lane against Kelra. And Nosha, he does have the tendency to sometimes get an advantage in the laning stage. Not completely take over, but utilize that advantage in the early game to sort of help out his teammates, especially when he's on the Granger.
Yeah, I mean, if he somehow doesn't get his hands on a Granger in Moscow, I'd like to see him just rush with the Harith for himself. At least that way you end up with a gold laner that can just bully in lane. We've seen all throughout MPL Philippines so far that most Hariths do just end up bullying in lane no matter what matchup that they're up against.
No matter who the player.
Yeah, no matter who the player, no matter the hero. It's like Harith is just that good right now.
This is just, again, Family Feud Part 2, the branch of ONIC that broke out from the family, had their brains twisted, and now they're Twisted Minds. And Sensui at the helm, who has a pretty good record against ONIC as a franchise. So honestly, if you're Bonchan, you're kind of happy right now because your lineup is built to fight this family. But again, this family has been tested all across the board. Over the years, we've seen ONIC be shaken. And they conquered the M series. Even though last season it was still shaky for them, they still made it to the MC. So this is a lineup that is built to withstand any pressure that comes its way.
So I'm thinking, yes, individually they are really good against ONIC in certain teams. I'm thinking, how do you deal with like the cohesion though, right? Like how long ONIC has actually been playing together. That's my biggest question for this one. And I really hope it gets an answer here, because individually these players also do perform very, very well on their own lanes.
Yeah, individually, like you gotta give respect to you know, the players of ONIC, especially in the mid lane. Superfans has been the rock of ONIC ever since they began with this new roster. He has been the sole Anarchy player from the ONIC squad. And it's funny because like you have the ONIC that broke out to become Twisted Minds, and they're now faced with the sole remaining ONIC player in this franchise.
Now on the other side, for Twisted, now that they have a jungler who's been known to play really well with the utility tanky fighter types, the Fredrins and the Kais, that might be the poison that they can bring to the table against the more assassin-heavy King Kong. A Uranus respect ban. That is crazy.
So fast.
I was gonna say, there's something funny for an ONIC team to ban Uranus.
Yeah.
It's unheard of.
It's like
ONIC in their history has loved Uranus.
It's like the birthplace of Uranus at this point, in the league.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of the best, like you mentioned this earlier, some of the best Uranus players are at some point affiliated with ONIC.
Ryota, Boots, Wolf.
Yeah,
Right?
look how fast that banning phase went, by the way.
Zoom.
All assassins, and of course the potential Kero pickup on the 1-1 gets banned out by Twisted. ONIC ban out. Strong utility, because that Uranus could have even gone into the jungle for Sensui. For all we could have known.
Yeah. So for ONIC, there goes Galea. They don't want to straight up pick the YSS. They need the counter for it, but Twisted Minds, now they go for the Zushin and Fredrin, of course. This is Bonshan special, Blacklist days. You pick up the Fredrin, you pick up the counter against the Fredrin, and then what do? If you're ONIC, you steal the Arlet, so they don't get it on the side of Lansu. Maybe Arlet, Harith.
The difficult part is that's going to be a clear pick for Aphovius for Twisted at the red 3
That is true.
if they do that.
That is
So
true.
they can kind of just work around this pick as well.
Even then, in MSC, like some teams would actually prefer playing the stealing the Arlet, because Fred and Fove in the same composition does get countered by some of the comps that were present in the meta. They go for the Lapu Lapu.
They don't care about that Arlet at all. Just go with the Lapu Lapu, win on your lane, and apparently just get a really good advantage. You don't need to worry too much.
Yeah, quite old school right now. ONIC's very just clear, fast rotate, pick off, strong EXP lane prio. Twisted are going to be more utility around the jungle, so they might have to think about damage in the EXP. So
Wait,
they
did
go
we
for
get
the
baited?
Esmeralda, similar to what happened before in the previous game of the previous series. Excuse me.
And to be fair, this is actually better because there's no stopping Twisted Minds from picking up the Arlet Roam. Remember, this is an MDL squad. They've played everything. They've played almost everything on every role.
Yep.
So they don't
Just
care.
don't get Magical Piece.
So there's still a good chance this is going to be Arlot. Like, if ever they really want to force that combo.
If there's a flex, there's a flex.
Yeah,
I mean,
and Kaloy has already played Roam Arlot this season.
And Twisted Minds, they could just rush. I would say the Moskov on Red 4.
So we're not going to see like Esmeralda jungle, nothing like that?
No, please no. Please no. For ONIC, I think they're eyeing at the Moskov Harith matchup. Maybe even the Moskov Bruno if they can force out the Moskov Red 4 on the side of Twisted Minds. But I'm concerned about the next ban for Twisted, because right now you don't know the jungle and the gold for ONIC. There's a lot to choose from the Super Fam. There's also that Joy, even though there's an Esmeralda on the side of Twisted Minds. It's not recommendable for them.
Wow.
Deep ban.
Yeah, I think ONIC is gonna consider banning out the Hylos. Oh no,
Vilda.
oh okay. Well, yeah, it could have been a Matilda Fred, but then Hylos can be an easy pickup for Twisted here, or
Moskov, Moskov Red 4. So Harith or Bruno for ONIC, and maybe maybe Hayabusa. Probably Hayabusa is Esmeralda.
It's not really good on the jungle and kind of just work into that early game, maybe.
Yeah, they need something against Esme though. I'm not a big fan of Haya against Esme. It sucks. Like you're not.
Your hits are gonna get shielded.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the shadow kill. So Bruno gets picked up. Haya, Lucas, or Hanzo.
Oh, this is a good situation for the Lucas.
No more Lucas, please. I don't care if it's a good.
I like the Lucas.
I don't want Lucas
to see
anymore,
that.
man.
I like the Lucas.
I don't like you anymore.
All right,
I like you a little less.
Yo,
now.
Alpha is a good answer against the Fredrin. Lucas is a better Alpha.
Our analysts are at the clash here between the
Okay,
Lucas.
so they go for the Joy.
And the Haya, but they go Joy.
That is so brave against a Moskov and a Fredrin.
You just go Badang here, honestly. Badang, Ufra, Arlet, Belleric.
Yeah, there's a lot of picks that Kaloy can pick up that you cannot go wrong with at this point.
Yeah.
I would pay to see a Belleric
Yeah,
here.
even if you decide to go pick off like a Cho, maybe even no.
Yeah, dude, swear to God, any.
Kaja. Any pick up, even a Franco, I would not mind.
Any roam.
No Arlot roam?
Any.
We said high loss earlier.
No, I mean,
you said any.
Bro, okay, sorry. Any that has a crowd control. Bro, what is this?
He has crowd control, but I guess you're thinking it's a little slow on the input.
Okay. Here's the thing. It wins the level 1 matchup against the Kalea and the Farsa. Yeah. I've seen this matchup before. But it suffers level 2. It sucks against Kalea.
Okay, okay.
Because when you use the enhanced basic attack, and even if you want to heal, you're sort of just like, hey, look, you can tsunami slam me.
Hey, you can hit me with your normal.
Yeah.
You can charge up your skills.
Exactly.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. So we're going to see if that's going to be the big factor here, whether Kaloy can actually pilot the Khalid. I know the Khalid didn't have a great first game this season.
It was in his hands too.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Let's see. Let's have a look and see here in game number 1. Let's bring it into the Land of Dawn. And let's see if lightning strikes twice here.
Yeah, the idea here for Twisted Minds is you have an incredibly impactful early game lineup with the Zushin, Khalid. You can rotate with the Fredrin, steal some of the green camps. But if they fail the early game, for example, they lose the mid lane to both Brusco and Superfans. That's it. You don't have a roam anymore.
Oof. All right. So without a roam, I guess you could sub the Fredrin in a little bit. Then again, that is going to be problematic.
Okay.
That level 1 power spike, though, really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's one of the old combos. Khalid and Juicin together, just really good at bullying the center of the map at level 1. You can ride that on up until the first turtle comes up.
Goodness.
Then it gets a little bit more difficult.
They don't even contest the Surge of Life procs from Brusco. This is effectively a lost mid lane, honestly.
Okay, so we're going to see some all-time hero stats. Number one, obviously, on that Fredrin. I'm not surprised. I called this even before the match started. I knew he was going to pick it, and there's proof. This is proof and paper.
Nani kore? He's number 1?
Stats don't lie, bro.
Stats don't lie.
Sensui is statistically the number 1 Fredrin in MPLPH history. That
Career hero.
He's the best Fredrin in the Philippines.
Okay, let's go. All right, if we saw Carthes and the Lancelot get a W later.
Oh, man.
Sensui, Fredrin Sensui. I forgot his full actual name. I will remember it later.
Is Carl Tizzy Sensui?
Stephen Castillo.
Stephen Castillo, yeah.
Stephen Sensui, Stephen Fredrin Castillo. There we go.
There you go.
Oh.
I bet Carl Tizzy's watching this like, wait a second.
No.
That can't be true. I need a new goal.
Carl Tizzy's eyes twitching somewhere.
Yeah, Coach RC, 5 Fredrin games in a row.
Yeah. Really good spot here by Twisted. How they're holding around the shrubs.
Yeah, it's going around here. And of course, that's beautiful.
What? That is risky. Sensui taking a lot. Brusco decides to flicker out. Here comes the answer back by Twisted Minds. First blood right away by Sean onto Brusco. King Kong trying to get kills with the electrifying beats, but it just gets countered by Twisted.
All right, I guess we're seeing the reason why they picked up this hero on roam.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is you bring in the numbers against ONIC. Again, you're much more powerful in the early game. Even though they lost mid, there's no effective response from ONIC to deal with the Khalid of Kaloy.
Yeah, this Khalid definitely doing what it's supposed to do here. We're seeing if it's possible to do more. Maybe they can do more invades here. I think that's what they're eyeing right now.
Yeah. Invade, river control. Typical Khalid things with the Juicin.
To be fair though, I think the biggest part of why Twisted is able to maximize the early game prowess, this Esmeralda is effectively killing the rotations from the XP on ONIC side because the Lapu cannot rotate. You saw how quick Lance was able to get towards the mid lane, land the Falling Star Moon onto 3 heroes on the side of ONIC, and you saw Kirk just pushing down the enemy shields on a tower on bot side.
Yeah, despite our feelings towards a Khalid pickup for Kaloy, Twisted Minds have played their lineup very well so far, with the advantage through the EXP lane, the initial advantages they get to the center of the map, and well, even Sensui, I thought he was getting a little bit greedy in the mid lane, but then that was actually part of the plan. He was pulling attention to him for the eventual backup that Twisted Minds provided for the Fredrin.
Hey.
Oh, Brusco, wait, decides to go in with the Tsunami Slam, jumps in as well. CC immune is this juice in. Kaloy gets jumped on, but then he jumps onto Brusco back for the clapback counter. So much crowd control dished out onto the Bruiser. He gets taken down again.
I've been very vocal with why I hate Fredrin. That's basically it. 8 seconds of crowd control on a hero like a Kalea.
I guess
it's not fun.
Yeah, it is. I would hate to be the guy on the receiving end of that one.
Yeah.
So I get what you mean. I also see the damage output of the Khalid in that situation. It's also you're just swimming in desert tornadoes.
Yeah, but Twisted though. It's also them knowing that okay, ONIC does a lot of like the Sigma rotations, wherein King Kong shows up in the middle lane. They try to take a pick off. For the last 4 minutes, they've always been in mid. Twisted Minds is ready for King Kong.
Okay, ONIC is ready to fight. Feather Dash Strike comes out from Super Prince. Kaloy is able to use his ultimate to get away. Sean gets taken down. That's going to be 2 kills already for Twisted. Make that 3 double kill for Kirk. And here comes the sudden turnaround. Kirk lands the stun as well with a Landshaker. Lansu holding on, but look at all the shields that he can hit. But despite him being able to sustain, he does not have the damage to survive and win that fight. ONIC will get this turtle.
Take away the shields, there's still another source of HP from ONIC. It's the Surge of Life coming out from Brusco, and also the perfect Feather Dash Strike from Super Friends, starting that fight, making sure that Twisted Minds have to choose, do we fight or do we go away? And King Kong just showed up with the electrifying beats.
Yeah, we're starting to see that ONIC team fighting, that mid-game team fighting we're seeing. They're so known for, they're so famously known for all around the world, and it proves to be very difficult for Twisted, despite having a little bit of a lead in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, even though Twisted Minds, they had a good early game, they don't have the resource to fight it out against ONIC. They haven't capitalized on the lead that they had earlier. Sensui is actually 1,000 gold behind compared to King Kong.
Yeah, the prolonged team fight's definitely not looking good here for Twisted. We'll see if that's going to change as we do see Nausea being relatively safe on top, though.
Goes in right away, finds Sensui, and Sensui's able to get out. Twisted Minds backing up the Fredrin right away. Brusco will use the ultimate alongside Super Friends.
This is a lot of time bought, though, for ONIC. Like, even though there's a Moskov on the side of Twisted Minds, you still are dealing with 3 damage dealers on the side of ONIC. Matter of fact, make it 4. Like, there's 4 cores on the side of ONIC.
Yeah, on the other side, Twisted Minds has 4 utility picks that is supposed to just supplement Nausea's Moskov. I like how Brusco was recalling in front of the bush, sort of to tell Twisted Minds, yeah, I know you guys are there.
They know, they can sense it. Brusco has a 6th sense about it.
Retry used.
Yeah, just for the crab.
Yeah, I mean,
they'll be back in time.
It's going to be back for 25 seconds. It's going to be good.
Brusco goes in again with a title strike. Feather Dash Strike by Super Friends, and it is free for him. Sensui gets taken down easily by ONIC, and Kirk is going to TP in front of the tower. And ONIC is going to be able to take down the tower in Kelra's lane. Nausea throws out his ultimate. I was able to hit the siege minion.
Yeah, I was able to defend, but even then, this tower is effectively dead.
Yeah,
that's gone.
Kelra's cutting the wave, and because of that kill, now ONIC is poised to just take a turtle. Shondo in mid. Careful.
Yeah, Sean's getting a big beating here. We're seeing such good sustain from ONIC. They seem to be just carrying this momentum all the way into that mid.
Feathered airstrike, and Kaloy goes in with a Raging Sandstorm to stop Super Friends. Sean almost gets taken out single-handedly by the Feathered airstrike of the Farsa. Both mid laners will back, and that slows down the taking the turtle for ONIC just by a little bit.
You see how fearless the Monster Mage is. Didn't even flicker out. He knew they didn't have the damage to take him out. Nausea on the top lane will try to find a trade on the tower, but they don't have the time to do so. ONIC quick with a response.
Right. At least Kaloy is on the pulse here, especially when Twisted is looking like they're out of position. You know, there's some good, some good 6th sense happening as well for Twisted, making sure they have full knowledge of where the ONIC members are. But again, it's one it's one thing knowing where ONIC is. It's another thing dealing with what they're gonna do.
True. Fredrin's 2K behind against King Kong's Joy. This is very worrying for Twisted Minds. The Bruno as well is so massive at this point. ONIC Philippines could just take over towers with a Feather Airstrike zoning.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Superfans is doing. SOD is going to hit, but it doesn't look like the Moskov can commit it. Kirk already using the Raging Slash. Twisted Minds able to defend their tower in the mid. But here comes more minion waves for ONIC. Round number 2. Is ONIC going to be able to take down this tower finally? They're going to focus down Kaloy with a Raging Sandstorm. Perfect entry by the Khalid. And it looks like ONIC are crumbling. King Kong with the damage left behind as the Juicin takes down the Bruno and the Esmeralda takes down the Kalea.
That was excellent landing there of the Raging Sandstorm. And Brusco could not even deal with it. Without the healing from Surge of Life, it looks like they're really, really squishy.
Yeah, it looked like ONIC were in position to actually reverse that team fight. King Kong, he found a good opening on the backside. Unfortunately, this is the tactical advantage of having a Fredrin against Joy. It's kind of hard to find positioning up against a walking crowd control.
Okay, Landshaker almost gets Sean a bit low, but again, they don't seem to be too worried here. Item check looks like it's not too far off on XP, and the gold lane. But the mid lane is definitely a different story here.
Yeah, with Sean getting Sky Piercer, you're going to see Twisted, and especially Sean, try to get more kills. Because that's going to be one of their engines for their potential bigger power spike as we head into the late game, if the Juicin can get more stacks. Flicker, Tidal Strike, right in the face of this Juicin. And Kaloy with a counter, Raging Sandstorm. Kaloy still under tower, and alive, but Kelra is able to free hit the stun from the Landshaker to set up Kelra and Kirk for more kills in favor of ONIC. Just like that, 3 members taking down. Superfans sees the Moskov. Is he going to try to 1v1 him? He doesn't need to. Free tower in mid, free lord for ONIC.
Yeah, he doesn't have the wings by wings, so he doesn't risk it. For ONIC Philippines, they find a good team fight. It started off beautifully from Brusco with the flicker, initiating for ONIC Philippines, removing the counter engage from Twisted Minds.
I kind of get why they're doing it as well, but they were trying to get as much time or free time for Nausea as much as possible, which did work. They got a tower, but then again, they are losing out on a lot more. ONIC also got the Lord, which is a very major objective for at this point in time.
Yeah, one problem that Twisted has to face, though, is that every objective that ONIC takes, it's massive, because there's a Bruno on this side. It's not a Granger, it's not a Claude, it's not a carry. They don't have to win team fights.
You're right.
They just have to cover and zone over the objectives that Kelra wants to take.
And you have everything for this Bruno to thrive. Already up to a Malefic Gun, but the Moskov of Nausea is locked in with the Trinity as well. Kirk picking up the Queen's Wings. That has to be a signal for Twisted Minds that they now have to be very careful of this Lapu Lapu. Brusco jumps up in the air, not going to be able to get anyone. And Twisted Minds are slowly getting whittled down.
Ouch.
Good zone by Superfans. Feathered Airstrike stopping Twisted Minds from doing what they want to do in terms of the defense. They will not lose towers just yet.
Yeah, good wave management though from ONIC, immediately cutting the wave on the top side so they don't have to walk with the wave, so they can just stay in front of Twisted's base. And then King Kong is just going to be able to like choose between top lane, mid lane, go for fights. All the while, the 4 members of ONIC, they threaten bot side.
4-1 split. King Kong up top, and ONIC are being very disciplined with it. They pop all the holy shields. And now Twisted Minds are really going to have to play from behind and try to find a turnaround.
This is excellent discipline for ONIC. Basically, these shields popping off at the same time, you know they have everything calculated almost down to the second here.
Oh, Brusco with a flicker. Tidal strikes and Nami slam, but the timing wasn't completely quite right there. Kaloy did force it to use the flicker, though. This looks good for ONIC Philippines to find the use to conceal. Brusco does not jump under the tower. King Kong comes behind enemy lines. Kirk is there as well. They're focusing at the tower to immobilize onto King, onto Kirk, but they're going to be able to get away. Twisted Minds will not lose towers.
That's a knockout play from ONIC. Even though they didn't get punished, they exhausted the flicker from Brusco.
Oh, slamming down Lansu. The Esmeralda still too tanky though.
Okay.
Twisted Minds holds on yet again, but they are still at a deficit that they need to crawl through.
So it feels like the Twisted Minds know that ONIC always just wants to take that team fight, right? They're just having a hard time on like, where do we start? How do we actually start these fights? Obviously, ONIC, they're trying to remove Kaloy as soon as possible.
But then again, how do you play around that, knowing that Kaloy is the target?
Yeah, problem is you don't even have the reach against the Kalei, especially if Brusco has the flicker, they have more range, and they also have to be worried about the far side. Lanzu has been constant in terms of like finding the backliners on the side of ONIC. Has been trying to sustain Superfans and Keller as well. But one problem that Twisted has is the Moskov couldn't really fight if Kirk doesn't use the ultimate on another hero. Because if he jumps, the Moskov has to deal with the Lapu first.
And now ONIC Philippines want to deal with this Lord. Looks like they'll be able to take this as Tsunami Slamis gets locked on onto Sensui. This Fredrin gets melted down. Immortality pops up. King Kong gets the kill onto Kaloy. Kirk gets the kill onto Nausea. And that's a double kill for King Kong. 4 down. ONIC completely dominating in this game number 1.
Yeah, they got the Lord, they got the kills. Sensui, he bought the Immortality, but that just means he's all alone to defend on the map.
Dude, you saw Super Prince flicker trying to find a Fredrin on the bushes. He knew. It was done. Dude, this is well done and dusted.
Yeah, this looks like it's it. Sensui gets grabbed yet again. The burst damage. And with no bodies left in the side of Twisted, ONIC takes game 1.
Clean and simple, surgical and methodical. That is the ONIC that we saw here today. And I can tell Twisted Minds, they're going to be fighting an uphill battle in this whole series.
People have been questioning, even with their last performance, is ONIC really back to their form? I would say yes. This is the ONIC that we saw Season 14. Every single time they step into the 9-10 minute mark, it's always something between 6 to 9k gold lead. And they just find like these good pickoffs, good openings, good team fights. Even though Brusco blundered a flicker there, it felt like didn't matter. It was just worth a shot, you know?
Yeah, they were able to recover real quick, and everything just looked incredibly sound for ONIC Philippines. I mean, our gripes with the Khalid pickup, yes, exactly as we mentioned, it did well for that first initial wave, the first 2 or 3 waves. After that, it just fell off so hard.
Yeah, didn't exist in the game.
I mean, that's just what it is. It is what happens also when you're facing Khalid against a Kalea. You want to engage as a Khalid, but the Kalea is going to be there to stop you more often than not.
Yeah, and there was also one rotation when Sensui got taken out. I think that was ONIC telling Twisted Minds, hey, we know your tendencies now.
Yeah.
As long as you see Kaloy on one side of the map, there's a high chance that Sensui is actually on the other side farming in the jungle, so you take him out.
Yeah. Unsurprising that we're going to see Brusco as the MVP here. He really was pivotal in so many of these fights. I guess he only missed like that one thing, one engage,
one jump,
one jump, right? One jump. Everything else was just picture perfect.
Yeah, again, early game was kind of hard. Khalid was giving them problems. The Raging Sandstorm onto Kalra in the mid lane. It was like Twisted's final hurrah.
Yeah.
After that, it was all Kalea. It didn't matter if you have Fredrin, if you have Esmeralda. I don't give a damn. I have a Bruno. I have a Kelra with 10k gold on his bank, hitting for like 1.5k a hit. Any single target that ONIC sees, Brusco jumps on. And that's the thing that we saw last season. Every time, Brusco, Kirk, Super Prince, if they see a target, they just go. And then King Kong Kelra covers up really, really well. This is just good team fighting for ONIC Philippines.
And there was really just no time at all here for Twisted Minds. As Nausea, this is one of the risks when you're playing a pick that needs a lot of time to farm up and you have 4 utility heroes. If they can't snowball early kills by minute 5, minute 6, then it's really gonna feel like as if despite all the farm, that there is no damage at all coming out from this Moskov. Also unfortunate for him in that fight, the moment he decided to join was the moment King Kong said, electrifying beats. That's it, folks. See you tomorrow.
So it wasn't like season 14, season 13 King Kong where you're gonna get destroyed in the first few. That's not how the way they won here. But they just really were so methodical in their team fighting.
Yeah. And also the sad part about Twist's gameplay is that even if you have the Fredrin, he's a walking crowd control, but every single objective fight, Brusco just jumps on him. And when he lands, he can't even get a single spell out of the Fredrin. He gets bursted down by the Feathered Airstrike, by the electrifying beats. Mind you, he had the Radiant Armor, but it still wasn't enough because of just the farm difference between these two teams. And even with Kirk, when the damage the Lapu Lapu brings to the table, didn't even matter if the Esmeralda was showing up to the fights. As long as they take down the Fredrin, it's, all hell breaks loose for ONIC Philippines. The hit from Kelra, it's coming through. They don't even have like a C halberd for the Bruno, because like every hit, every pop from the Bruno, ouch for Lansu. You know, he can't take it.
I kind of feel bad for Lansu as well. Early in the mid game, yeah, he was tanking 3 to 4 people.
Yeah.
Because there were no Dominance Ices yet or no Glowing Wands yet. But, like, what was the result of that tanking? Nothing. No one. There was just literally no follow-up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the damage conversion for Nausea with this farm relative to damage dealt in this game is quite low. Because we didn't even see him like join. Well, we saw him suicide into a fight, but it's not even his fault. It's like King Kong popping electrifying beats. Oh, Bruno. Oh, sorry. Oh, a Moskov, a random Moskov. It's like he swatted a fly unintentionally.
Yeah.
But it's not his fault. It's just the comp is kind of weird because like everything has to be funneled to the Moskov. But even then, it's not even a good Moskov game.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds, when they decided to lean towards having to play around one pick, a part of me is thinking, what if they could have just picked up the Bruno for themselves, right? I mean, you're up against so many picks in the Joy, the Lapu, the Farsa, but at least you already have the 4 other heroes on the side of Twisted that can provide the space that the Bruno needs, so that he doesn't need to waste a slide tackle or a purify. That most likely would have been a Bruno purify if it was a Bruno for the side of Twisted Minds.
Or guess what, Harith.
Or maybe a Harith.
Yeah, there are a lot of options.
It was open.
Yeah.
It wasn't banned out. So BBI Rich Guy here for this one is, of course, going to be Kelra, 846 GPM. Disgustingly strong.
Yeah.
I don't know why you suddenly laughed.
No, I mean, he's played so well that now he transcends series.
Okay, I see what you
3 more. No, of course, it's Superfans.
Superfans.
You know, in the
I guess
the carry.
I guess in some timeline they would be like brothers. Or
sure.
That's true. Okay. But again,
in some
Kelra,
multiverse.
the BPI Rich Guy, amazing performance on the Bruno. Very well covered by ONIC Philippines. But I just gotta say, I mean, ONIC, they did a fantastic job of just taking over the map, making sure that they had complete control. Brusco being the aggressor in this game. There was no space at all for Twisted Minds to actually pull off a comeback.
I think Twisted Minds needs to accept here that they can't go for a very utility-heavy lineup.
Yep.
Yeah, if you are going to continue to play around Fredrin in the jungle, sure. But then you're going to have to switch up some pieces. An EXP laner needs to be able to do more damage. Your gold laner needs to be not too farm reliant. You find a sweet balance between like needing items and actually just naturally having either true damage or strong burst that scales through one item only.
So maybe just, you know, you have a good volume, just equalizer it, just put the stuff here, put the stuff there. Yeah, you know. we'll have to wait and see if that's going to happen later. All access first.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. We are currently here at the MPL Arena. It's still Hans and Odin. At kasama natin ngayon ay walang iba kundi ang mga players ng Twisted Minds para sa kanilang Infinix Fansik Laban ganap. Okay, so Odin, para lang sa kaalaman ng lahat, di ba? Ano ba yung mga standings na pinapakita natin?
Ito nga, after ng ating mga matches each day, nakikita natin yung standings ng mga Fansik Laban teams. At yan yung mga teams na nagre-represent ng mga fandom. And right now, kasama natin ang Minds from Twisted Minds team. Guys, pakilala nyo naman ang mga sarili nyo. Isa-isa, IGN and role.
I'm Edison Jericho, Superpon.
Josh Magadja, Kenshin. Justin Infante, Tin Paila.
AC Laginlin, Super AC.
Wait lang, pause ng konti. Ulit. Take two.
AC Laginlin, Super AC.
Yuno Lerpido po, ONU.
Okay.
Alam mo, parang wala silang energy magsalita, pero 6-0 talaga yung standing nila. Ganun kayo kalakas sa Fansik Laban, di ba? Ano ba yung sikreto nyo para maging matalo nyo lahat ng mga teams sa Fansik Laban?
Keep grinding lang po at tiwala lang po sa sarili at sanpe.
Okay, sige. Since na-mention nyo ang keep grinding, gusto ko malaman, ilang stars ba ang meron ang ano? Hindi siya nagmamayabang ha, pero ilang stars ba ang meron ng bawat isa sa inyo? Umpisa natin sa'yo, men.
150 star.
150 stars.
60 star lang.
Nilalang niya yun ha, nilalang niya yun.
Okay.
108 lang.
100.
Lang.
115.
150 lang po.
Ikaw?
Ano, parang, 17.
20-something. Pero alam mo, ilan sa kanila yung mga nagbubuhat sa akin si RG? Sino?
Sino nagbuhat?
Ayan, yung mga nakakalaro ko sila sa RG.
Grabe yung mga nagbubuhat.
Oo, kaya yung mga kalaban namin, palong-palo din, Hans.
Oh, wala eh. Ganun talaga. Kailangan mong pagdaanan eh.
Talaga ako.
Kailangan mong pagdaanan eh. Pero kanina, ang pagkakaalala ko, may laban kayo kanina. Tapos doon sa laban na yon, may nakasavage ng 2 beses. Sino sa inyo yun? Sino?
Yuno?
Ikaw yun?
Si Yuno.
Yuno, gusto kong malaman. Ano ba? Gano'n na ba kayo katagal magkakasama? Dito lang ba kayo nabuo?
Dati ko pa po siya kilala. Tapos inaya ko lang po sila laro. Tapos saka po may kakilala po siya dito. Nakapaglaro po kami sa Pansik. Mga na po.
Pansik na ang tawag. I like it. Oy, casters, take note. Pansik na to, men. Pero gusto ko malaman, gaano ba nakakatulong ang Pansik laban para sa inyo? Sa'yo, specifically. What does this help you with?
Nasasanay po ako sa maglaro ng on-site po. Nawawala po yung kaba ko. Naglalaro.
Oo nga, meron pa. Ano bang gusto mong maging? Anong gusto mong maging? Gusto mo ba nandito ka rin someday? Ganun.
Ako po, maglaro po.
Uy, gusto
ko yan,
player.
Gusto ko yan.
Oo.
Pero kung anong role mo specifically na dapat abangan ka namin in the future?
Gold po.
Kung meron ka makakalaban na isang player, sino yun?
Si Kelra po.
Ay nako, kaya pala nandito ka sa kabila kasi kalaban mo sila.
Oo
Pero
nga.
maraming salamat sa inyo, boys. Hopefully, makita pa namin kayo ulit sa mga susunod na laban. Oh, din, ganun. Nakakatuwa. Meron pa ng mga ganito ulit.
Kaya nga, ano ba ang gusto niyo sabihin sa mga fans na nanonood about your MPL Arena experience? Ikaw na. Nasa iyo na yung mic.
Oo nga.
Anong sasabihin mo sa kanila? I-invite mo silang manood dito.
5, 4,
Tsaka masaya po sa MPL. And makikita nyo rin po yung mga favorite players na sila King Kong at sila MP po.
Oy, grabe mahiyain lang yan. Pero palumpalo yan at ang kanyang mga teammates sa Infinix Pansik laban. Maraming salamat ulit, boys. Pero ngayon, ibabato na natin sa tunay na laban. This is Twisted Minds going up against ONIC Philippines. Casters, balik sa inyo.
I don't know, Hans. There are also true fights that happen in Infinix Pansik Laban. They're 6-0.
Yeah, those dudes are undefeated.
I was about to say the same thing because, like, whenever I walk past the booth that is holding the Fansik Laban, Fansik Laban.
The Fansik Laban. The Fansik Laban.
Sorry. They're always shouting. They're always shouting. Sorry, my bad. It's the
Infinix
accent that
Pansik
slipped through.
Laban.
Fansik Laban. Laban, sorry.
That's all.
I'm never letting that slide, dude.
Yo,
we're gonna mess with him
That's
every
be a
time now. We're never letting that slide.
Yeah. That's why you're the GOAT, bro. That's why you're the GOAT.
Hey!
There you go.
Hey, again, let me just say, I said this one time in the Tagalog broadcast for Embassy.
What?
The seat is empty.
That's true.
The seat is empty.
And that's you. For the
There's
meantime,
no
that's why you are.
embassy.
You are the, what do you call that?
Hey.
Like the one that keeps it warm, keeps the seat warm.
Dude, there's no...
Like bench warmer? No.
Hey, there's no slot.
Like in the Lord of the Rings, that guy for Gondor. The steward, you're the steward.
Dude.
Steward of North America?
Yes.
You just keep reminding us that there's no slot.
I know, thank you. Sorry for reminding you.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
We're not going down that for now. So right now, what we are going down here is the draft in a few moments. Is there anything that they can do? What kind of maneuvers do the Twisted Minds need to do to eke out the win on this one? Honestly, I'm drawing up a blank. I'm going to be real.
More damage, please. If you're
More
going to
damage,
play
please.
around the Fredrins, play more damage EXP and faster scaling gold laner. That's it.
I would have preferred a Harith Red 4, honestly, when I saw the Beatrix ban. I mean, I was predicting the Moskov ban just because of, like, natural draft trajectory. But when you're up against... When you're in the actual stage of MPL, some plans, they do change. They tend to, you know, sort of like adjust itself along the way. And for Twisted Minds, that was the route. Now, they're going with a Joy ban. 3 assassin bans on blue side.
Okay, so they're listening to the Howl, bro. This is what the Howl said.
They are.
This is exactly what you should be doing. Again, you can't ban out all of them. But you can sure as hell try.
Yeah, maybe try to steal away the YSS. It's been a long time since I've seen Sensui play an assassin jungler. So, I don't know. Last time I saw him on assassin was Hanzo.
It's still Uranus. That Uranus Lanzo game really impacted so many teams. Everyone who plays them basically bans that out completely.
Okay, they take away the Kalea. Good first steps. There is no Baksha to trade.
So what? Zushin Wises?
That sounds like the classic answer.
Zushin Arlet?
If they're playing relatively safe,
I would be keen on seeing ONIC steal away the CC.
CC.
Oh, you're right. Zushin CC.
Yeah.
You know, the heroes that usually get denied against Kirk very early on. Harif early on, though. You asked for one, they're giving it to you.
I'm so sorry. This is quite sad for Twisted. Now they lose the early game gold laners. The only one that's left is the Granger.
For early, yeah, Granger.
But I guess it does set up for like a good early game for Twisted Minds, but it is counterable from ONIC, especially if they pick the. Okay, I like this Hylos pickup.
Yeah, Hylos and then Harith. If Twisted Minds don't get the Harith, ONIC can easily pick up the Harith for themselves with a disgusting combo that just gives so much space for whatever Superfans ends up with. If it's going to be a long-range mage. We also can't turn off the idea that maybe a Selena might pop off.
I am all for it, especially for ONIC.
The question is, what does Twist play here, especially for Sensui? Fredrin is, I think, already out of the option. Akai would be pretty decent, I would say.
That's his second hero.
Yeah.
But there is a Valentina still open for ONIC.
No.
Bring it up. That is going to be the Kimmy on mid.
No way.
Double carry.
No way.
Hey, not bad
What's
on
up?
CC pickup.
Yeah, what's up, man?
You just go Arlet here, honestly, for ONIC. And then just put 2 Blade Armors on your lineup.
Yeah. I
That's
thought you were going to say 2 Blade Armors and one dude is like, wait a minute.
Unique passive. Yeah. But yes, absolutely. We've seen Kimmy really fall off hard, right? We saw him yesterday, but definitely not as often as we did see on EWC, for example.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a bunch of like answers against the Kimmy. Oh, YSS, okay. They don't want to let go of the YSS for King Kong. It does set up for like a big death ball for ONIC Philippines. Like mid-game timing is going to be really, really incredible. And they don't mind losing some of the XPs, even if Twisted bans out the Lapu, the Arla. You could just go back to the likes of Glue, the Edith.
Yeah.
You know, for Kirk, it's very, very comfort. Yeah. I'm even rooting for like an Akai XP. I know you're gonna be happy with that because like Akai naturally just builds Blade Armor first item.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Just preaching that to 3 out.
Okay, Lapu.
At this point, they can ban Lapu, they can ban Phoveus, it's fine.
Arlut.
I like it.
Arla too.
Yeah.
There's so many tools for ONIC to put in the EXP lane.
Yo, ONIC ban Granger. Ban Granger. Let them play Moskov, so they get screwed by the Blade Armor. Right?
Other than that, I mean, we're like so hard on that Blade Armor right now.
Yeah, no, like if you're ONIC, you ban Granger. Now what do? You pick up like
throw the Kimmy on goal.
That's even worse. That's even worse.
I know, right?
So Twisted, I think the only viable option
forcing you into
here
that one.
would be to go like something like a Lunox for Nausea, but it's gonna make their lineup all magic.
Are they
Starting
banning
CC.
Interesting they banned the Guinevere. Are they expecting a
It's a
Guinevere
Tsui counter.
Yeah.
Or jungle?
Yeah.
It's pure Sensui comfort picks denial.
There you go. Lapu, Arlet. So what? Edith?
Amazing.
Edith, Glue.
Edith or Glue, yeah.
I think you locked in the 2 choices.
At this point, you get Mage first. Farsa?
Yes.
Right, it's the EXP later.
Selena?
Selena's pretty good.
I'm
here.
leaning a bit more towards the Selena as I mentioned earlier.
Zushin?
No, yeah, it looks like ONIC just has so many options they can't go wrong. Because
Yeah.
even if they go for a slower utility style mid laner, they are playing around the Yi Sun-Shin and a Harris.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you can also take Navaria, Louis.
Yeah, I was also thinking Nova. It's like, they literally have so many options in mid, man.
Yeah, you played a vision game.
Any mid laner here would do. Even a Lilia, maybe. I'm just kidding. I would love to see Lilia, but
maybe Eve.
Edith. I thought we were talking about XP on 5th. Come on.
I mean, either way it works. Okay, Zushin. Zushin is a pickup. I like this because of the fact that it's the answer against the what do you call this, Kalea? All right.
Here comes the Akai jungle.
All right, go Edith.
Yep.
Go Edith. Go Blade Armor first item.
Now you want to go hard invade it, maybe?
Honestly, go Hilda.
If you're thinking about invasions, like very early on, like try to slow down the Akai and make sure that he essentially has a fun time. You know what? You're right.
Yeah, dude.
I would
Hilda,
love to see a Hilda
Zushin.
here.
Hilda Zushin just invading the jungle. You force the game to rotate alongside a Kalea. It makes the map wide open for a reason. Even though there's a good chance they just go for the Edith for Kirk. It's comfort.
It's the safe pick. Edith is the safe pick. Hilda's if you want to really like beat him early or something.
Maybe even the Arlet still.
It's banned out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot. Whoa! What? What? What?
Yeah, that's interesting.
To be fair, it's a blade armor builder. So
Yeah, he is going to be rushing Blade Armor.
anybody that builds blade armor.
Yeah, he's not playing for the penalty zone. He's playing for Blade Armor.
He's just gonna tank it, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna go full tank. Hit me if you want.
Yeah, exactly.
If you dare.
I'm assuming the conversation went like this. We need a blade armor hero. Edith, Glue. What about Terizla? Oh, it's even tankier. All right, pick it.
The tankiest, maybe.
Yeah,
Is he
obvious.
like tankier than Galoo at this point? Like with the spell vamp and the blade
No,
armor?
I'd still consider Glue tankier. But
Glue's
I mean,
still tankier.
okay, numbers-wise, everything's going to lean towards Twisted, considering that there is like barely any numbers on... There's no numbers on Terizla for this season, as this is his debut pick. It looks like it could go well, but a part of me is thinking this Terizla might be a little bit too crazy.
Yeah, a little bit too crazy.
I would not be surprised if this goes game 3, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's a big swerve. My worry is that it's played into CC and Kimmy. It could still work.
Legends.
But honestly, they have to sync up with the duo mid. This Hylos and Zushin needs to be able to rotate towards that XP lane of ONIC Philippines.
So it's not CC Gold crazy, but it's almost there. Is that what you're thinking?
Just a little bit.
You could put a question mark next to it, like an
Yeah.
asterisk.
All right.
An asterisk is good.
Let's see what's gonna happen. It's not as bad. It used to be one of the premier XP laners of the league. Yeah, definitely it's gonna be a different story. It's a different meta as well. So we'll see how that affects the game.
It is considered to be one of like the XP counters against the Beatrix. Those two, like Yuzong and Terizla, those were the biggest answers against the Beatrix back in the day.
Yeah. Let's see if Kirk is actually going to rush the Blade Armor. I like how he's handling the lane against Lansu.
Sure.
Something I learned myself, if you're a Terizla going up against CC in lane, just don't be scared. You do have the Body of Smith advantage. The damage of Lansu and the CC will need to be respected, but you can trade with him with HP.
Yeah. And also...
Sometimes, yeah, it's kind of scary if your HP goes down, but then you realize, oh, I'm tough.
Yeah. And the fact of the matter is, if you land the first skill, you actually win that trade as a Terizla.
Yeah.
Get a movement speed buff, you hit the second skills onto the CC, you also make it so that he has to manage waves, and as a CC, you don't want that.
Kaloy goes in. Ooh, good trade sales by Kickoff. Get on out. Good trade at the center of the map. Just for damage. Help clearing out the minion waves. Just housekeeping right now for both sides.
That's right. At this point, Sensui still has a bit of an advantage over the YSS. Obviously, the YSS Neat is very item dependent as well as a jungler. So they might want to take this early turtle. They don't want to give it away too much. They want to give resources, right? Yeah. Let's see if they decide to do that right here.
Kirk's actually won the lane against CC, so this is a big plus for ONIC.
King Kong traceless out. Sensui still in the pit. King Kong. The other members. Oh, penalty zone plus a flicker coming in by Kirk. Traction pulse not going to land exactly. Brusco gets stopped. He has to revitalize up, but it looks like this Hylos is going to be the first one to fall. Kaloy gets him down. First blood for this Kalea. ONIC Philippines are slowly losing this fight. They are way too tanky and sustained in the damage. Twisted wins the first turtle.
Yeah, this is why you put an asterisk towards the Terizla. You land the penalty zone. Problem is your backline is getting curtain called and then traction pulls. And then you don't even need to use the heavy spin for the Akai. You just naturally just walk up, because for ONIC Philippines, they're scared of getting crowd controlled.
Yeah, casually using their advantage. That's Twisted. Nice steal from Nausea as well.
Cheeky. Oh, Tsunami Slam right up to Brusco. Here comes a heavy spin as well. Full combo. This Hylos is not going to go anywhere. And Twisted Minds with signs of life. Here comes King Kong as well for the damage, but he gets traction pulse back. Oh. Penalty zone. The help from Kirk is not going to be enough to keep King Kong alive. And just like that, Twisted Minds have completely taken control of this game. 5-0 within 3 minutes, 2,000 plus in the gold lead.
This is really starting to look like a CC Gold situation, folks.
Man, Twisted knows that they are ahead. They know the power spike of this this lineup they have, and they are not afraid to use it.
Man, Twisted, they have such an amazing aura. Like, these players, they don't care. They don't care if you won M6. Sean uses the Trash Pulse all over to King Kong, punishes the YSS for not having the Traceless in that fight. And look at Nausea!
What?
All right, a little bit too brave. Already used the dash and flicker out. He gets stunned and everything gets thrown at him. A little bit too greedy, Nausea, and he gets punished.
Yeah.
I like the bravery. I don't appreciate the greed.
Did he just dash forward?
Yeah, he did.
He dashed forward.
He tried to win the matchup against Keldra.
Too much,
Under the
man.
tower, Bandit's Rage, he would not have gotten that kill. The damage reduction is still online.
You don't want to be too flashy against a player like Kelra, who is #1 right now on VHarif, apparently.
To be fair, though, it is a tempting matchup. Like, if you're the Beatrix, you know you just win the trade. But there's a scaling factor to it. Like, for Twisted Minds, they don't mind playing the late game against ONIC Philippines. Even though you see their lineup, like, it's scary to fight into YSS and Harith in the late game. They just have better, I would say, team fight for Twisted Minds because of the fact that there's a heavy spin.
Okay. Keller's still going to be able to get the last hit of the crab coin. Let's see if King Kong will be able to get here in time as Twisted Minds have already started things. Glory's pathway to cut off Lansu gets a stun. They want to help King Kong get close to this, but Sensui and the rest of Twisted Minds cannot let go of it. Kaloy jumps in, and what a heavy spin by Sensui. He traps down Kirk, but then there goes an entry by Kaloy. He still gets the title strike and Tsunami Slam on to Kirk.
That's a very decent DPS as well coming in from Nausea from the back line. So some of that farm really coming into play here. And ONIC, again, they're trying to struggle to feed more gold to Keldra at this point.
I'm going to be honest, this Kimmy's giving a lot of problems to ONIC Philippines. Alongside a Curtain Skull, it's kind of hard to dodge the Trash and Pulse combo from Twisted Minds. That's why, like, again, even if you land the penalty zone, it doesn't cover your front line because they could just bypass the back line here for Twisted Minds.
I guess you could say we're seeing...
What is this build?
Where is it?
What is the Brute Force doing on Terizla?
Oh. Huh. Definitely not... That's not the first item... That's not the first item that you want to be at all for Terizla. Especially in the game with a Kimmy on it.
It's like you want to be able to move more, deal a bit more damage, but...
If you hit him.
If you hit him, but that's not what you need right now.
That is a damage build. You're correct.
Okay, let's see if Twisted Minds can continue to capitalize on this. Radiant Armor is pulled up here by Sensui. Should help him out a little bit more in terms of the damage.
I am so flabbergasted.
It's confusing because that's a hero you expect to rush the Blade Armor on.
Like, what is this? What am I seeing?
Maybe a Dreadnought Armor first and then go to Blade, maybe.
Yeah, I would have understood if you, like, get Queen's Wings first item.
Queen's Wings would have been fine.
Brute Force against this lineup is crazy. Against a CC, against a Kimi.
Yep.
ONIC, they don't have a front line, basically. Brusco has to stand alone. But problem is, he's not even rushing any Blade Armor. He's trying to get his hands on a Silence Robe, maybe even complete the, the Radiant Armor into a Dreadnought for the CC. But because of that, they lose early game. There's no more Death Ball for ONIC. It's all scaling for Twisted.
Yeah, Twisted Minds can keep this up. It's going to be hard to see them slip up into this unless ONIC find a Hail Mary play and then turn around. But Twisted Minds can just play this fundamentally. And good old textbook macro, push into the minion waves, build advantage, play for Lord. The opposing team cannot heavily contest Lord safely anyway.
Yes.
And ONIC will not even be able to defend the second tower up top healthily.
Yeah.
King Kong is now resorting to just invading the opposing jungle bottom side to try and get farm alongside pushing it.
Yeah, split tactics I think is actually the correct way to do this at the same time.
It's the only way.
It's the only way. You got to go that late game, bro. And you got to make that late game arrive very soon for ONIC.
Okay, I see 2 leather jerkins. This promise, gentlemen. I see some progress on the Terizla. Unfortunately, he's 2k behind. Even though some of the cores here on the side of ONIC Philippines are still catching up against Twisted, the problem that they have right now is they don't have anything against the Akai, especially after the Radiant Armor, Superfans and Keller. They don't matter to Sensui. Matter of fact, he is the answer against these two.
So it's a game of buying time here for ONIC and Twisted. They have to know they're running on the clock here.
Yeah. Okay, full vision already provided by the Yi Shen of King Kong. Show the Twisted Minds are heavy onto the bottom side. Sensui, he knows he can just go in front. At this point, he's the sub-roamer, or at times even in the position, he's the main roamer for Twisted Minds. Look how deep he is right now. Closer and closer to the enemy lines of ONIC. And it looks like it'll be a slow, painful loss for ONIC in this game, as Twisted Minds can just continue this unless they make a mistake.
Yeah, but Twisted is coloring the map right now. They have full control of all ONIC's terrain. Suido, look at the damage. It's non-existent.
They can't even make a dent. He's gonna regen that in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, that Akai hurt that's Juicin more than the Juicin hurt the Akai.
Yeah. I'm gonna pose an insight here as to why Kirk picked up the brute force. Maybe he doesn't want like getting chain stunned from the heavy spin.
He wants to be able to move.
Yeah, with the tough boots and the brute force, you are still able to like use the penalty zone to get out of it. The problem is it's not the crowd control that you're worried about. It's about notwithstanding the damage of Twisted Minds right now.
Sean,
he goes to the Dreadnought route.
Yeah.
No way.
He built the Dreadnought earlier. He didn't go straight for the Blade Armor, so superior utility right now on this Terizla that's 4 levels behind the CC.
Yeah, there you
King
go.
Kong is neck and neck with Sensui in terms of the levels. Super Friends, Brusco, Kelra all losing the level lead against their counterparts.
You know what? You're right. There's a good chance this goes to 3.
I guess that's a signal that they want to play it late. They don't want to fight right away. They know they don't have the advantage. They're going to try to choose it either way. They have to. There's no choice. Twisted is not going to give them any choice. You have to take the fight right now.
Oh, massive traction pulse. Kaloi goes into the title, strikes a Nami Slam combination. Very clean by Twisted. Dive under turret, but look at that.
Kelra?
Okay, Kelra with the Salmon Force. Is it going to be enough damage? The Super Prince was able to set it up for this Aerith. No, it's not. Sensui took a lot, but that only took down 40% of his health.
Not even. 30. 35. 30 to 35. That was the full Salmon Force of the Harith. That speaks of how insurmountable this fight is for ONIC. It's kind of hard for them to take down any hero.
Yeah, it's a 4v5.
Kaloi fight counter, and look at the heavy spin by Sensui. Twisted Minds, just when you thought they were down and out for this series, they get to clap back, and Nosha gets the snipe onto the Monster Mage. Twisted have ran down ONIC, and just when you thought the gods would be able to turn around, King Kong is holding, but he cannot survive. Point blank sniped by Nosha. A triple for him and a game 3 for all of us.
That was beautiful. That was an attack with conviction. Twisted Minds brings it back.
Close but no cigar for King Kong as he was brought down by the final shots from Nausea's Beatrix. What a fantastic way of extending the series. First game 3 of the day, gentlemen.
Nasty.
Akai wins games.
Akai wins games.
I've been saying this
What's the win rate?
Before July.
Yes.
What is the win rate? You gotta compute that. You gotta make that in a post or something.
We don't know. It's probably near 80.
80 something?
Probably near 80. Or
it's been winning.
Has it lost yet?
I can't remember. Earlier. I'm gonna have to double check my stats.
Yeah, we gotta
make a
double
post
check
about this. We gotta follow up on that.
One thing that I want to highlight though is we wanted an XP Akai on ONIC, but it went to Twisted Minds and Lansu. An outstanding CC performance, even though he lost that lane against Kirk. Again, the bypass with the jumps, with the curtain call. Didn't even go for the full tank CC. He went for the hybrid.
Yeah, the man was there the entire time. 100% kill participation for the EXP laner means that the team was playing in such absolute cohesion that there was no wasted fight for Twisted Minds. All of their fights were very systematic. It's around objectives and around major sequences before and after objectives.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Always has been a problem with the YSS comps, you know. If you lose early game, you sort of resort to like, you know, the trade shenanigans. And every single fight that Twisted Minds initiate on, it's always with, you know, the Akai walking up, traction pulse being laid out alongside the curtains call. The combo's always there for Twisted Minds, and without the YSS, it's almost impossible for ONIC Philippines to actually fight. Matter of fact, if you don't fight, they're just taking everything for the side of Twisted Minds. So that didn't, you know, that put a big timer for ONIC Philippines wherein you are sort of like allowed to fight. If you miss this opportunity, if you miss the death ball timing, it's all going to be twisted. And that's what we saw. Sensui literally just walked behind, well, in front of three teammates all the time. The only time we see a different guy like being away from Twisted Minds, it's always like Lansu trying to find heroes that he can actually use his ulti on. And then they just go from there. If they catch a target, if they see Kirk step out, Kaloy's always there with the jump, getting the Tsunami Slam, and then removing the only frontliner of ONIC. Because matter of fact, the highlights didn't matter in this game.
Yeah, I was just watching that whole replay. Nosha was disgusting in that one.
Yep.
And he was able to really deal with everything. Even a YSS that technically farmed up until the very end.
Yeah, and the mental recovery that he had from that little spat under the tower in the bottom lane, he eventually made up for it with a crazy ending.
Yeah, but man, I gotta say, I gotta be real with you. Like this brute force from Kirk actually killed off their game. Even though again there is a lot of problems, what we talked about with the penalty zone being the sole initiator for ONIC Philippines. The problem is that there's a lot of bypass from Twisted Minds. The Traction Pulse killed up a lot of the jumps from King Kong and also Superfans and Brusco. After that, they had nothing. They had no defense against Sakimi. They couldn't even force out the heavy spin of the Akai. Every jump that Kirk landed was met with Kaloy jumping in front of him, Lansu tying somebody behind him, and then just Sean shooting people at front. You know?
So we're just basically exploring a branch of the timeline where Kirk actually built blade armor first.
There's no blade armor. I'm trying to find a blade armor in ONIC. There's not a single one.
Yeah, and even if they did build up a blade armor, I think I'm gonna do some simple math here.
Yeah.
Terizla has two things he wants to do in a fight: jump in with the penalty zone, or make the most out of his hammers.
Yeah.
Okay, good. You're thinking slightly longer team fights. Well, then you have an Akai on the other side that will completely displace you and you can't properly do your second skill hammer swings.
Yeah.
So, a very simple aspect. One dimension to look at it, but that dimension alone is a big deal as to why this Terizla would not work in team fights. It would just be way too much of an ask for Kirk to make it work, even if he built the blade armor, in my opinion.
Even if you do it correctly, it's just too much.
That's why sometimes doubling down on matchups don't necessarily net you a good game. Because even if it's one of the hardest Beatrix counters, it doesn't answer the remaining four on the side of Twisted Minds, which allowed the Beatrix to be able to farm and carry this game for Twisted Minds. Crazy, right?
Again, it wasn't as bad as the gold lane CC, but it's making a case, I think.
Yeah.
With the effect of what it did to the game, where everyone else really had to basically double up so they can match the efforts of Twisted.
You gotta commend Nosha though, like the amount of confidence that this guy has.
Man.
Even though the punish was there from ONIC, the next few team fights, oh boy, he was just outclassing ONIC. Like he was standing in front lines, and his mindset is like, nobody can kill me, right?
Yeah.
I can just shoot people, and that's what he did.
No, I have this crazy conspiracy theory.
What?
I feel like that Kai was one of the last two picks of Twisted, right?
Yes.
And I feel like they lean into that, expecting ONIC to pick something maybe like a Paquito in the EXP. Because I know that's one of the reasons why Akai became one of the major traits in MSC was because Paquito was actually a threat that you need to think about in the EXP
That's a good
lane.
point.
Just a conspiracy theory tinfoil hat moment.
Maybe we'll find that happen, maybe in a different universe or something. But yeah, for the meantime, I feel like that could have been on the back of their minds. But, it got twisted all the way.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see what happens in game number 3. For the meantime, let's take a breather. Let's throw it over to All Access.
Nandito kami ngayon sa labas ng MPL Arena kung saan binibilangan nila ang mga fans na nagpapapicture sa kanilang mga favorite na players. Nangyayari yan pagkatapos ng laro.
Tama ka dyan, Hans. Meet and greet para sa mga winning teams every match. So nakikita natin ngayon ang kasama natin is TNT Pro Team with their 2-0 sweep against APBR.
Ayan hindi natin na-tsempohan Pero mamaya kakausapin namin lahat ng yan. And by the way guys nangyayari itong mga to every time na merong winning team. So para sa mga fans, for example, Phoenix Army, nanalo sila kontra sa kalaban nila kanina, then that means silang magkakaroon ng chance na makita yung mga idol nila. At mangyayari lang yan pag nandito sila, di ba?
Oo nga, what if samahan natin yung winning team tsaka yung mga fans?
Ay, oo nga, pwede,
Tara,
pwede.
tara,
Ayan,
tara.
for example, eto, ayan, di ba, ayan, kuya, halika
Okay
dito.
ka na, kuya?
Kuya, hindi pa po.
Manunod ka pa na sunod naman.
Ali po kayo, kuya, ali po
dito
kayo. Sino po mga kasama nyo ngayon? Mag-isa lang. Mag-isa lang po kayo. Welcome pa rin naman po kayo dito. Maraming salamat. Gusto ko po malaman, sino po ba ang favorite nyong team sa TNC? Favorite nyong player sa TNC? Si Chakno. Chakno talaga.
Simula anong era?
Nung nasa execration pa po si Chak.
Kamusta naman po manood sa MPL?
Okay naman po. Actually, first time ko po.
First time? Yan, tapos na-interview. Shoutout mo na lahat ng gusto mo i-shoutout.
Shoutout sa mga kapatid ko. Dito na ako nanonood.
Ayan. Sir, maraming salamat ha. Sige po. Kung pipila na po kayo ulit, pwede na po kayong pumila. Thank you po. Salamat po. O, di ba? Meron ng isa. O, nasa mo. Ayan ha. O, ang dami.
Tempo din kasi first time nila. Ate, hello.
O, ayan. Ate, hali po kayo. Hello.
Nasa TV na po kayo.
Opo. Huwag po kayong mag-alala. Wala po kaming gagawing masama. Ayan. Lapit po kayo dito ng
Ano
konti.
pong name mo, ate? Charlene Joy po. May kasama ka ba? Wala.
Wala first time mo din. Para kasi kuya kanina.
po ako.
Sa Battle Trips din. Okay. Pero bakit ka naman sumali ng Battle Trips? Tsaka, kamusta yung experience sa panonood?
Kasi I wanted to makita po yung TLPH, lalo na si Oheb maglaro.
Oh, favorite player niya si Oheb.
Oh, ito na pagkakataon mo. Shoutout mo na lahat ng gusto mo i-shoutout.
Shoutout po kay Marcelwin, bebe ko, love you!
Ayun, there you have it.
So
Charlene, Charlene, maraming salamat ha. Sige, kung pipila, go ahead, line up ka na ulit. So, hopefully, we see you again. Maraming salamat. Thank you! Diba, nakakatuwa? As in, ang dami nila. Parang, ako, for example. Diyan ka lang.
Okay. Nandito po tayo ngayon sa Bitter. Hi! Hello! Hi! Ano po name niyo?
Christian po.
Christian! First time mo po manood ng MPL?
Actually po, dito po kasi ako nagtatrabaho.
Dito pala? Ikaw pala yan?
Oo, pero kung nandyan kayo, nanonood kayo sa bahay nyo, pwede kayong pumunta dito. Ikaw naman, lipat ka. O, di ba? For example, pupunta ka dito. Tapos biglang, hello!
Ay, hello po!
Kamusta naman po kayo?
Okay naman po ako.
Ano pong favorite nyong number na ulam sa electric pan?
Ano?
O, di ba? Ang labo. Pero dito, malinaw lahat ng mga ganap. May-meet nyo lahat ng mga idol nyo. May-meet nyo kahit yung mga hindi nyo idol. Basta pumunta kayo dito sa MPL Arena. With that being said, balik sa inyo.
There you go. All of that happening as well here. They call it a carnival. And we're going to see a version of that very, very soon that you guys might enjoy. So stand by for the announcements. I know they're planning something really, really cool. For now, go back to match number 3. We were having some really heated discussions here.
Plate armor. Sorry.
And Midnight says, you know what, that could have really worked.
Yeah. Tradisla.
You want landing phase?
You want the landing phase. He was doing the correct way.
Wait, we're on the same boat, but on different sides of the boat.
What was the red for? Zushin, right?
It was Jushin. Could have been a bit more damage,
Could have
right?
been a Kai.
Also could have been a Kai.
Could have been a Kai.
And we're still discussing the win rates of a Nakai.
No, we're just discussing the lack of good XP hero on ONIC. Not that it is as bad. Again, it's just so Beatrix heavy.
So we're thinking if that thing was not Teresa, it could have been an Edith or
yes. Because here's the thing, ONIC decided to go for a Trizla. It answered up the Beatrix if you go the Blade Armor route. It can also answer the Kimmy route. So the Trizla pick alone is kind of dangerous, and you made it even more dangerous when you went with the Brute Force. So it's kind of let's try to make this game harder.
There you go. So that's basically it. And I'm thinking there are easy answers to that last pick, but ONIC decided maybe it's time to bring out some new stuff.
I mean, I don't know. Well, we'll see if there's a
ONIC has been doing this for the past how many weeks anyway.
We'll see if they go crazy on game number 3, because right now I hear gears are turning.
Gears are grinding right now.
Yeah, it's just
again.
turning. It's turning.
Not turning.
My gears are dust, bro. There's a reason why I'm a little bit more quiet.
Renmar's
my gears are dust.
They're shiny and circular now. They're not gears anymore. So we're going to draft number 3 here. We're seeing a huge ban on XP.
Okay, finally, there you go. Twisted Minds, they don't get their hands on the Kalea, so they ban it. But ONIC, Zushin, YSS, and Lancelot, it's all open for ONIC to take.
Lance.
Yep.
Lancelot.
Phobius?
100% contention rate, super duper good.
What?
Akai once more.
Okay,
Wait, 100% win rate, bro.
Dude, you see Kimi? You get Harith.
Yeah.
Okay, you get Harith. You give them Moscow or Granger. I don't care. You get an XP that gets Blade Armor. I'm a big Blade Armor fan against
It
Kimi.
seems
Guys,
you are.
I'm a big fan of a Blade Armor against Kimi. You'll know what. You'll know. If you know, you know.
I actually like it. I would have loved it if that was an Edith. I maybe could kind of advocate for that now as well. Just because you want to be able to do something, not get insta-killed as an XP laner with an Akai roaming to you. Or, you know, going to your lane.
Parsa, Harith. Harith. Okay, lock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one of the best EXP laners that can handle with an Akai presence in a team fight.
Can't go wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Arlott, that is terrifying.
There's also a Lancelot on the side of Twisted Minds, by the way.
Yep.
It's the Akai Arlott combo.
Yeah.
That's a 6-man lineup.
You could get swept out.
Yeah, you bring out the Lancelot out of these two.
Swept out, pinned down, and locked in.
Yeah, so the next question is, for Twisted Minds, do they get the Harith for themselves? Problem is, it's all magic.
Yeah.
They do that.
Experience the youth.
Maybe they're going that route. Maybe they don't care. They don't have to worry about the Radiant armors.
Yeah, they might be okay, considering that they already have an Arlott on the field. This is most likely... I mean, they can swerve it, and then their other big source of EXP damage is going to come through the EXP lane. It's a good ban on the Phobias.
Yeah.
So, in terms of the damage matchup in the EXP, ONIC is going to be winning that out.
Yeah, because I think what ONIC was thinking about was the swerve on the Arlott to roam, and then you get the damage profile for the physical with the Phobias aspect. I like this.
Wow.
From ONIC. It's the full respect to Kaloi's flex.
5 XP ban.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Harith, for Twisted, you get Harith here.
Yeah,
You let them play the Moscow and ONIC.
Yeah, I want to see Twisted Minds get Harith and Arlott as their last two picks.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Harith and a Hylos as their last two picks. You put that Arlott in the EXP. Because if you go Hylos as the last pick, and I think ONIC would want to consider that, Kelra cannot come out with a surprise pick like, say, a Claude that could show up out of nowhere. You turn off that idea immediately.
Can't Bruno too much here as well.
No, it's banned.
It's banned also.
Oh, but yeah.
I was gonna lose it if they take the Moskov here, because I swear to God, if I don't see any blade armors on ONIC against Akimi and Moskov, that would be it. So now Twisted Minds, they get their hands on the Harith and Moskov for ONIC. Oh, they steal the Hylos. That's a good response from ONIC. But what Twist could do is get the Mathilda on Kaloi.
This would be very good. Actually, no, they might have just end up with a Gatot.
Yeah, I would love the Gatot here.
I would love the Harith, the Matilda though,
Yeah.
with the Akai.
I love the Matilda too. Matilda Akai together alongside the Arlott, even the Kimi, they will rotate around the map quick. That Harith is going to be able to farm fast.
Yeah, they go for Gatot.
Okay, yeah, they play it safe.
It's the safe pick. It's the safe choice, and they make it work. We've seen this work so many times as well. You can see the wall. You can smell the wombo combo coming in from Twisted.
Now at least there's no damage problem for Twisted Minds, because there's a mix of like magic and physical. Although Radiant armor still counters the Kimi and the Harith like a lot, but some of the heroes on the side of ONIC are quite greedy. Like especially the Hylos, you know, he has to get the Elegant Gem and then build up to the Radiant armor, which takes a while. The Lapu Lapu wants to get himself a War Axe and a Queen's Wings before he proceeds to get that Radiant armor. So it's okay for Twisted. Like they could actually utilize the early to mid game window that they have, especially with the Akai and Arlott, alongside these amazing damage dealers that, you know, they also have with Harith and Kimi.
Yeah, and for ONIC, there's only like 2 players who will build Radiant armor anyway, so I think we're gonna be covered here as well. So we're going to game number 3 here for this match. It's been an interesting match so far, ladies and gents.
Legends.
I know you agree. We might see ONIC go a little crazy this time around, or less crazy this time around.
I think it's going to be one of those games determined by how well the EXP laners are doing at Turtle 2 and Turtle 3.
Yeah.
And then who gets a better start at the fight at Lord 1. So I'm looking at those very specific sequences. Turtle 1 can be a throwaway. If Turtle 1 ends up becoming like the reason why one of these teams won, something went terribly wrong. So you're looking at Turtle 2 onwards up to Lord 1, and then from there, this could be finished before Lord 3.
Yeah, to summarize, I think to, you know, put this match in one sentence. If ONIC gets 2 turtles, that's it. Because they're gonna play the farm game.
Yep.
And if they take this to late game, they win the matchups that they have.
Yeah.
You have a Lancelot that can just move around fights. You have a Moskov that naturally just wins the matchup against the Harriet. Twisted Minds are on a time here. They have to sort of build up a good momentum with the Harriet, taking this to the mid game, and then utilizing this crazy combo from the Akai and Arlo to just deathball the hell out of this game.
Yeah, this game is not as free as game number 2 for the Kimmy, just because, you know, Farsa exists in this one.
And the Hylos.
He's gonna hunt you down.
And the Lapu.
So, Sean's gonna have to dip and dodge out of a lot of things.
Setsui, hello?
Setsui took everything there. The stun from Superfans, setting up the Thorn Rose by King Kong. The guy will be able to regen, and he should still be healthy, though.
He's a panda. He can take it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pandas are very resilient.
We are. We very much are.
There you go. Straight from the panda's mouth.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Poe.
You're welcome. Okay. They're gonna give the Kimmy level 4 through the EXP lane.
All right, and they're gonna be ready for the turtle fight, so that's good.
Yeah. Look at Brusco chasing Setsui. He's going around. He wants to use the heavy spin as Kirk and King Kong are taunted by Kaloy. Brusco fights Setsui, though, already forced to revitalize. Revitalize not popped off just yet by Kaloy. That could end up becoming the X Factor. Look at Sean. Way too close to Super Prince and Brusco. He doesn't care. Let's go with the final slash to start things off. First blood goes to Twisted. Turtle will go to Twisted as well. Wait, no. They're slowing things down. They're waiting for it. SOD hits the turtle in the tail.
Somebody called it. I think Nausea called the SOD. They stopped hitting the turtle for a second. They knew there was a possible steal from Kelra, but look at Nausea. The confidence on this guy, bro.
Kelra is a bit too busy not dying to Nausea at this point. And we're seeing that big advantage you guys mentioned. When you do get that first turtle, especially if you're on the side Twisted.
This is natural for Twisted Minds, though. They have a stronger early game. Again, we saw how great the Arlet and Akai combo was. I'm just not so sure about how ONIC played that turtle fight. They chased the Akai, and when Sean was out of position, Super Friends held on to the Fiddler Strike.
Yeah.
So the moment he landed the first strike on Sean, he was able to flicker out. But there was a moment there when the Kimi was stunned for like a whole second, but there was nothing from the side of ONIC. It was quiet.
Yeah, it was just Super Friends who got the stun off on him. The other members were too close to the bottom side of the turtle pit, closer to the mid shrubs. Look at King Kong.
Ow!
And Super Friends put in the work to try and take Sean down under tower, but just not enough. SOD! Sean expected that an SOD would come out and he just walked past it.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Nausea called it again.
So this is big brain plays over and over and over again, apparently, for Twisted.
It's the Nausea and synergy, bro.
Nausea wasn't close enough to see it, but he probably just told Sean, hey man, watch out for this SOD.
Yeah, SOD.
He yelled, incoming!
Yeah, because he was recalling and he stopped it, moved for a bit, and then didn't get sniped by Kelra. Twisted again. Good momentum in the early game, but they have to keep this going. They have to make sure that this second turtle, they're able to like transition out of it for the next objective.
And the transition is going to be into Brusco this time. Look at that. They're just going hard on this one. And Setsui, they're very aware of the advantage they have. Top lane, though, different story. Lansu is stepping and diving on 2 people here.
Good stun. He doesn't mind. He doesn't have enough damage here. No final slash. Lansu still fighting. King Kong. Third roll to the time. Lansu flickered back. This might be dangerous for him, but Kirk doesn't have an ultimate to finish him off. Meanwhile, the turtle with Twisted Minds will be able to take the turtle once again. No problem.
Yeah, dude, he probably thought the lance was there. Nausea though.
Under the turret in mid, Super Friends able to wings by wings on out.
That's too much, man. Twisted Minds is really blowing my mind right now.
Yeah, this is getting weird and awkward for ONIC Philippines. Now that they've lost 2 turtles, the snowball wouldn't be there. Their way towards late game is gonna be a hard road. They have to stall Twisted Minds, but I'm pretty sure they're starting to gear up. Now that the shields are down, they can start pushing.
2 team fights. If Twisted Minds wins Turtle 3, Lord 1, you can count that as pretty much done if ONIC doesn't get any favorable trades. I said it at the top of the game, man. If one of these teams lost Turtle 1, something went terribly wrong. King Kong, too dangerous there. If Kaloy got that unbreakable stun on him.
He was charging it, but the dash was enough to like make sure that the distance was there and the gap was not closed for Kaloy to reach the Lancelot. But then again, you see Twisted now they're moving around as 4 members. Kelra being very, very safe with his positioning, but he doesn't know Sensui's here.
It's going to be so vindicating for Sensui if he wins this series.
Oh, yeah.
With Twisted against ONIC, his
100%.
former org. This would be massive. People are asking, where's MP the King? Why bring Sensui in? Sensui was asking himself, why bring this guy in? Referring to himself.
Yeah.
Why me?
The two face of Twisted, the utility king and then MP the King.
That's true.
There you go.
I mean, they brought that up in interviews last season. Like, that's why they're in the same team.
Yeah.
Sensui, though, way too forward, but he doesn't mind. He's a panda that can get out of there. Could be a big sandwich play, though, as there's the glorious pathway. Brusco from behind. It looks like the members of Twisted Minds are going to get countered here.
Nausea!
Sensui, heavy spin, just more than enough. Nausea zoning out Superfans. Almost taking him down. He still found him under tower. He committed the flicker, synchro fission, and the basic attack.
Dude, let me just say, Twisted Minds, they have a way of shutting down the Monster Mage.
It's crazy. The Prince is out.
Dude, this is... It's been a long time since I've seen Super Prince play a game like this.
Exactly. Final slash shot gonna land onto the Zaman Force. They're fighting. King Kong trying to survive. He's gonna be able to get away, but the Twisted Minds are still fighting into it. Feather Dash strike gets tossed out. Kaloy uses the AOG. Here comes Kelra! S-O-D! And that is 2 down for Twisted Minds as Sen Su we will be able to heavy spin on out of there.
That could have been so much worse for Twisted Minds. Luckily, they do have a bit of an advantage. They're able to just get out by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been so much worse, but it's still a disaster for Twisted Minds. Now, ONIC, they pull ahead. They shut down the goal lead that Twisted Mind has, and Prince, now he is feeling it. They have the late game on their hands. They steal the purple buff, and now the map is back to ONIC.
It's crazy, man. That could have been a wipeout, and that could have been so much worse. But you know what? You're absolutely right. ONIC, looking like they played it to a T here.
Yeah, the SOD was very crucial. Even though Lansu landed a nice final slash, the damage wasn't there to finish King Kong. Maybe the targeting was off, and then the SOD, the first hit 3 heroes, already proccing the Spear of Quiescence from Kelra, and then he just delivered the finishing blow to take down Nausea.
Yeah, it's also crazy that the Superfans was able to go back into that sequence. That was coming from off of the fact that he almost fell to Nausea in the mid. He was forced to flicker on out of there. Then Superfans says, wait for me, guys. I'll still be able to join you. The feathered airstrike was perfect to set up for the SOD for Kelra. And now ONIC have more room to maneuver with and a better chance that they might just completely sweep the rug from underneath Twisted Mind's feet in this game number 3.
That was actually a perfect time to also just cast that feathered airstrike because all their dashes are already on cooldown.
Okay. Yes.
No one could actually reach Super Fins there, so that was beautiful coming in from ONIC. And now they have a bit of a lead here.
Wait.
Let's see how they use it.
They saw King Kong. He crossed over to Lanzo. They know King Kong's on bot side. So if they block up this Lancelot, they can just rush his Lord. But they have to be careful of the SOD though.
Yeah, King Kong's going to be close enough. It looks like the angle is good for him. Chloe already uses the Unbreakable. That should be a good sign that the Lancelot should be able to go in. Lansu, good angle. Okay, that's going to land from the Kimmy. Nausea already throws south. The Zaman Force Feather Dash strikes into A! Because his heavy spin was too disruptive. It's actually Sean who gets it. But here comes Kelra. The stun from Kirk.
SOD!
And SOD to the back. Sean is able to flick around, but Kelra is going to be able to finish him off under tower. He sees Nausea. Nausea surrounded by the Super Fam. And that's another kill. 3 down on the side of Twisted.
There is that X factor you expect when you see Kelra in the play here. Despite being down for a big majority of this game, ONIC are now in control.
Hey, Mr. Carlto, you called it earlier. We're going to see a lot of crazy plays here. And we saw a lot of crazy plays from Kelra before when he's on the Moskov, and he's doing it again. Twisted Minds, even though they were ahead in the early game, now you are under the mercy. You are at the mercy of the Kelra Moskov.
They are in control right now. Even King Kong even catching up there on the Lancelot. He was given a hard time here since Sui definitely controlling most of the objectives. So we'll see that on the replay here. And yeah, he was very disruptive like you mentioned, but the follow-up was just no way for Twisted to control this.
I mean, since Sui, he had a good idea of how to take control of the Lord, but after that, this is where ONIC is really, really good at the Lord turns, you know, fighting after the enemy team has used everything on the Lord. No heavy spin, no Zaman Force. Brusco used the Glorious Pathway on top of the Zaman Force, so Nausea had to go back. Essentially, Twisted Minds had nothing in that team fight.
Yeah, once that heavy spin was committed, and even though Twisted Minds got the Lord, it seems like at one point you saw that ONIC decided we can give this up, it's fine.
Yeah.
The call was probably to just go on the heroes instead. The interplay between Kirk and Kelra, because Kirk was relatively alone there when he, Kelra was relatively alone until Kirk showed up, dropped the Landshaker to start the string of kills that Kelra eventually got.
Yeah, this is the mark of a very good team. They know when to give up Lord and then just force fights. Especially in this scenario where ONIC is actually stronger in terms of team fights because of the fact that they see spells being used and then capitalizing on the fact that Kelra is now farmed up.
Sensui, he is in a perfect angle to go for a gank. Kirk decides to dash into the shrub and they find Sensui. They're not going to commit it. Phantom Execution, they're not going to chase after the Sakai.
Oh, hey, I like that Twisted is still trying to really fight back despite the non-stop streak that we've seen from ONIC so far. So they do see if maybe someone gets picked off here, we can still have a bit of a good fight.
Yeah.
So that's not removed from Twisted. I like what we're seeing, but definitely ONIC do have more control still.
It's a big challenge here for Twisted Minds, though. They have to deal with the Moskov. The problem is there's two ways of them catching out Kelra in a team fight. It's the heavy spin or the surprise final slash from Lansu. Considering the fact that there's no Purify from Kelra,
that's right.
The jump would be very, very important. It can't be Kaloy. It takes a while for a Gato to charge up any crowd control.
No one has Purify on ONIC. I love that you brought that up right now.
And it looks like ONIC Philippines are playing around very well with the idea of the final slash on the other side. Kirk, perfect gank angle. Super Prince as well. This feathered airstrike could be deadly, but Lansu senses it. He goes in. Here comes the Glorious Pathway. Sensui wins the Retribution battle, but can they get away? Kelra is split pushing up top.
SOD.
He throws the SOD. It will land. He will join. Nausea and Kaloy were left behind, and that's one down for Twisted. Kaloy jumps away, and little by little, King Kong found Sensui. Phantom Execution into the Thorned Rose. This looks like this is it.
It's the same sequence that happened earlier. Give up Lord, pressure Elsler, SOD Kelra. Again with the Moscow play. Lord, though, in the middle lane, Kirk jumps in.
And that's going to be a Thorned Rose committed. Lansu misses the stun. Look at King Kong dancing under the base. But Lansu predicting the final slash to make sure King Kong gets down. Preemptive that was, and that was perfectly timed by Lansu.
Big brain plays, but it will not be enough. King Kong, nice try there, going straight inside the base here.
Yeah.
But Twisted.
He thought the Kimmy didn't have the flicker. Sean was able to save himself. But even then, Twisted Minds. King Kong died. There's nothing to take on the map. ONIC is just gonna back off, and you still go back to the idea that Kelra's just getting, massive and massive as the game goes on longer.
Yeah, net gold worth definitely is going to be 0, at least for that Lord, because now it is going to be Twisted still on the push.
Lansu, conceal play, flicker, final slash! Perfectly timed by Twisted Minds! Brusco gone in an instant!
It's one gone, but that is huge. High loss removed here means the map is now on Twisted's side.
Yeah, that's worth. Because they're probably going to have flicker again on Lansu for the next Lord. But the mere fact that they took down this Hylos means the Moskov could not get out. So they will have the opportunity to push.
Yeah, make an opening here, remove some of these towers, make it easier to wave or manage those minion waves for the next Lord.
My goodness.
Man, that's a good plan.
This series is culminating in such an exciting way. King Kong gets spotted out. Heavy spin is not going to be able to pin down King Kong. Traction pulse gets thrown out. Here comes Kirk. He's going to be able to commit into this. CC Immune Raging Slash committed already. Landshaker, he's not going to toss it.
Yeah, King Kong though, pushing in the middle lane. They're pushing Twisted back.
Does he know? No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
No.
He doesn't.
All right. Okay, we go to a reset.
Yeah, Twisted Minds lose their position though, but ONIC and King Kong are going to be playing the map, and I like how you see how Kirk and Superfans are actually playing around the bottom side of the river to help out King Kong's rotation back towards the center.
They're just making sure that the opposite lane is controlled bit by bit here, but Twisted, they still are probably going to be able to get a small advantage on that long lane, considering the fact that Kelra starts from the mid.
Yeah.
He's still going to go back though, but it might give Twisted Mind some opening, especially with the Arlot having that flicker again in 20 seconds time.
Yeah.
Yeah, ONIC usually very good at the late game map control here, but it feels like Twisted also just knows how to make sure the waves are managed, that we can be ready for the next Lord fight, and that's exactly what's happening right here.
Twisted Minds are going to start things off here. They don't have the vision just yet on King Kong. They're forcing a reaction from the members of ONIC. Brusco, King Kong, and Kirk. Glorious Pathway already committed. King Kong goes in with a Phantom Execution, but Sensui Yu wins the Retribution battle. The stun, the Immobilize, and the heavy spin. AOG as well. Kelra able to free hit, but Nausha is safe as well. Twisted Minds are backing off. They're going to leave their roamer behind. That's a kill onto Kaloy. Advantage, though, for ONIC. They continue to go for the chase, but King Kong takes a lot of damage. And Twisted Minds' Lord will push out in the mid, but yet again, they cannot go with it as much as they want to.
Yeah.
This is deja vu.
Now, Twisted, yeah, it is a deja vu, but this time, they are prepared. You saw Lansu, when he saw the SOD, he was just standing there waiting for Kelra to pop out. That's why ONIC sort of hesitated in terms of taking a team fight, because if he jumped in, there was a final slash flicker coming out from the Ardot, and potentially they could take down the Moscow at that time. So now they're sort of addressing this jump coming out from ONIC. They have an answer, but is it going to be enough though?
Oh, Sensui's going to get caught out of the mid. Heavy spin, he gets pinned down! Sensui saves himself, and he might have saved the game, but Kelra finds Lansu. Kaloy misses the AOG. Final slash by Lansu to stop the fight for Kirk as Kirk gets taken down. Twisted are doing it! 3 down on the side of ONIC, but Kelra and Super Prince remain.
They're gonna run on mid. Kelra has different plans here. There is a minion wave on bottom, but will it be enough?
He has to go back and defend this. ONIC through the Monster Mage and through the God of the Gold Lane. Can they defend against the plot twist that no one expected? Sensui coming back in. Super Prince clears out the minion wave. Kelra with a double stun, but he finally gets taken out. No plot twist just yet.
King Kong is alive in the nick of time, and beautiful effort from Super Prince and Kelra to clear those minion waves.
King Kong gets taunted by Kaloy. Nausha, Kaloy, and Lansu. Can they finally end it here? Brusco with the Glorious Pathway. Kirk trying to clear the minion wave as well. Lansu still alive with a final slash to potentially give more time for Twisted Minds to finally finish it off. Nausha able to free hit. Brusco holding on. Brusco gets taken out. No minion waves again just yet. Super Prince will be back in time.
They're just buying time for ONIC PH one by one.
Bottom side of the map.
Feather there striking that minion wave will get cleared real quick. Sensui trying to buy time yet again. He's trying to find the angle for the heavy spin. Kelra's back here. Enough damage. Twisted need to back off because they cannot end it just yet. Welcome to MPL Philippines.
Every week we get a game like this.
Insane.
Oh my
that
God.
Was insanity.
At this point, I cannot even say I've seen everything, because every time we see something like this, amazing stuff coming out from Twisted Minds. It started off with Lansu's final slash, literally walked right in front of Kelra, so the Moscow was not able to free hit. And now we go back to a reset. Lord fight between these two teams.
I love that. I love that. That's peak Pinoy resilience from ONIC. Right there.
Moscow though on the long lane, they have the advantage.
Split Bruce with counter attraction pulse. This is bad. Brusco's gonna get caught off. Feather Dare Strike is not gonna be enough to cover him, but Brusco eventually gets taken out. King Kong finds Nausha. Thorn Rose. Nausha dodges it. Nausha still alive. He uses the Cyclone Eye. Here comes the SOD. Kelra still deciding to split push, but Nausha decides to defend. Kelra joins Lansu with the flicker. Final slash. Kelra barely alive. AOG. Kelra dodges it. Zaman Force thrown out, and ONIC need to slow things down. They're chasing after Kirk. Stunned by Lansu. ONIC back off.
Oh my God, Lansu is breaking the game of ONIC Philippines. Kelra, this Moscow, the long lane factor, yes, there is a Moscow on the long lane, but they just have to send somebody back. If VSODs, there's always that final slash coming out from Lansu. No flicker on Kelra.
20 minutes in this titanic game. Twisted Minds have zoned out King Kong and the rest of ONIC. And that's for the second time this season. The God in the gold lane, not with a spear of destruction, but the steep spear of destiny in his hand.
That was How many times are you allowed to do that? Kelra, come on!
This is not fair. This is not fair. Twisted Minds, they had this game. It came down to one play from Kelra time and time again. From the international stage, we bring it back to Philippines.
Everyone's alive now. This is going to be a bit of an even fight, but look at the pressure. Look at the control that ONIC now has.
What are plot twists when gods decide fate and destiny? The power in the palm of their hand. Victory set in their eyes. Lanzu's gonna get caught out here by King Kong. Kelra in the mid. The Lord getting willed down quickly by Twisted Minds. Brusco with a glorious pathway. Kaloy gets stunned. Kaloy gets taken out. But he gets to AOG on out of there. He still has immortality. King Kong with the off-angle entry. Sensui with a heavy span. And the turnaround is real as Brusco falls. Kirk will fall as well. Double kill for Sean. This story in this legendary game is not over yet.
Oh my god, the battle of the families, man. Lanzu on the Arlet. You thought the game was over. One spear, but all it came down to was one slash from Lanzu to halt this game and go back to a reset.
That looks so bad for Twisted. And they hit the reset button. It's now a 3v5. And they're walking in. This is their nth time. Gods are bleeding already. Will they end it here?
Lanzu with a flicker and the stun onto King Kong. But King Kong survives again. Lanzu builds the immortality. The wave clear of ONIC is too damn good. And they clear too damn fast for Twisted Minds to end it.
There's a wave in mid though. Feathered airstrike mid.
Feathered airstrike already committed. But it looks like Twisted Minds are not healthy enough to fight into it. The minion waves to the side lanes too much as well.
Reset again.
How many resets do we need?
Oh, glorious pathway. Nausea's gonna get caught out. He has his ultimate. Sensui with a heavy spin traction pulse to give space. Twisted do not want to give up what could be an unforgettable win in their hands.
Yeah, those minions are on the base. They have to clear
Top lane, look at Superfans.
Clear it up. Superfans walking it up on top, trying to get something happening. But that's a no-go here. Twisted do spot it out, but this time it's an ONIC Lord, or will it be?
They're not even sure. They're not even sure because they can't see Sensui.
Yeah, they don't have the information yet on this Akai. One red tree to decide this potentially, but the top lane minion wave for ONIC
that's big.
Needs to be dealt with by Twisted.
Absolutely monstrous here. Now it is going to be a coin toss. Here on this Lord, they're trying to leash it as much as they can.
They're playing it slow. Sean cannot show himself, but he has to at some point. Sensui and Lanzu has to bring in the miracle here for Twisted Minds.
It's a 5-man for ONIC.
Superfans gets knocked up. Thorngrowth's already committed there. Kelra.
Reset, what?
Far reset, close enough. Sean cutting it. Kaloy takes a lot of damage. The taunt onto Superfans. Superfans gets taken out, but he gets to flicker out. He still survives. Lanzu with the final slash. He finds Kelra. Sensui's heavy spin is not going to be enough. Kirk, the zone out as well. But that's under the Zaman Force. The feathered airstrike by Superfans. King Kong gets taken out. Twisted Minds are winning this little by little. Sean with a kill onto Kirk. Brusco gets taken out as well. And Twisted might have finally completed the plot twist.
It's Superfans and Kelra once again. They will have to defend. Lanzu goes back after pulling out a miracle slash once again. He doesn't even die for it. Immortality with a Winter Crown purchase. And now Twisted Minds for the end time in the game. They will push.
This should be the game that puts Lanzu in the eyes of the global audience as an EXP laner to watch out for.
Kelra, he's trying to look for something on the top lane. But there is a cover up from Twisted Minds.
Frinz, King Kong, and Kelra will be the ones to defend.
3v5 though, King Kong's alive.
Kirk and Brusco are cutting it too close.
Yeah, this Lord is going to be no joke. This is going to be hard to take here.
And so he gets tossed out. Kaloy uses the AOG. Twisted Minds are just going to throw bodies. Only one minion wave. Lanzu again with the stun. Twisted Minds are trying to lock down the turret. Lock! Tower locked! And plot twist completed!
ONIC Philippines had an ample of chance. But what do you have against 9 lives and a twist from Twisted Minds?
They said if gods can bleed, then gods can fall. It's Twisted Minds with a 2-1.
welcome to Saturday Night Filipino MLBB, baby! Banger delivered, win earned, name cemented, Twisted with the win!
A lot of respect to Lantu. Man, oh man, he saved Twisted Minds for the end time, for the 9th time. This guy deserves to be respected.
Absolutely disgusting gameplay here.
And you can even see the respect on the face of ONIC. That is a smile of, damn, what a great game we just played. They may have lost, but they know that they just played a fantastic match.
There's just... In the night that we expected to be over relatively quickly, we were delivered with one of the best of the week. Man, I am so ready for what to see from Twisted, but for the meantime, let's hear it from the stage.
Oh, what a way to end the day. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Twisted Minds! I cannot believe what I saw, Coach Bonchan. I'm gonna give you the floor first. Dahil, you know, you've posted something on your page a while ago. I know that things didn't go so well para kay MP the King. And as of this moment, he's watching this game. How does it feel like? How did you process all of it bago magsimula itong laban when you knew that Sensui was gonna be the one stepping in?
Oo, kasi kanina nang nandun na kami sa backstage, dun sa holding area, dun na-check ng mga natin, ng mga safety officers yung condition ni MP dahil nakakaramdam siya ng hindi maganda. So ang sabi namin, wag niyo nang pilitin. Siya gusto niya pa talaga. Sabi ko, kung ipipilit mo yan, maaaring mas mapasama ka pa o total hindi ka na makapaglaro sa mga susunod pa. So last minute, nag-prepare kami para kay Sensui. Ang sabi ko, excited ako sa magiging laro na to. Dahil unang-una, mahirap kalaban yung something na unpredictable kung ano mangyayari. Kahit ako sa sarili ko, hindi ko alam kung ano magiging drop. Ano pa kaya yung kalaban? Kaya yun siguro yung naging susi.
Pero isa lang ang sigurado, Coach, they gave you absolute cinema and it was the best result that the Twisted Minds could hope for, correct? I think it is now time to talk about the late addition but seemingly the star of the show, Sensui.
Sensui! Welcome back sa MPL Arena. Ngayon ka lang ulit naglaro for this season and you saved the show for MP. So, ano yung nararamdaman mo ngayon na naglaro ka together with your team? Ang dami nag-cheer and ngayon lang ulit namin nakita yung utility jungler mo.
Yung para sa akin po excited po ako maglaro kasi since kahit na 6 man po ako, di po talaga ako mintong maglaro saka nanonood pa rin po ng scrim. Kaya feel ko, kaya ko pa rin gampanan yung kahit na may sakit si MP.
Alam mo, Sensui, nakita ko yung post mo recently in social media na magkausap kayo ni Perks at sabi mo na hopefully dadating yung time mo. And it was your time today at naipakita mo sa lahat kung ano ang kaya mong gawin. Any message para kay MP kung ano masasabi mo sa kanya? What did you guys talk about bago magsimula tong laban na to?
Sabi ko lang kay MP, magpahinga lang siya, hindi ko siya papayain. Kaya kong gampanan yung Kaya MP, pagaling ka lang.
My goodness, I love it. The spirit from Sensui is also different. Pero isa rin siguro sa gusto kong makausap yung gumamit ng Beatrix nung game number 2. Nosha!
Nosha!
Talk to us about it. You know, you were going up against the gold standard. Sabi nga ni Sean nung nakaraan na kailangan yung mentality mo, wala kayong sinasamba. And you've showed that in your previous games. Pero ngayon, heading into this match, knowing that you were gonna go up against him, what did it feel like? How did it feel like that you were outplaying him on some of the plays na ginagawa nyo?
Nabibili ko sobrang excited ako kasi si Kelro talaga nagtuturo sa akin ng MDL pa lang kami. So, parang pinapapil ko sa kanya na lahat ng tinuro niya sa akin magiging worth it. Kaya excited din talaga ako labanan siya kasi dami ko rin natutunan sa kanya. Yan.
Ang ganda nun kasi nung MDL days, nasa isang org kayo ni Kelra at ang nakita namin na ang dami mong natutunan, ino-honor mo pa rin si Kelra bilang brothers niyo before. At nakikita ko dito sa audience yung mom mo. Ang sabi niya sa'yo, humble lang daw. Ano yung nafe-feel mo and ano sa tingin mo yung kalagayan mo dito sa liga bilang isa sa mga gold laners na talagang tinitingnan namin? Where do you see yourself in the league?
Wala. Basta na-excite lang ako tuwing game day Yun na yan eh.
So hindi mo pa kino-consider yung sarili mo na isa sa mga gold standards na sumusunod?
Hindi. Feel ko sobrang kulang ka pa sa experience pero makukuha ka rin naman yan as soon as possible.
Ayan, nakikinig po siya. Humble lang daw si Nosha.
And that's what a lot of the gold laners have been saying. Kailangan makuha nila yung experience. But one thing that I wanted to know, you came from, somewhat back-to-back losses before this win. Now that you've got a statement of a win, how is Twisted Minds gonna keep this going? Ano bang dapat ninyong gawin para mas mapagpatuloy pa itong winning era nyo?
Maging healthy daw, sabi ni Coach. Si MP kasi may sakit eh.
Well, I guess that is one of the positives that they can take from this, aside from the victory of your winners, Twisted Minds! What a moment from Twisted Minds. What a way to end this match day of a triple header Saturday.
They never failed to show us a plot twist sa ating liga.
Cannot believe it. Tila pinagpawisan, napaos at naramdaman ng lahat ng larong yon. But let's see what our casters have to say about this game.
Honestly, it's still a little speechless by everything that happened there. That was brilliant. That was a brilliant game.
Again, I'll reiterate what I said. This has to be the game that puts Lansu on the map in the eyes of the global audience. If Lansu hasn't popped up in your radar, I hope this does it now.
Yeah, dude, not just Lansu, the entirety of Twisted Minds. Most especially this guy. He's been shutting down Superfans since game 2. I mean, even game 1, I would say.
It's hard to do that. How many people can say they've diffed Superfans straight up, without any assists here? Sean has really done most of the heavy lifting there on that mid trio. At the same time, also just making sure he doesn't fall as much as possible.
Yeah.
Being available when his team needs him to be.
Yeah, most of the time we were concerned about the Sphere of Destructions, the Zaman forces, the heavy spins. But one thing that was very, very, very obvious for Twisted Minds is that they know their spacing so well.
Yeah.
Even with Nosha, Sean in particular, there's a lot of jumps on the side of ONIC Philippines, but he's managed to cover his ground. There was this one point where King Kong tried taking down Nakimi, but the Flicker was always there. He's always there to provide the traction pulses, the damage, and the mini stuns. That usually is what allows Twisted Minds to recover from a team fight.
Yeah, that's what I like about a really good Kimi player that makes the most out of every traction pulse they decide to throw out. Not to say this was a perfect game by Sean, but more so that I felt like it was barely wasted. Every traction pulse thrown out had a purpose. Not just throw it out for the sake, but it almost always landed on someone that they needed to slow down, root down, and then eventually they can build an advantage around because they were able to take that target that Sean was able to get with the traction pulse out.
Yeah, just look at the spacing for a lot of these players, most especially Sean and Lansu. Lansu had a very good game. Not just a good game, he had an insane game on his Arlet. This was one of those fights where you can see how they want to play this game. They know they have damage with the Harriet, they have damage with the Kimi. All they have to do is just make sure that they're alive. You prolong the fight long enough so that you get a bunch of damage dealt onto ONIC, and then Lansu, every single time ONIC wants to engage, especially Kelra, he just walks up. He threatens the stun, he threatens the final slashes, and Sean is able to dish out so much damage to Kirk, so much damage to Brusco. I don't even know how much the Hylos tanked in this game. Probably around 200k.
Another 25-minute
more.
game, bro. I mean, I would not be surprised if we reached 200 to 300k damage taken here. Big props as well to ONIC for... I'm surprised they kept it going that long. I mean, there were so many times they were about to break.
Yeah, they were about to break. There were times that they almost won as well. It was a game of inches at one point.
Yeah. To be fair though, they are the late game team, so they're okay taking this game late. It's just that Twisted Minds, even though they don't have the best scaling lineup, there's a lot of utility on their side. Again, it's a 6-man composition. The Arlet became a Lancelot in the later stages of the game, wherein he just dashes in. Kelra's kind of like, okay, where do I actually jump in with the SOD? And then, boom, you find Lancer in a different part of the team fight. He's stunning people, using the final slash. And then he lands another Vengeance onto a different target because then Tui jumps in for another target.
Yeah.
So it's just awkward for ONIC Philippines to actually utilize their late game aspects, especially in Lord fights, wherein a bunch of crazy stuff happens most of the time.
They couldn't win in the usual way that ONIC wins.
Yeah. Yes.
Which is even in like scenarios where they're down, they usually are able to come back like in a really spectacular fashion. Didn't happen here in this one.
And look at all the damage.
Yeah,
that Nosha was
270K.
able to deal out. The damage that Brusco received, 270,000 of it, 235,000, 36,000 plus for Kirk. In the interview, Nosha did mention that Kellera taught him a lot of the things that he knew.
Yeah.
And that he just really wanted to give Kellera a good fight to show him that all of the things that he taught him aren't wasted.
Yeah. To be fair though, it was quite awkward for Kellera to play this game because of the fact, and I'm gonna sound repetitive, there were 3 Blade Armors on the side of Twisted Minds. The only target that he can actually lock on was Nosha. It was also the winning matchup. Unfortunately, he's always being guarded by Lansu. Every single time that the Zaman Force is used, the final slash is always being threatened, especially with the flicker. He caught Kellera one time. Kellera never attempted on the Harith ever again.
Yeah, it was not that we saw that they were so consistent with, okay, my Zaman Force is down too. Lansu will readjust a bit. It's all right, I'm gonna have a final slash ready to put people under your Zaman Force to make the most out of. And that happened countless of times in that game 3.
Yeah, that's why he turned out to be the BPI rich guy, not just farming, minions here, but farming fights. Nosha was kind of hard to touch even in the team fights.
And all throughout everything, you could tell there was a lot of trust. There was a lot of
that is true.
Trust in the calls. No one was panicking too much, despite facing like literal once called gods of MLBB, ONIC Philippines, who destroyed so many teams internationally. They kept their cool and they got the dub. And we're gonna hear exactly how they did that here in the Infinix mic check.
Lance, ulti parsa. Boy ako.
Nice one.
Lapo meka. Ulti parsa.
Sumibat, meka. Mek.
Nadodge ka.
Nice boy.
Alalay ka, Tep, ha? Sumubsub si Tep.
Right, Tep, ha?
Lance left. Yeah, last na.
Nasa ka si Keller, pre. Nasa ka si Keller, pre. Ingat.
Silas.
Brad, baited, Brad. Mid, pre. Sabi ko Keller, pre.
Isa lang. Sige.
Walang minions.
1 HP. Out na.
Patay. Boy ako.
Commit lang, pre.
Out. Patay sila, pre. Okay lang, pre.
Click tayo na.
Sa ibat sa akin, ha. Punta na para sa boy.
Hero na tayo.
Kaya pa, pre. Kaya pa, boy. Lamboy, ha. Patayan, pre. Na! Bala kay Nosha, pre. Andaway ako, pre. Bala kay Nosha. Tower lang.
Wow.
Final call. We were saying this is the same thing that we were saying too. It's just tower lag.
That was beautiful. Actually, very beautiful to watch here. So, yeah, we're seeing very clean comms at the very beginning, and then it becomes chaotic. I'm surprised. Again, they're still very cohesive. That was Twisted Minds. So,
Crazy
honestly, I can't wait to see more of that. What?
Gila game.
Game.
Yeah.
Crazy
game.
So
Bagos F, bro.
While all that was very fun, I think you guys should actually check out MPL ID right after, because look at this.
Wow. That's
it's
a Gila
the Royal
game.
Derby.
That's a Gila game.
As you know, it's ONIC and RRQ facing off against each other, so you do not want to miss this one.
Skylar going up against RRQ for the first time, just moving to ONIC ID. That's going to be good.
Yeah, I'm expecting a 2-1 game between those two. I'm really liking how Skylar jived in the squad of ONIC. They seem to have found their new playstyle.
I'm expecting the comment section to be very, very spicy too, so
it's always
can't
spicy.
wait for that.
Yeah. I mean, who knew? All ONIC needed was a gold laner they can leave alone and just commit rotations to the EXP lane so that everything's okay. Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah, it's like they don't need to help Skylar. Skylar's fine.
Kai's like this.
So that's why you guys really have to watch out for that one, because you might be surprised by how a different ONIC is what you'll see later.
Yeah, if you haven't
Oh
to
my
watch
God!
Look at that. That was an emphatic win by Twisted.
Crazy.
Back on top yet again.
And
So-
yeah.
Third week. Well, there's still games to be played tomorrow.
Yes.
But for the third straight week, if this is how it still is tomorrow, TWIS is going to be on top.
Constantly grabbing onto that first place, that first seed against the names of ONIC, TL, Aurora. Guys, not a lot of teams can say that they can do this.
I'm a big fan of Lansu now.
Yeah.
ONIC definitely missed out, I would say. I just say it flat out. ONIC, they missed out.
Y'all missed out. But that's okay, though. For the meantime, again, maybe Falcons will also just give us a better week. I think they have a game. So
what the hell?
And of course, the Minds are mirroring that. Like we mentioned, the team earlier was the Twisted Minds that went 6-0. You know.
Now I know why my RGs lately have been very easy. I have a Twisted Minds jacket.
Right. Nice flex, by the way. I like that.
Thank you.
And of course,
Where's
the Alberta
ours?
guys going to make a catch up there. And the Phoenix Army is doing pretty good as well. But man, 6-0. That's like double your score for Phoenix Army.
I think I'm gonna have to go from being a Team Falcons PH fan to a Green Falcons fan. We're doing a little bit better in Fancy Club.
Switch it up, right?
Switch it up, you know.
But man, for me, my jacket's kind of efficient. It's good for both sides.
It's giving you some good juju.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna wear it tomorrow.
Spoken like a true gladiator.
Not broad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Final thoughts to close that out. What do you think about today?
Oh man, I am severely under the weather. My throat is shot. I am excited to just do this again tomorrow, except on that chair.
Yeah.
I'm chill. What a great day. It was a great day of MLBB, man.
For me, I'm gonna be doing this on the same chair, not on this desk.
On a different
I'm
desk.
gonna be on the other side of the desk.
There
but
you go.
it's what's consistent is we get a lot of amazing MLBB games.
MPLPH, man.
MPLPH. Saturday night.
Never miss that.
And MPL Indonesia. You don't want to miss that too.
Royal Derby.
The Royal Derby. So we hope you guys had fun. Man, we need to catch our breaths here because we also have to do this again tomorrow.
I need water, honestly.
We need water.
Yeah, I was drinking
100%.
yours the entire
I was drinking my
broadcast.
water.
Like, yeah, there.
Man. So again, so much for you guys to watch out for. These standings are like half the story. The bigger story here is obviously our players. It feels like the paradigm, the power balance is shifting here in the MPL Philippines. So
Yes.
this story is something that you guys have to watch out for because the results are only half the story. You have to look at the journey. It's been Rockhart, Renmar, and Midnight for you. And we're going to throw it to our host to close out the day.
It was a triple header that ended with a bang-bang. Odin, tila naubusan ako ng sasabihin sa dami ng magagandang labang nakita natin.
I have so much feels for this day. It's been a roller coaster of emotions para rin sa ating mga MPL Superfans. Nasaksihan natin ang sweep after sweep sa unang dalawang serye ngayong araw. With Prime Chaknu na tila ay nagbabalik sa kanyang prime nang manalo ang TNC Pro Team against APBR. Sinundan naman yan ng Team Liquid Philippines just showing domination against Smart Omega.
Pero kung sweep ang nakita mo dun sa una natin naging dalawang laban, ibahin mo yung pinakahuli ng araw na ito because it was Twisted Minds that's gonna have a good night's sleep after getting their win in a back and forth affair kontra sa ONIC Philippines, finishing it off at 2-1.
Patunay lamang na patuloy na umiinit ang ating mga koponan pagdating sa Land of Dawn. Tapos na ang early adjustments and testing the grounds at pinapakita na talaga nila ang kanilang tunay na lakas.
Alam mo, marami pa tayong makikitang mga laban at bukas na bukas, ipapagpatuloy natin lahat yan dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Pero para sa lahat ng mga manonood, we are of course inviting you over to the MPL Indonesia live stream to watch the Royal Derby between RRQ Hoshi and ONIC ID. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. Magkita-kita tayo muli bukas dito lamang sa
MPL Philippines Season 16!
anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko man yung wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawa, crowd and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko man yung wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas,